What's up, chat? What's up, y'all? We're gonna pregame today. All right, we're gonna pregame. We're gonna freaking pregame today. Let's talk about some things that are in the news and talk about some things that are on X, that X website that we like to watch videos on, you know. Hey, keep it PG-13 in the chat. You know what I'm talking about. I wonder if it's x.com now. I don't even want to do that. I'm not doing it. We're going to just go to look, Twitter. Twitter is not even brave enough to change its actual website link to x.com. What coward. What a coward. Come on, be a man. Be a man, Elon. Change the website to x.com. See how that turns out for you. Mom, I swear it was. Mom, no, Mom. It's not what you think. I was cleaning my room and my pants slipped a little. Do it, Elon. Be a man. I was cleaning. I got a virus. Do it, Elon. Be a man. Do it, Elon. Be a man. I'm gonna see if I can find that on TikTok right now because I want to know. Let's find out, ladies and gents, demigods and non-binaries. Mom? Yeah. There we go. There's like 400 of them. But there's only one that I've found the funniest, and I think he probably removed it because it was just such a freaking hilarious take. Let's see if we can find something good. Yeah, X-Sweets. I can't put that on there, obviously, Bryson, for obvious reasons. But yeah. X.com, but it transferred to Twitter.com. Yeah. Now they're going back to the basics. You know what I'm saying? X-Sweets. Alright, I had an issue with uploading the video to Facebook. So I can't stream live on Facebook for some reason. I don't know why, but Facebook will not allow me to stream live today. So sorry, Facebook. Thanks for reducing my platform audience. You know what I'm saying? My platform's in audience. Thanks for that. Appreciate it, you know. But it's gonna be interesting because today we're gonna pregame before we get to the debate tonight. Yeah, Nox Anonymous wants to come back and get them cheeks clapped one more time. So I said, bring it on, man. Make sure you bring that baby oil because it's about to get real crazy. All right, so let me see if I can find this. I think I got it. Let's check it out, yo. My voice is a little messed up today. I'll fix it. It'll get fixed eventually. It'll pan itself out. Zuckerberg, too. Zuckerberg is a hero, man. He wants to give technology to the world and stuff. All right, let's check it out. Pause that. Let's see what we got for these.
I was searching around the internet.
Oh my god. Okay.
No, I was searching around the Mom. I was searching around the internet, and all of a sudden, I was downloading this thing, and I got a computer virus.
I want to see it. Show me what you were downloading.
I deleted the virus. Oh my god, Mom. I had a computer virus, and I got scared that I had the virus. And when I was getting out of my chair, my pants were slipping, and I was pulling them up, getting back on the chair. I got scared, and my pants slipped down a little, and I was pulling them up. Mom, I'm telling the truth.
Yo, I feel so bad for that dude. Oh man, I feel so bad. He isn't wrong, but I can't condone the chemical abuse. A sober mind is a healthy mind. Well, I tip back an adult beverage myself. The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. It is evident within you. Yeah, so, I was listening to some Timothy Alberino, right? We're talking Nephilim and the ancient, Christian biblical perspective, the Book of Enoch, the Watchers. He talks a lot about all these different things. Really interesting. Listen, I like rabbit holes. I like them all. That is an interesting rabbit hole. I don't align. I mean, I think that there are obviously beings I think they're from another dimension. We can talk about that, chat. Because some people think they're extraterrestrial. They're alien. They're aliens from Zeta Reticuli. I'm not convinced that's the case. I could be wrong. I just don't think so. Now, unlike some people, I don't treat ufology like a religion. I don't think that this is about a deity. I think it's about aliens, extraterrestrial, interdimensional, not from this planet. Maybe not even from this dimension or reality, if you will. Whatever that means. You want to use realm? What's up, Captain Douchebag? You want to use realm? We could use realm. You want to... They're not from this realm. They're from another realm. This is Midgard. They're not from Midgard. Where art thou from? Where art thou? Wait, that's mixing my vernacular here. Yeah, no, I think they're from a different realm, if you will. This is Midgard. They're not from Midgard. They're just not. But wherever they're from, they have the capability to manipulate space-time, rearrange things on an atomic and isotopic level, build the world from 250 plus isotopes, create biologically engineered organisms that have what we call a soul, and perform in ways that we can't even possibly imagine how, according to the laws of physics as we know it, they can unless we introduce quantum mechanics, quantum physics. Well, it can't be, therefore it isn't. My name is everyone who has a closed mind about the phenomena. I'm talking about you, whoever you are out there. You aren't manipulating time. High-value males manipulate time and space. My chat. Wow. I'm a Sigma. You understand me, Bryson? I am a Sigma male. Who needs to be Alpha, Chad, when you're a Sigma? You know what I'm saying? So, there's that. I'm gonna go with no. There's a lot going on today, everyone. I mean, there's a lot of people. We're all looking back right now. We're all, and when I say we all, people that are actually researching this topic for real, getting off a 4-hour live stream after talking to the audience about these things and exhausting all of your opinions and thoughts about something for the day, and then getting off and going, watching a movie with your family, but then spending the rest of your waking hours listening to interviews, reading articles, following people on Twitter, seeing what people are talking about, how they're talking about it. Real researchers, we're trying to relate what's happened in the past to what this phenomena might represent for us now and in the future. Mere contracts of human constructs. There we go. That's better. Well, we can't do all that stuff. Whatever this thing is we call time, whatever the experience is that we have moment-to-moment consciousness and the memory of this, as well as the awareness of the time now, and the awareness of a future, and the awareness of a past, and the perception of a present, and the potentials of past and the realities of the potential of the future and the realities of past. Whatever that experience is, okay, someone's able to manipulate that. I don't know. We can use whatever jargon we would like to, but the reality is this: something that is not like us is able to change that at their own volition, We don't have that ability. We just don't. Wow, the aliens are already doing this. They're the King Clappers, Bryson, King Clappers. It's King Clapper, you know what I'm saying? So there's that. You know, right now there's a discussion about ontological shock. That's the discussion at the moment, right? The idea, King Clapper's in the house. Bryson, you're on a roll today. The idea that this phenomena is going to cause ontological shock across the board. People have been and this is a grade that I listened to this interview beforehand. Not the whole thing, but most of it. People are resistant to the idea that these beings represent anything other than what they want it to represent. For example, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that they've evolved on some planet somewhere far away. Somehow they're bipedal, whatever. Very humanoid. I don't know. You know, makes perfect sense to people who believe in evolution. Except when you include certain data points from people and sources that are working within these programs that have knowledge of these beings and so forth, you get a completely different picture. A slightly, I should say, different picture. And that picture is one of interdimensionality. Doesn't mean they're demons. Doesn't mean they're gods. They are what people have called demons and gods. If you have a complex enough thought process, hear me now. These things both can be true because they are objectively true. These beings can be demons and extraterrestrial, if you will, and interdimensional. They can be all of those things. What do I mean? Well, we have a conception of what a demon is. Our concept of demon is usually from the biblical perspective, which is about these beings that are able to get inside of your mind, influence your thought, and sometimes control you through the possession process, or the possession of phenomena. Well, what if there are beings that can do that? The question is, what would you call them? Well, you can call them demons, but there may be a more accurate representation of what they are, and here's where the two things can be true. They are what people have called demons throughout history, but there is a more accurate representation of what they actually are. Does that mean... I'm sorry. What does that mean? That means that both things can be true. Another example, and we talked about this biblical account, even the Buddha mentioned seeing beings, men, that had supernatural powers that were not from this world, right? There are plenty of examples and stories about that type of thing happening in Buddhist religions and traditions. In the Bhagavad Gita or the Upanishads, they talked about beings. They talked about entire civilizations. You got Bryson over at shamans, right? Shamans. There are, well, not first of all, shamans they're like witch doctors, I guess. No, these beings, the jinn and Muslim traditions, I say this all the time. We look back because we ask ourselves, have these beings been interacting with humanity before? If so, what does that look like? Okay, what did they call them? Okay, what was the nature of that relationship? And you get a picture. This is how you're supposed to think about. You're supposed to use these kinds of thinking, thought processes, to help illuminate the mysteries that we're exploring with this phenomena. Because if you ignore all of the data, because of your preconceptions about what you think these things are supposed to be, then you will be left booty up, ready to get them cheeks clapped by them extraterrestrial brotherhoods, okay? I don't want that. I'm kidding. You can seriously be left open to manipulation, and not by people, not just by people, but again, also by the others. Well, why would I say that? The language barrier is real. The understanding of what we can see and describe is limited to the world we had at the time. This is correct, Bryson. The question is, how should you see things that have been experienced by other civilizations throughout history? Do you take them at face value? Meaning, if a civilization said that we saw these beings called the Anunnaki meant, maybe I'm going to mistranslate this, but the gods from the heaven that came down to earth, or something to that effect. Well, is that an accurate representation of what they are? If you think about it, the answer is yes. They are a very highly intelligent group of beings that have interacted with humanity for their own purposes, displaying powers and abilities that human beings can't possibly possess, at least as has been stated by history, by these civilizations. And so to them, they are gods, right? They are the gods. They didn't just come out of a plane or fly in from a jumbo jet. They were from the stars. They gave the Sumerians knowledge about the cosmos that they shouldn't have had, because we didn't even have that kind of technology until the last couple hundred years. And yet the Sumerians had it thousands of years ago, because they claimed that they talked to the gods from the heavens, from this star system that came down here to give them information, knowledge, and culture. They also said that these gods saw human beings, as slaves. Does that sound like a friendly relationship to you? This is the problem that people have, is that they don't like what's being reported on. Why am I talking about this? Because, ladies and gentlemen, I am receiving all kinds of challenges, and I'm welcoming it. And I'm going to dispel these ridiculous points right now, okay? The question is, how did they see them? I just explained to you guys how the Sumerians saw the Anunnaki, the gods from the heaven that came down. Now, again, does that mean we're dealing with the Anunnaki? I don't know. But we're dealing with what could be perceived as, through the lens of the Sumerians, the gods. This is how they would have perceived it. Today, we don't call them gods anymore. We don't call them fairies. We don't call them flying ships. We call them extraterrestrial, or we use the term UFO, UAP to describe their craft. But did they always come down on craft? Well, not always. Sometimes they just appeared. Like in Sodom and Gomorrah, when two angels that looked like men appeared to Lot. And he describes this conversation where they understood human language and talked to him about leaving this place. Okay? They came representing God's desire to save Lot and his family from the destruction of this city. Wait a minute, has anybody stopped to think about what that implies? That means there is a being that sends other beings that can look like us to do to perform the actions or will of this God. Well, is anything that we're seeing today representative of what has been seen throughout history, similar to those accounts? The answer is yes. People described during the abduction phenomena, or if you will, the contactee and experiencer phenomena, the experience of meeting someone, whether it be a loved one who's passed, but it's not actually them, it's the being that can see into their mind, which means they have some kind of telepathy, and can see the kind of person that would make the situation easier to carry out by the beings. Well, that means they understand that we have feelings for other human beings, which means they do understand human emotions. So, the idea that aliens don't understand human emotion is unfounded. It is an unresearched opinion based off of personal preference versus data-driven analyses. Now that we've established these universal truths, some of them, it is not helpful to look at this situation today with David Grush and reject it because of a term that you do not like. Yo, Bryson, you're wilding out. It is not helpful. Now, once again, the question that I have for the UFO community is, do you base your opinion based off of personal subjective belief, or do you base your opinion off of evidence, data, and an intelligent analyses? If you do, you would have no choice but to, for example, look at this phenomena not only with the lens of what we understand about reality today, but referencing back thousands of years ago when people like us have literally seen the same things we're seeing, but we call them something different today. I don't want to listen. I ask you all to support me. Speaking of which, I totally forgot. We'll get into that. I ask you to support me, okay? I don't ask you to buy a book. I don't ask you to buy my complete series on interdimensional warfare because they're coming to eat your children. I don't tell, like, do you know what would be really sus of somebody? This is what I think you should all think about. I'm from the Universal Galactic Brotherhood of Light. Buy my book. Oh, I'm from the Universal Brotherhood of Loving Kindness to Human Beings. Join my movement. It's only $3,000 every 2 months. I have all the documents and I have all the witnesses and I've talked to all the presidents and I know all the information. And I've learned how to contact these non-humans that love us. They love you. That'll be $5,000, please. Okay. I have, for example, let me see. Hold on. I'm seeing Bryson. I'm gonna have to start. You're gonna get me into so much trouble. Was Zacharias gonna describe the aliens like a cube in a sphere? That is a whole. Again, there's a spinning wheel, right? I don't know a lot of different. The Vimanas, they were shaped like cylinders and other weird configurations, and there was a battle in the sky. Listen. I am facing rejection of ideas from both sides of this conversation. The UFO community doesn't. Thank you, Bryson. I enjoy the humor, just so you understand. I really do. I'm a dude, man. I'm a dude. I'm the king cheap clapper, okay? I'm the dude, but I try to spread. Do you know how it works? If you say a joke, like, let's say I say something that's kind of like an innuendo, I gotta wait at least a half an hour, if I can, before I say another innuendo. Back to back innuendos are what get me in trouble. This is a secret that I've learned about the content creation field. I'm still a dude, all right? I'm a bro. I just I have a responsibility. I guess you can say I have a responsibility. But check it out, yo. Oh my gosh, Bryson, listen. Discord is so funny. I love Discord. Thank you, Ravens Creek. I appreciate you being here. I'm just dropping hot fire on the chat. You know, I'm just dropping hot fire on the stream right now. Now, I haven't had any caffeine yet. Not even a little bit. Nothing. It's right here in this cup. Okay. But I needed to start with that. I needed to lead this conversation with an understanding of when I say something, when I mention something, when I give you all my perspective on, for example, a Twitter post or a video that we watch, and I give my commentary. There's a lot that I consider outside of the video itself, and I dispel my personal beliefs. They don't jive with a lot of people generally, which is a good thing, because most people, I think, are either misguided or just don't understand themselves enough to know that there's something blocking them from seeing truths just because they don't want to accept them. They don't like what it sounds like. If I told you, when Whitley Strieber gets up there and says that I was assaulted by non-human and by aliens and it traumatized me for my whole life to this day, people are like, they rationalize. It's for your own good. We would never say that about a human being doing that to another human being. The question is, do they understand what they're doing to us? The answer is, it is literally empirically true. They do understand what they're doing to us. They know that it's wrong. They know that we think it's wrong. They know that it hurts us. They know that it causes damage. They do nothing to fix it. They are not all, and here's another one. They are not all. That means if there are 50 of them, that means that not all 50 of them are our space brothers. Okay? If there are, here's another thing. None of them that are benevolent, if there are any, would ever do what has been done to people like Whitley Strieber. I do too, Bryson. I will leave him. So, it's not that there aren't any benevolent beings out there. Just for the record, it's not that there aren't any benevolent beings out there. I think there are benevolent beings out there. I believe this. I do not believe, based off of just objective reality, that benevolent beings would do to anyone what has been done to people that have been assaulted and given children and then taken and left with trauma, and ad infinitum with this. I do not think that the good ones would ever do those kinds of things. The problem that I have with some people, that means some, not all, in the UFO community, because I'm a part of that community, is that they think that all of the beings, that would be all 50 if we were to use a unit of measure here, 50 of them, all 50 are either good or benign, and there are no bad ones. That is called living in a fantasy, and that's dangerous. Because if you live in that fantasy and you're part of a community of people that no one believes anyway, all you're going to do is make the whole topic seem even more ridiculous. Because you're not sharing fact and evidence-based perspectives. You're sharing your own personal biases because of your hatred for humanity, given the atrocities that we commit, while excusing the clear abuse from this non-human intelligence that's here, doing the things that I just described. They're not out there floating around saying I love you and pushing people to another level of evolution. They are assaulting people, little children, as young as 5, sometimes younger. That's what the data says. And you can't exclude data that you don't like and then start to spread this perspective based off of an unfounded analysis of the phenomena, if you will. That would be the UFO, alien, interdimensional, whatever you want to call it, jinn, freaking gods and demons phenomena. The whole thing is going to be muddied because of these kinds of perspectives. Now, one more thing. We have to talk about the logic. Oh my gosh, I know this is Oh my gosh, Mr. Armani. Dude, oh my gosh. I can't. Yo, my chat is wild today. Oh my gosh. You cannot. You got me on that one. But we don't have superpowers, okay? So I think that's a pretty big difference. Another thing that I want to say, okay? Listen carefully. The other problem that I see is this idea that non-human intelligences, that would be all 50 of them, probably don't understand human ways. I mean, think about it. They were developed on another planet potentially, or even, if you will, more exotic, from another dimension. How could they possibly understand what our ways are? Well, let's talk about that. If it is there any example of a non-human intelligence displaying an understanding of human emotion? I can't believe I have to say this, but the answer is yes. They literally have the ability to get inside of your head, know exactly what you're thinking and feeling, understand what that feeling subjectively means to you, also can tell your entire past, your entire present, everyone in your life, every person, everything, all of it. Your fears, your love, all of that. They can tell it all. How do I know this? Because if you read any abduction experience, literally all of them that I have read have been, and this is almost empirically true. If you were to look at the data, of course, okay? They know even more than you do about human emotions. It is empirically true. Which means the argument that extraterrestrials or interdimensionals or these non-human intelligences, they just don't understand human ways, is absolutely ridiculous, unfounded. It is an unintelligent analysis, and we cannot keep using it because the data does not suggest that. Now, to be even more clear, I know that there are people out there in the community that I am a part of who say, namely the UFO community, who say these things. For example, non-human intelligence, extraterrestrial, they don't understand human emotions. That's not data. That is called perspective. Okay? Well, what kinds of data are we looking at, Dr. Dorr? Well, how about people like John Mack, who've researched the abduction phenomena for many, many years? Or, if you will, someone who's more, I think, let me not use that joke, somebody like David Jacobs, who has researched the phenomena for many, many years. Or somebody even more relevant, like Jacques Vallée, who has researched the experiences of people who have alleged communication with non-humans for many, many years. What do they say? Well, they can manipulate your reality, make you believe what they want, they make you passive and docile, they immobilize you so you cannot fight back or resist their advances, they will assault you, they will perform painful medical experiments on you. They understand that it's causing pain, but still have the time to say, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you," while they're hurting you at the same time, which means they're liars. I don't even understand. Oh my gosh. Why do I have to explain this? Chat. Which means they do understand what human being can feel, what it represents feeling wise, and they understand that they're literally tormenting us. Well, that's just your interpretation. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me breathe for a second, mentally and emotionally, and also physically breathe. That's just your interpretation, Dr. Door. You don't know if they think that's how we love, or if they think that's, maybe they think that's a good, maybe they're doing it because they're trying to fix something within us. Maybe they're doing it because maybe it's you doing it to yourself. Oh my gosh. Bookie, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Is hurting and inflicting pain the same? Well, it depends on the context. If I am hurting someone, I am, by extension, inflicting pain. If I am hurt, that does not mean that someone is inflicting pain upon me. It does mean, though, that there is an action that is causing my pain. If somebody is aware that the action they're performing is committing pain, then they are by definition inflicting pain. But if, for example, someone is hurt by an action inadvertently, by an accident, for example, by accident, then that's not inflicting pain. That is an unintentional consequence of or byproduct of an action, not intended by the person committing the action. And so it depends on the context. But I'm glad to have you in the chat. Thank you for that question, because it is a good question. I think it's a good question. It clarifies things. If anything, it's bringing clarity to what I'm talking about. So, for example, David Grush mentioned that there have been hostile actions towards these non-human intelligences. He called them malevolent events. Thanks for the follow, Bookie. What's up? Keeping it 100 here, fam. Well, this is very difficult. What would represent an existential threat to national security or the American people? Well, that's a complex issue, one that I do not have enough time to talk about. Unless we talk about it during the debate in about an hour. We're going to have our boy Nox Anonymous on here to debate, not an hour, sorry, in a couple hours to debate. But there is an argument to be made. There is. That our military is misunderstanding the actions of the non-humans. There is. Absent of the data. Absent of the data. Meaning, there are incidents where pilots, for example in Brazil, which I mentioned before, have been deleted from existence. Yes. By an initiation from or engagement with a craft that represents to them a non-human intelligence. Well, Dr. Door, that could have been us in the 50s. In the 50s. No, it obviously wasn't us. Obviously. There are American pilots who have been engaged with what they perceive to be a non-human intelligence. Well, Dr. Door, that's probably the secret shadow government. In the 50s? What are you talking about? Now, there is another argument to be made about a breakaway civilization. Well, it's a pretty interesting idea. That's the idea, and I'm gonna summarize this quickly, of a civilization of actual human beings from our civilization that have gotten technology from these non-humans somehow, whether it be by agreement or otherwise, and I don't want to get into how they made those agreements, y'all. Illuminati. But there's an argument to be made, very, very good one by Richard Dolan. However, in the 1950s? I mean, we got a hold of... You're telling me that human beings from this planet, in this cultural mess that we're in and have been in for at least a couple hundred years. Well, let's just go back to several hundred years. Many, many hundreds of years. Centuries of violence, conflict, oppression, slavery, all that. We're going through all this crap. Now there's just war after war after war after war after war. Proxy wars. Okay? Slaughter. You're telling me that somebody had this technology and isn't ruling the freaking world. You're telling me that a civilization of people have broke away from... We are so... Listen to me, guys and gals and demigods and non-binaries. We can't even figure out how to unify a single community of people. Every institution is fighting with itself. Every single one of them. We are by nature chaotic and violent and aggressive, unempathetic, and we lack compassion for each other. Just look at how people in the U.S. treat Mexicans. They are willing to say aliens might be our friends while they're sticking probes up people's butts across America. But then the Mexicans want to run away from gang violence and they're like, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to take my guns and I'm going to show them what America's about. Maybe you should read the Statue of Liberty, first of all, sir. Secondly, this is the insanity of humanity. I did not mean that to rhyme. I really didn't. The insanity is this. It's like saying that monkeys are getting actually they're evolving right before our eyes. They're evolving right before our eyes because one monkey can use a tool on a rock or a coconut. Oh, one day they'll be using cell phones pretty soon. I don't curse on this stream, but man. Monkeys have found a way to solve puzzles and stuff. Soon enough, they'll be making entire civilizations and building structures, and they'll have culture, and pretty soon, because they're evolving right before our eyes. Oh my gosh. I can assure you, the difference between us and them, it's not even the difference between us and monkeys. We are incapable of perceiving the nature of their technology. We don't even know what's going on with our own technology. There are things that we don't even understand why it works. It just does. And we call that science. Gravity. What is it? We experience it right now. All of us. They don't know. There are some theories about what gravity is. Does it even exist? Is there some other force that's universal and that's happening to us all? Who knows? And you really believe, based off of what? Well, because they made us. This is what my boy Nox Anonymous said last night. They made They made their first superconductive material. Dude, have you seen? I seen the experiment for that. We are centuries away from perfecting that to a way. At least a century. Why do I think that? Because that's what other scientists say. I'm not a scientist. That's what the scientists say. There are other technologies that have to be made to be able to make a functional consumer version of that technology. And the kind of applications that can be used militarily require a massive amount of funding and resources to make it applicable, like an actual application of it en masse. I'm not a scientist. What do the scientists say? It's not our technology. Yes, we have covered craft. Why do I believe that? I'm just gonna say it. Bob Lazar. Yes, We've been running a reverse engineering program since the 60s or 50s, even actually 40s. I'm sorry, the 40s, because we got their tech in the even wrong. At least the 30s, maybe even beforehand, because I think the 30s is when we recovered the technology from the Vatican, from Mussolini. So we've been running this reverse engineering program for almost a century, and to this day, what do the pilots say? I have no idea how it works. What did the people that are working on the technology say? The alleged people working on the metamaterial? We have no idea how they do this. Why would any layman out there sitting behind a keyboard like myself be like, we got this. This is our tech. Not you guys. My chat, you chat, you're allowed to make these assumptions. But everybody else, my chat's allowed to say this stuff because I like that. But nobody else can, because it's ridiculous. But not you, chat. I love you. You're out there. Oh, it's aliens are real, but it's our technology that's buzzing around. Why do they say that? They say that because they don't like the fact that these non-human intelligences ain't all friendly. Now, allow me to further elucidate some truths with you all. What are they? Are they extraterrestrial? Are they interdimensional? Are they angels or demons or gods? I went over that a little bit earlier when I said that people have referred to them as angels, demons, and gods, but they're still the same thing. Okay, now, what are they? Who knows? However, we got a bit of an example of what they might be. David Grush, during the testimony, under oath to members of Congress and the world, the biggest disclosure event of all time, well, I should say, UAP or UFO event of all time. Yes, it was. 2-point-some million views in 24 hours. The biggest. Bigger than all Greer's events combined together. Okay? Again, empirically true. Empirically true. Okay. In that hearing under oath, Grush said these beings may be something akin to interdimensional in nature. Or, if you were to take the holographic universe principle, they are, in a sense, projecting a representation of their intelligence here. Hence, the nature of the craft and the beings needing to be, the beings are alleged to be the main component for flying these craft. We're not them. I have no information or data, and nobody does either, that's credible, that is corroborated to any possibility that we've made these things, these beings, that we biologically engineered these things. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have that capability unless they gave it to us. And then it would be them that gave it to us, not us figuring it out. We're nowhere near what they're capable of. And on top of that, keep in mind, imagine if you sent your shadow to represent you to interact with another civilization, and it doesn't know anything about you except your shadow, the representation of your shadow, and what you tell it. How much would it know about your civilization? Nothing. It would know nothing about your civilization. It wouldn't understand what you are. It couldn't possibly understand what you are. It could not possibly understand what your technology, what the extent of your technology or anything is. It would never be able to figure it out because it's just not possible. I'm getting worked up here, Gayoki, all day. It's just not possible. possible. So then these beings that we're interacting with are just a projection of what these beings want us to see. That's all it is. Somehow they've created these organisms, live organisms, to interact with us from a superior position. They have dominance. We do not. Now, my gosh. Wait, Karaoke, it's 147 degrees where you are? Are you serious? Dude, seek shelter, my boy. I'm getting hot in this hoodie, by the way. I'm about to change into that sweatshirt that I had on yesterday. I wear a lot of sleeveless sweatshirt hoodies, even though I don't wear hoodies really no more, you know what I'm saying? Listen, I hope we've cleared some things up. First of all, coal needs to come back. We're bringing it back. I like the 50s. I really do. Black people couldn't go to certain restaurants, but guess what? They had education. They had it. They had it, folks. They were just like you. Ravens Creek Charms. Thank you for the input. I believe we see what they want us to see and nothing they don't. That is exactly. Ravens Creek Charm, clearly you're sitting here dropping truth bombs from time to time. I appreciate you. All right? I appreciate you. Keep it at 100. I have the best indictments. I've got the best. Nobody's been indicted more than me. Yo, listen. If they're not going to arrest him, can they please stop putting it in the news? Because it's getting on my nerves. It's really getting annoying. Either arrest him today or tell us what the purpose of an indictment is anyway. Apparently he can still run for president. So then what's the point of indictment, 37 indictments later. What I don't know how many there is. I'm making that up. What okay, so what now then? We're going to find out today, y'all. We're going to find out today. Uh-oh. Check it out, y'all. We got a clip from the one on Twitter. We're going to do some reacting here. Check it out. The one is my boy. See what he says. I never talked to him before, but he's still my boy. The idea of any explosion in space with an early origin was not acceptable for the extraterrestrials. Starfish Prime. Okay. Anyone? This is a clip of late United States Air Force Colonel Ross Dietrichson, same military rank as UFO whistleblower David Grush. Major concern? To preserve the integrity of the Earth because it affects their own system. Sounds like they share the Earth co-located with us. A 1961 nuke test over Pacific affected their ability to navigate due to magnetic field pollution. This caused, Frank Scully, the 1948 Aztec crash in magnetic lines of force comes to mind here. So this is his perspective, and then I'll give some commentary.
At the time, I also learned about incidents involving nuclear weapons. And among these incidents were a couple of nuclear weapons sent into space were destroyed by the extraterrestrials. In talking to various contacts throughout, they would allude to the fact that these did happen. There was, for example, the missile, Minuteman missile, which destroyed the launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base. That's now a public matter of record. The one incident, for example, was they actually photographed the UFO following the missile as it climbed into space and shining a...
That was a dummy missile. That was a practice. First of all, that missile that he's referring to was a test missile. It wasn't actually like nuclear.
Beam on it, which neutralized the missile. And this was recorded. It was all hushed up, and they split up the team that observed it. But of course, eventually the news came out, and it was later published and confirmed it. In fact, they were taken so seriously that the reporters would often not report them because it involved so much bureaucracy and protocol and etc. They deliberately would not report them. almost cases where the UFOs became identified, at least on a radar or with reports, why they would try to scramble aircraft to intercept them. It was a very aggressive, you might say, response from our own government. And that is their major concern.
All right, listen. Believable. I don't have anything on this because it's not. He's at work right now. We're messing with my day and the times. So Knox Anonymous is at work right now. When Knox Anonymous gets off work, Knox will be joining us here on stream to do the debate. So we're waiting. I changed the time so because I'm not gonna be able to do 6 hours. I want to, but again, I gotta make some. I have to make that appeal to my family whenever I'm here for more than 4 hours. Which I was yesterday. I think I was here for like 6 or 7 hours yesterday. Oh, but anyway, it's believable to think that these beings don't want us blowing stuff up with nuclear. Pff, what are y'all doing? You're messing up with the dimensions, fam. Cut that crap out. I can believe that. What were they doing with the Sumerians? The Inca? What were they doing with the Egyptians? What were they doing with? What were the Jews talking about? What were they talking about? What about the Christians? What are they talking about? What about the Muslim traditions? What about Joseph Smith? What about Mormons who saw the angel? Joseph Smith saw the angel and gave him all this information. What about them? They're not nuclear. They're not 50 years old. They're not 60, 70 years old, right? What about those? Mayans, thank you. What about the Mayans? The idea all of a sudden they care about us is stupid. I'm sorry, that's not true. That's not true. I'm kidding. It's uninformed because the ones that care about us, well, where are they at? Stop giving the worst, the biggest, most violent and overfunded military power in the world your technology. Like, pick it up. Like, no, you give me. I don't want you to have nukes, but you can have my super advanced spacecraft. That makes a lot of sense. I don't trust this, guys.
Is to preserve the integrity of the Earth.
Wait, to be clear, I'm not saying I don't trust him. I think that he's being authentic. I think he's being serious. I think he believes this. I think he's been told this. I think he's seen things to make him think this. But I think that the conclusion is wrong here. I do think they're interested in our nuclear assets. Obviously, they obviously are. But keep in mind, they almost started nuclear war with the Soviets. They almost led to the entire destruction of human civilization. That is not you telling us, hey, you know what? I want to save your planet. I want you to listen. You got a nice planet down there. It'd be a shame if anything happened to it. That's what that seems like to me. What you want, Mr. ET guy?
Because it affects their own.
I'm kidding. That's not what it means. What I'm saying is that it's not consistent.
System. Well, there was one incident when we exploded a nuclear weapon over the Pacific, and this was in about 61, I believe. And the consternation that it caused because it shut out communications entirely with the Pacific Basin for a number of hours in which no radio transmission was available at any time. And this was very significant, and of course this was one of the things that the extraterrestrials later I learned were highly concerned about because it affected our ionosphere, and in fact spacecraft were unable to operate because of the pollution in the magnetic field of which they depended upon. The very end of the 70s or the early 80s, we attempted to put a nuclear weapon on the moon and explode it for scientific measurements and other things, which was not acceptable to the extraterrestrials.
And what happened?
They destroyed the weapon before it got to the moon. With reference to the incident which our government sent a nuclear weapon.
April 27th and 24th of May, 1950. One second. 8 of them. I've heard. Okay, this is. Oof, that's interesting. Holloman Air Force Base has a couple of incidents there. Where's the pictures?
For the explosion on the moon's surface. It was tended to, as I understand it, to assess some scientific data and reaction and so forth. The idea of any explosion in space by any Earth government was not acceptable to the extraterrestrials, and that has been demonstrated.
All right, I got it. Hold on, let's find out. Hold on, y'all. Let's find out if this is true. The last nuclear weapons test was on September 23rd, 1992, with the detonation in Nevada of an approximately 20 kiloton device codenamed Divider. How about in space? So much for that theory. They're not doing anything about it. What are you talking about? So, I mean, sounds nice, but no. I'm going to go with no. Alright, so one of the most well-known tests was Starfish Prime. We talked about that. That's what he was mentioning there. Which was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States on July 9th, 1962. It was launched from Johnson Atoll and was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles and had a yield of 1.4 MT. I don't know what that is. After the Starfish Prime test, the United States and the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union signed the Limited Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in 1963, which prohibited nuclear weapons tests in the atmosphere, in outer space, and underwater. Since then, there have been no known nuclear bomb tests in space. Well, that's interesting. Hold on one second. Check this out. I'm gonna go with no. No. I'm gonna go with no. I thought it was megatons, but I didn't want to say it because I don't know. Yeah, let's check out the Greta theory, the Greta Treaty. The Greta Treaty was in 1954, allegedly. Yeah, I'm gonna go with no, man. I'm gonna say no, 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 no. The timelines don't match up. They don't match up. If they said, "Oh, we don't like this, stop doing it," and we're like, "Okay," then why are we still blowing stuff up in 1992? So no, it's just wrong. Again, you can't. Were there any underground explosions or tests before World War II? Let's find out. Underground? Let's find out. Yes, there have been many underground nuclear tests. Underground testing refers to the nuclear tests conducted under the surface of the Earth at varying depths. Well, when are they? So underground nuclear testing made up the majority of nuclear tests by the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Other forms of nuclear testing were banned by the Limited Test Ban Treaty in 1963. From then until the signing of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in 1996, most nuclear tests were performed underground in order to prevent nuclear fallout from entering into this atmosphere. Sorry. Check it out. Yeah, so not before. I mean, well, there was some before. So let's find out. I'm gonna have to check that out. No, the answer is no. So I want you to think about this, okay? This is exactly how we're supposed to look at this stuff. This is exactly how we're supposed to look at this. All right, you ready? You ready to hear this truth bomb you're not gonna like? 1933, we recovered these craft from these non-human beings from, I believe it was Mussolini. I think. Or maybe that's when the crash happened. And when did we recover that? Hold on, I can't remember when David Grush. I know there was some kind of recovery I can't even remember. Was it 1933? Was a crash? Let's find out. I'm gonna have to change this hoodie, y'all. It's too. Oh, it's hot. I thought it was gonna be cool, but no, the air conditioner changed real quick. Yeah, so it crashed in 1933. We recovered it. When was it given to the U.S.? I think it was in the 40s. This is like an actual event. It's not something that was claimed. It's real. Check it out. So we're gonna do some timelining here. So, all right. All right. So, 1944 or 45. So I don't know. We're gonna have to figure this out, okay? If you believe that we don't use nukes anymore because the aliens told us we shouldn't, then it does not fit the timeline that we just went over just now. The Greta Treaty, which is the nuclear treaty that says that we're, the agreement with the non-human intelligence allegedly was in 1954. That's when we made this alleged agreement. But we have been bombing stuff all the way up to 1992, 1991, 1992, blowing stuff up with nuclear tests. The last test site was, I think, in 1991, 92. So it does not make sense at all that the aliens were like, hey man, stop using nukes, while they're also shutting on and turning off our nukes in the 70s. That's when the Malmstrom Air Force Base incident happened. I think it was in the 70s. Let's find out. If I were a guessing man, I would say the Nazi Party had already started reverse engineering craft prior to World War II. They were, no, dude. I don't know about reverse engineering. I think maybe they were given some tech. I think they were given tech. I think the Nazis were given tech. I've got an entire analysis on that we can talk about. So let's find out here. 1 second. I'm checking out the Malmstrom. The Malmstrom Air Force Base incident was in 1967. So it wasn't 1970. It was 1967. No, I mean, and then of course they turned them on in Russia right after this event. So I don't. Again, the bottom line after that little bunny trail we just took, they don't care, or whoever we may deals with hasn't even communicated don't use your nukes because we're still using them, or something went wrong, and now we're trying to figure out how to deal with this alien problem, which is what I think is going on. I think something went wrong with that deal. The aliens reneged on it, and we're like, oh crap, what are we gonna do? We can't fight them. So we're trying to figure out. We learned that the nukes, maybe they affect their weapon systems or their navigation system, which I think is true, based off of witness testimony about the effect of the craft when it comes to nuclear sites. I mean, Jacques Vallée said there's a possibility that setting off the nuke at the Trinity site caused the crash to happen. I think it was afterwards, but since the explosion may have an effect on this interdimensional whatever, or I don't know what it could be. It could be all kinds of different things, but whatever the effect is, may have an effect on the craft. There was a crash after that nuclear test. That was in 1945. So no. The answer is no. It's literally no, because it wouldn't make sense that we're blowing stuff up after they told us to stop blowing stuff up and we have a deal. Don't blow stuff up. Okay, and then we go blow stuff up. And there's no consequences? No. Something else is going on. I mean, I could go over what my theory is, but I don't think y'all are going to want to hear that. I'm just going to combat all these other ridiculous theories because it's more fun to do that. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's check it out. There's a new lobbyist, by the way. It's coming. It's coming out now. There's no turning back. Yeah. You know what? Let's check it out. Post-disclosure world. I'm gonna go use it. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back, y'all. Hang tight. Yeah, let's do this. Links do not show up in the chat. They play us like a violin, y'all. All right, let's check it out. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow. All right. Hold on, let's turn this down. All right, yeah, let's do this.
Investigative filmmaker James Fox has asserted that we will have UFO disclosure within the next year. He's so certain of his claim that he bet YouTuber Destiny $1,000 that
Man, Destiny got bodied in that debate, fam. Bodied, straight up bodied in that debate. It was crazy. James Fox said, so basically you're talking from a perspective of I don't know, ignorance. Destiny was like, yep, sure. And I still believe it. It's like, oh, that's very well thought out, my guy. And I listen, I like his debates. Destiny, I just like to see him wipe the floor with people. I don't care who it is. It's just fun to watch.
that this will take place. The deadline for this bet is August 1st, 2024. Now, some may take issue with me saying that he made the claim that we'll get disclosure within a year, but I will stand my ground on that. The following two clips portray exactly what James Fox predicted, and as you'll see, these predictions reasonably fall under the umbrella of what some may consider UFO disclosure.
I'm going to show you, by the way, James Fox's Instagram post, which was really interesting, that he talked to one of the members, I believe members of Congress, I forget what his name is. Can't think of his name right now, but you'll see.
Let's not forget that there isn't a single agreed upon definition for UFO disclosure, and indeed, I often prefer the term UFO confirmation.
I can assure you this is coming out, and you just wait. When some high-resolution satellite imagery leaks out, that will be happening. First-hand witnesses are going to come forward. That will be happening. They can't put the genie back in the bottle, man. This is coming out.
Fox goes on to explain.
Okay, so I think within a year, you're going to be hearing from first-hand witnesses, not second-hand witnesses. There's going to be additional people coming forward confirming David Grush's claims, and there's going to be more evidence leaking out, like photographs.
I want to know when that evidence does leak out, will people in the UFO community who reject the facts of this situation continue to reject those facts? Here's what happens. There's an image. Who posted it? David Grush. I don't believe it. There's another image. Who posted it? Lou Elizondo. I don't believe it. There's an obviously fake fuzzy, hazy image. Who posted it? Stephen Greer. Oh, wow, it must be the Intergalactic Space Brothers. Don't be that person.
Graphic evidence, things of that nature.
I think
This is my boy, by the way, Post-Disclosure World. Never met him, but he's still my boy.
James Fox's statements warrant reiteration. He said that within the framework of the upcoming 365 days, that high-resolution satellite imagery of UAP will leak out. More evidence will leak out, like photographic evidence. So maybe stuff that's in addition to satellite imagery, maybe gun camera footage. He said that there will be additional people coming forward confirming David Grush's claims. Now that's very significant. Up to this point, we have only had two people publicly come forward confirming David Grush's claims.
Okay, to this point, there are two people that have publicly come forward. There's a gentleman that's from the intelligence community who goes by a pseudonym. I can't remember the name of the pseudonym, though. I don't know. But either way, he is correct.
Or his core claims, if you will. Because Grush has made a lot of claims, but like the core claim that there's a crash retrieval program and that non-human intelligence craft have crashed and be recovered, this has been backed up by former Colonel Carl E. Nell
This is a big. I feel like people are underestimating or just missing how important the fact that Carl Nell, that he's confirming these claims. This is so interesting.
Who is currently an aerospace executive and who also vouched for Grush's character, saying it's beyond reproach. Further, another individual that came forward is Jonathan Gray. Now, I grant you that's a pseudonym, but it technically, you could argue he was still on the record. Jonathan Gray, he is a current
Jonathan Gray, that's the guy in the IC.
government employee for NASIC, National Air and Space Intelligence Center. He has stated that over the time span of his career, he has been briefed on UFO crash retrievals periodically, and that he has confirmed Grush's core claim that we're not alone and we're being engaged by non-human intelligence. So,
all right, listen. The fact this is so crazy because we're no longer having the conversation of whether or not UFOs exist. We're past that. We're no longer having the conversation about whether or not non-human intelligence exists in relation to UFOs. We're past that. But now we have to ask some questions. Who are they? Where are they from? What do they want? And how long have they been here?
So if more people come forward, whether current government officials or ex-government officials vouching, confirming David Grush's claims, that is going to be impossible to ignore, and it's going to inevitably make the probability increase that what Grush has stated is true.
I like that transition. That's fire right there, fam.
And another thing that James Fox stated, which is I perceive separate from what I've gone over, he said first-hand witnesses will come forward. And what I think he means by that is that in future hearings, we are going to have witnesses that is not secondhand testimony in reference to legacy UFO programs, such as the UFO crash retrieval program, and there may be multiple UFO crash retrieval programs, but we will have first-hand witnesses, people testifying under oath saying, I worked for the program.
I think that David Grush's testimony is still very, very, very important. Even though it's somewhat secondhand information. If you read a document, it's secondhand information. If you do an investigation, if you're an investigator, all of your information, all of it is secondhand. It's all your whole case is secondhand information.
An
investigator goes out and he's like, ma'am, can you tell me what Jamarcus did to that nice young lady over there? Oh, you mean Susan? Yeah, that's right. Can you tell me what Jamarcus did to him? Well, I think he looked at her funny. I just don't trust it. He looks scary to me. I think he's a criminal. You know what? I think you're right. I'm gonna go arrest him right now.
I currently work for the program, and here is what it constitutes. So if these predictions that James Fox has made comes true, then it can easily be argued that we will be in a post-disclosure world, all things considered. Now, relevant to the prediction that James Fox made that high-resolution satellite imagery of UAP will leak, here is a tweet that Christopher Mellon dropped on August 2nd. I recall the oversight committees asking about long-rumored UAP satellite data back in 2017 when I first brought the committee's unclassified military UAP videos and worked with Lou Elizondo to make introductions to Navy aviators.
Well, the good news is, Platonic Zombie, they've written more legislation to allow people who have first-hand information to come forward. That is one of the greatest things that have Oh my gosh. Sorry. Wow, I just lost my train of thought there. So, the legislation has been written for people to have first-hand information to come forward, because at the time, right now, there isn't enough protections for those people, even with the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. So,
The fact this data has still not been shared with the Oversight Committee is simply outrageous. Arrow and the administration.
but those first-hand witnesses have spoken to members of Congress, some of them, and have definitely been brought, because of David Grush, have been brought to the attention of the Inspector General. Okay? But we won't hear about it. That's what I mean. The only hear it is because I still think it's. I mean, I think we'll hear enough. You know, we'll hear enough. We'll hear enough.
Administration cannot claim to be acting in good faith on the UAP issue while blatantly ignoring these lawful requests. And so maybe that's why, as predicted by James Fox, high-resolution satellite imagery of UAP will get leaked, because we are in the midst of a constitutional crisis of the highest magnitude.
Even with David Grush's testimony and secondhand information, we've got literally legislation, political movement, political unification, something that's unheard of in American politics. There's unity. There's unity in politics. That's unheard of, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't happen in the USA. It does not happen. It does not happen. It's happening because of what David Grush has done. Think about the power of first-hand testimony, like, for example, Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor. That's power. You got first-hand and second-hand witnesses, boom, coming up there talking about some pretty crazy stuff, and even more coming out along with data or with evidence like satellite footage. And guess what? It all happened because of Bob Lazar. I'm just kidding. You know who the players are: Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Leslie Keane, Ralph Blumenthal, and Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, and all the way down there, Tom DeLonge, and above that, Jim Semivan. And you get it.
Oversight committees are requesting better data so they can have a clear picture of what's going on with UAP. What are they? Where do they come from? And yet, the intelligence agencies are refusing to provide them with something that would be instrumental to clarifying the nature of UAP. In a recent interview on News Nation, I think, or it might have been Fox News, but Chris Mellon stated that if Congress was able to see these high-resolution UAP images from satellites, then they could understand the velocities, and also they could get a clear overview of the shapes of these UAP.
They have that information. They don't want to release it to the public because it's classified. Platonic Zombie says, I have a fun theory for you. What if Kirkpatrick wasn't lying? Him saying that he hasn't received anything that defies the laws of physics. What if they're looking for a deeper understanding of physics? I don't see a problem with that at all. Do I think that these things are performing in ways that defy physics as we know it? Do I think that they represent a different kind of physics? Not necessarily. Do I think that the type of physics we're seeing is just a level of reality that we just don't have the information and data on? Well, we have the data on it, but we don't understand it. It doesn't mean that it's not it doesn't mean that it's not, or that it is against the laws of physics. It's just, as we know it, we don't understand what it is. So to your point, Platonic Zombie, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just a play on words. Like Susan Gal, there's no evidence of extraterrestrial life because they're not extraterrestrial.
Which would reveal whether or not they come from peer adversaries like China or Russia. And as I mentioned in a previous video, if it's clear they don't come from China or Russia, then...
Meanwhile, in Russia, bomb on freaking on Moscow. Boom, 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 boom. Freaking people, their allies are turning against them. Meanwhile, in Russia, it ain't Russia and China.
It's the
Meanwhile, in China, Nancy Pelosi flies to Taiwan to say, and then moons the president of China, or the leader of China, moons him. She's on the plane. She literally just moons him. Her butt cheeks are on the plane window, and she's spreading them like, yeah, what now, Xi Jinping or whoever the president is? What you gonna do about it? And Xi Jinping's like, oh man, we can't use our super intergalactic UFO technology to take care of that. Oh man, we could have blamed it on the aliens. Let's use our noggins. Not you guys. You guys haven't said anything, but you get it.
Probability is exceedingly high. They're not coming from human civilization, and then at least Congress would know the true nature of some of these very advanced UAP. The following clip is from Weaponized Podcast episode 28. Here, investigative journalist George Knapp, who has well over 30 years experience researching and reporting on UAP, goes into how the recent July 26th hearing impacted him. And for someone who's been in this field for so long and has made...
Listen, it was a wholesome moment, very heartwarming. It was very heartwarming, but I'm gonna skip over that. No, I don't want to do that. That's not fair. That's not right. Bryce Sable had a moment of deep thought about this as well. You know, where he's like, man, what's this mean for my daughters? What does this mean for my... And again, I don't think this is good. I don't think we're going to be happy about it. I know for a fact that some of y'all in the chat, you're going to be in tears when you find out the truth about them aliens.
Made so many contributions. It's really fascinating to get his perspective.
Well, I was thinking about it yesterday. I'll share some sort of personal observations in the aftermath of that hearing in D.C. It still hasn't hit me yet, the magnitude of what was revealed and the fact that it has gone this far. I'm still absorbing it, but it's 36 years ago that I did my first UFO interview about legacy programs. I didn't call them that at that time, but that there are programs where they have crashed saucers, recovered saucers, reverse engineering, alien bodies. And I remember reporting it back then. I was kind of stupid at the time, really, going forward and thinking that people would accept it because I'm a news guy and I'm telling.
There has been a sophisticated disinformation campaign imposed on the American people to disenfranchise them from the truth. There's no way that the truth is easily digestible for most people. That includes people in the UFO community, all right? People that are believers. Imagine when Christians, right? Say you're a Christian, you go, you die, you face God, and then you're like, I did everything that I wanted to. I did all the things he told me to do. I went to church, I would pay my taxes, and they're like, yeah, but you kept tweeting about homeless people deserving to die. They're like, what? But those homeless people smell funny. I don't like how they smell. Look at them. They're just taking up all of our American space. It's not right. Look at people feeding the homeless. This is our land, you homeless people. Or as Joe Rogan says, maybe someone should just, the homeless people. What? Imagine that. Imagine them finding out, listen, guys, okay, get it. Get this. The Bible says you're supposed to love your enemy too. What? I thought I was supposed to raise up against them and build a gallows for my enemy. What are you talking about, love them? Who said this? That would be Jesus. It's just a book. That's what I think a lot of people would do.
Telling them the truth. And looking at it now, of course, obviously that was not the case. I got all kinds of shit for it for a long time. fast forward 36 years, and there's a hearing in front of Congress where a guy named Dave Grush is appearing there and saying, yeah, these legacy programs are real, and we do have this.
Look at this guy. Look at this American hero with his hand sanitizer and bottle of water. Huh? All these papers and a pen neatly to the side of all those papers. What's up with this orange wristband here? This guy's an American hero. David Grush brings forth second-hand testimony so compelling that he got the acting inspector general, to literally push for disclosure of non-human intelligences and craft retrieval programs by the United States government or military.
Material. We have been reverse engineering. There are bodies somewhere. It is overwhelming to me to see that amount of change that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. Are there legacy UFO programs? Yeah. How many? I don't know. I don't even know. But there are a bunch of them.
Wait a minute. Are you claiming, Garyoki, I can't accept or believe it has been going on for so long? What do you mean? I fully believe it is all true, but like I was saying the other day, I could believe we had alien tech, but not for as long as they say. Oh, you don't think we've had alien tech for since the 1930s? You think we've only had it for less time than that? Can you clarify that, please?
We are in a new age. I never thought I would see this ever in my life. But we're in a new age, and I swear to God, after that hearing yesterday, Dave Grush, Dave Fravor, Ryan Graves, this is a genie that cannot be put back in the bottle. It's really exciting. It's incredibly exciting.
The new legislation that
I think Jeremy Corbell had tears in his eyes. Man, that was emotional. That got me. That actually got me. I'm young, man. We're young people, most of us. Some of us, I don't know. I'm not an ageist person. I love all people of all ages. I'm a young dude, and I've only been doing this for a year. All right, so this year that I've been doing this, it's like bam, 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 bam. We got aliens in the news. What? This is real. Congress is talking about what? Yeah, that's how fast it was for me.
That's proposed for the upcoming National Defense Authorization Act is truly earth-shattering, and I will likely do a live stream covering it sometime in the month of August. But the term non-human intelligence is written 22 times in this proposed legislation that
would never have been passed without David Grush. Now, every single piece of the puzzle, every single actor needs to be a part of this. All of them had to have done something. But if it wasn't for Grush being brave enough to come forward after the threats to his life and his family and the assault on his homes and stuff like that, or whatever may have happened, he did that. He's the reason why there's legislation that mentions non-human intelligence in it. He's the reason why we're here today. You guys better get with it. You guys better get behind it. There should not be an anti-disclosure movement in the UFO community. There shouldn't be.
Likely pass. And in the following clip, journalist Ross Coulthart goes into what's behind this new legislation.
And so what's behind that, the reason why Chuck Schumer is so strong on this, we all know, is because other witnesses have already backed Grush to the hilt. And so there are going to be more hearings, yes, but the Congress already knows what Dave Grush knows.
In that vein, journalist Matt Laszlo, 6 hours ago, dropped an exclusive titled "Exclusive. Schumer UAP Amendment co-author rounds non-human intelligence includes AI."
Because Fravor said he wasn't threatened in any way. He said he wasn't threatened in any way. I'm not going to believe something that's unfounded. And he said specifically that he received nothing but positive interaction throughout his time talking about this phenomenon.
Now, Chuck Schumer, of course, is the Senate Majority Leader and has played a pivotal role in getting this new legislation on the agenda, and this new legislation will likely pass. But he was asked by Laszlo, basically, Why was the term non-human intelligence specifically used in the legislation, moreover used 22 times, more or less? This is what was communicated. And Chuck Schumer said, it was not by accident. Let's put it that way. I'll close out this video with a clip where James Fox, right after him and Destiny finalized
The crap. It is crap. The fact that people are still, again, I love to see the grift in real time. Watching people go from David Grush is a fake, he's out for money, he's lying, to yeah, he's telling the truth and he got legislation passed. And so, okay, gave David Grush. That is the coolest thing to me, to actually see it in real time, because I know who I can trust and who I can't. I can't trust anyone who starts from the presumption of not liking someone and then imposing their value onto that person based off of not liking them. And usually for arbitrary reasons. They just don't like what they have to say. It's arbitrary. But now I know who you are.
their bet, James Fox had the following to say, which is kind of funny.
I mean, unfortunately, I've got the distinct advantage of being in touch with all these intel folks, and you do not. So I know what's coming.
Done, yeah.
So it's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy, baby.
So that's
it's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy, baby. Oh man, I like it. I like it a lot.
interesting. And James Fox obviously is very confident about his position. As far as I understand, we are likely going to get more hearings in September, this time from the Senate. And in that hearing, we might get firsthand witnesses that will testify under oath that they're currently in a legacy UFO program, or they were in a legacy UFO program, and they'll give as much information publicly as they're allowed about the nature of those programs. And of course, if that happens, that's going to change the conversation further than it already has, and it's going to put much more pressure on the DoD/intelligence agencies to be transparent about this topic. Because at a certain point, and I feel like we're on the edge of that point, it becomes a crisis when so many people on the inside are saying one thing and DoD bureaucrats and PR people are saying something else. As journalist Christopher Sharp put it, something has to give. And that's the environment we find ourselves in. So if there's any ground truth to the rumors that have circulated for 70 plus years about legacy UFO programs.
Karaoke, this is where the shot comes into play, my friend. I hear you. Hang on. Now I smell a rat. Wait, what? Oh my gosh.
Crash retrievals of non-human intelligence craft and even bodies recovered. Either that's going to come out in the coming months, in the coming year, maybe years, or it's going to be put to bed. I don't see much room for in between. And in my opinion, as George Knapp put it, the genie cannot be put back in the bottle. And it looks like we may be heading into a post-disclosure world, and this will be the most fundamental shift in human history, and I hope you can handle it. Please do not forget to subscribe. And if you'd like to support this channel, you can check out my merch shop where I sell
Check out his merch shop if you like his stuff. I like this guy.
t-shirts. You could become a patron. You could become a YouTube member. You could give me a one-time donation. All those possibilities can be accessed in the description below. Or you can just slap a like on this bad boy and I'll appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next episode. Special thanks to all patrons, YouTube members, those that have bought merch, those that have given me a one-time donation. I couldn't do without you. Thank you so much. See you in the next episode.
Listen, it's gonna be ontologically shocking, for sure. What's this? Have I watched this before? I feel like I haven't. I thought it sucked. That's why I didn't finish it. Probably. Be cool, wouldn't it? So, check it out. More confirmation of why this is important. Why what Grush did recently is important.
Like, wait, I did a piece for Wired on this, and like what stood out to me is, even though we spend like $1 trillion a year on our military and all these fancy gadgets and all this stuff, we still don't even know what 300 objects floating above us are.
Yeah.
Floating or speeding above us. And so that like opened me up to be like, what the fuck is this? And because a lot of lawmakers, Gillibrand and others were like, hey, look, we started this group Arrow. Now that we're funding them, they're doing their job. We're seeing a lot more of this stuff. So Rubio, and like it was in that David Grush and his claims just hit like a resounding cymbal. And so that really woke people up. And what Rubio said was, hey, we get whistleblowers like this all the time. I think that's his exact words. But he goes, but this is the first one vetted by the Inspector General, deemed important, and then passed on to us. So he's like, for one, that stands out. And from his...
That should stand out to everybody. It should stand out to literally everybody. But unfortunately, oh my gosh. But unfortunately, it's missed. Platonic Zombie, I'm checking you out, my guy. Oh my goodness. The only thing I'll have trouble coping with is how long they covered this up. We've missed out on great minds looking at this. If it really happens in the 30s, Einstein could have looked at this. Yeah, I mean, that sucks. There's a lot of people that have died. Stan Friedman, waiting for the day when the truth was officially confirmed. They're gone. They're dead now, unfortunately. Phil Schneider has been, we talk about people that have been assassinated. That's gone. Here's what I have to say about this, okay? I'm gonna be fair. Get that freaking Project Bluebeam off my... You want me to do this, Karaoke? You trying to get me all worked up? Is that what you want? You want this smoke today? You want that heat, fam? Project Bluebeam is again, unfounded. It is not consistent with the data at all. Not even a little bit. It's not consistent with the data at all. There is no consistency with it. And nowadays, they don't need to do that because they have the technology that can control your mind through just looking at your cell phone 24/7 or searching Twitter like I do. They don't need Project Bluebeam. They could use Project Blue Light. Project Blue Light right here. Who needs Project Bluebeam when you got Project Blue Light? You know what I'm saying?
His decade or whatever here. And if you remember, he's the top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. He's the vice chair of that committee. Well, so then, and this is kind of why I started asking every U.S. senator about this, because the second part of Grush's claim, the first part is that there's recovered craft. Well, it's like, hey, you can prove that or disprove that. It's either there or it isn't. If we ever get a C in back of the veil.
Yeah.
But the second part of the claim was that there are these SAPs, or special access programs, that federal government, the bureaucracy, has kept hidden from Congress. And so that's where, I don't care if you are a alien skeptic, like a firm believer that they do not exist. His claim that the Inspector General sent to Congress says that there are programs that this administration and others have kept secret and basically lied to Congress about. And so if that doesn't wake you up as a lawmaker, just fucking retire. You know,
Yeah.
we don't need you in office.
Yeah, tell him to get out of here. Matt Laszlo speaking. Spit hot fire. Spit hot fire on the track.
You can't even
But.
do your most simple, basic constitutional duty, which is to be a member of Congress. So that one kind of gave me the opening to have a very serious conversation with every U.S. senator about this, even though many of them are not serious people, as we find out.
I like how people are dropping these bombs on people right now. Seriously. Check this out. Now I can confirm there are occurring unidentified anomalous phenomena attacks in northeast Brazil. I told you we're gonna investigate this right now because I've been trying to tell y'all. Now I can. This is by Ronnie Vernick.
So like after the
all right, let's check it out.
Let's check it out.
Let's just holla. Now I can confirm there are occurring unidentified anomalous phenomena attacks in northeast of Brazil. I have been monitoring it since June and initially thought it was a hoax. Since then, I have established contact with multiple journalists, researchers, and victimones. Yes, that is the more exotic term for victim. Victimones, if you will. It is victimones. But now, I will not disclose the exact location to not attract curious people that could affect the investigation and harass local people. The pattern is same of previous cases, small villages near bodies of water. Check it out, y'all. Check it out. Listen. I've been telling y'all about this for a long time now. First of all, this isn't very good data though. Whoa, what is that? The locals describe it as fireball that chased motorcyclists on the roads and even appears near the houses of these villages. These luminous orbs descend near the ground and shot light beams against people. Photo below is not real, just illustration. I was about to say, what the freak? Okay, well, I guess it's a good illustration. I'm also monitoring and starting to gather more information about cases involving light beings, attacks, and there's a language barrier here in case you guys are wondering. I'm gonna follow this dude because I want to know what's going on. We'll see. I can't take this, to be honest. I can't take anything this. They're back. Let's check it out. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, Red Panda Koala, we are going to go onto their YouTube channel right freaking now.
A majority.
All right, check it out, y'all. We're doing a viewing. That's it. Viewing time. That's it. I'm doing it. Hold on. I'm gonna put some gaming on. We're gonna view this and we're gonna talk about it. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Yep. Check it out. I gotta move these two Johns here. Okay, let's tell me any issues that you may have. I'm gonna turn the music off because we're gonna view this. Red Koala Panda is like an unsung hero on the YouTube scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Koala Panda, I cannot believe that I didn't know who this person was. If you haven't already, smash that like button or follow me on Twitch if you're on Twitch. Don't forget you can support me. I'll go ahead and put my support links in the chat right now. You can support me on... I started a brand new... because I did not meet the goal for last month, but that's okay. I started a brand new GoFundMe. The GoFundMe is what funds this show. It's what funds me doing this whole thing. It's what keeps me doing this in the first place. So I would appreciate the support. You are not obligated. Being here alone is support, and I appreciate you. So just keep that in mind. Please keep that in mind. Now, I'm gonna do the thing. No. And then we're gonna start this viewing. All right. So, hang tight while I, get it set up. Yeah. There's the GoFundMe. If you guys want to support me, you can. I put it in both. And then I'll put the Patreon, of course. If you would like to support me through Patreon, you can do that as well. Patreon, you can give small donations of anywhere from $5. I'm sorry, like $1 to $5. So if you wanted to be a contributor in a small way, you can do that as well. You do not have to. The GoFundMe is, again, the main support that I have is you guys being here and having the conversation with me. But yeah, this is definitely. Oh my gosh. I freaking love. You just literally mentioned a diet that I used to live off of. Honey buns and honey buns and ramen noodles. I used to also eat cabbage and rice every day. That's all I ate. I put some of the seasoning stuff on it, and I would literally just eat cabbage and rice every day. Loved it. I loved it. Just wasn't getting any nutrition from. Not really a lot of nutrition from it. All right. Hang tight. We're gonna do this viewing, y'all. Again, Red Koala Panda, you need to be following that. If you're into, you know what? I'll just show you everything. I'll just show you everything I can. Bottom line, I'll show you whatever I can. But let's get started. Let's check it out.
Majority of the time when people see a UFO, there is a prosaic explanation. In the rare times when something truly anomalous occurs, the experience is usually witnessed by a few people, with little to no corroborating evidence, and these people would have a difficult time convincing others of their experience. Even rarer are anomalous experiences that occur amongst multiple people within the military, in which the anomalies were tracked or observed with technology not available to average citizens, and with military testimonies that add a level of credibility to the occurrence. Between 1977 and 1978, the region surrounding Colares, Brazil, experienced a wave of strange UFO sightings that were witnessed by hundreds of people, to the point where the Brazilian military was called out to investigate, with some assistance from the United States. The military investigators would also have their own anomalous experiences with these UFOs and record them in official military documents. The events surrounding the Colares UFO flap are quite remarkable, given the number of civilian and military witnesses, and the fact that there are hundreds of pages of documentation and photographs surrounding the events, many of which were declassified for public consumption. As fascinating as this case is, given all of the corroborating sources, it is also quite disturbing. The UFOs in Colares were not just simply observed flying at a distance, they tormented people. Multiple people would be injured by these UFOs, seemingly on purpose, and a few would die as a result of these UFOs. So, let's look into the events surrounding Colares.
As part of this program, we looked at some cases that were really good from Brazil, 77, 78. It was like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. 1,000 pages of documents, all done by the Brazilian Air Force investigative team. 500 photographs, 15 hours of motion film, a lot of medical injuries.
You were quoted as saying people have died from, I mean, it was, I don't know which you were referencing at that time.
Colares, Brazil. Tá? E ficou conhecido na época como chupa-chupa. Mas a Força Aérea precisava saber o que estava realmente acontecendo. O que era isso?
OVNIs é o editor da revista UFO, Ademar Gevaer. Ele mostra as conclusões de um projeto secreto conduzido pela aeronáutica em 77 na Amazônia e batizado com o sugestivo nome de Operação Prato.
anti-Goulart demonstrations that greeted the now deposed Brazilian president at Miami Airport when he was en route to take office in 1961 show the deep distrust that has finally led to his downfall and exile in Uruguay. Troops had to be called out in Brasilia to quell the bitter protests of thousands against the notoriously left-leaning João Goulart's taking office. A Russian trade show in Rio de Janeiro gave President Goulart, who paradoxically is a millionaire rancher, a chance to hobnob with some of his Soviet heroes. But it was his sympathies with nearer-at-hand Fidel Castro that the Brazilians really feared. Riotings against Goulart were frequent, yet when the end of his regime came, it was through a brief and bloodless military coup. What his successors can do with the almost totally wrecked economy he leaves behind him is a matter of concern to the entire Western Hemisphere.
In March of 1964, a coup was carried out in Brazil to oust the left-leaning president, João Goulart, by members of the Brazilian armed forces that would put the country under the rule of a military dictatorship for 2 decades. This coup was supported by the United States and the CIA. Just offshore of Brazil during the coup was the USS Forrestal, in case US troops were needed to help maintain order during the transitional period. This coup was another chess move in the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The United States feared that Brazil would become another China or Cuba under their new president. Following the coup, the US would continue their support of this new government, supplying them with financial and military.
You guys try to pay attention to some of the there's a lot going on, but try to pay attention to some of the background stuff, because honestly there's a and I don't mean background images, I'm talking about the text and if they show, sometimes they'll show like news articles and things like that too. You should check those out. You should definitely chase that rabbit hole. Definitely chase that rabbit hole. Seriously. Again, I think it's important. All right.
Military aid, despite the dictatorship's brutality and record of political kidnappings. I bring this up to help paint the picture of what the political climate of Brazil was during the Colares flap, and to emphasize that the United States maintained a degree of control over Brazil, given the nature of the Cold War and the economic and military support the United States was providing. Far away from the politics of the big cities like Rio de Janeiro or Sao Paulo was the small fishing community of Colares, Brazil, situated near the mouth of the Amazon in the northern Brazilian state of Pará. This small town had roughly 2,000 inhabitants. The city had 1 church, 1 priest, 1 school, 1 physician, and was about 60 miles away from the nearest large city of Belém. A majority of the local economy in Colares was related to fishing, which was the most common occupation of the townsfolk. The people of Colares enjoyed a peaceful, tranquil life, and nothing newsworthy ever really happened there. That would change when the UFOs began appearing in August of 1977. Initially, the first reported sightings of UFOs in Colares were from fishermen returning to shore after work. They reported seeing luminescent orbs flying towards the shore from the sea. These orbs were multiple different colors, ranging from red, orange, yellow, blue, and green. Other UFOs that were reported were more mechanical in nature, and some UFOs people didn't even know how to classify because they were so strange. They were reported flying erratically in ways not possible from planes or...
Okay, I want you to think about this real quick. And I'm trying not to, I don't want to give too much commentary on this, but I want you to think about this. They just described
helicopters.
They just described this phenomena, if you will, that they can't of the craft being so unrecognizable that they can't put words on what it is. They don't understand what it is. They can't even, like, how do you classify these weird shapes? That is what these military members have mentioned before as well, which is why sometimes you're like, what kind of shape, like, how do you describe a shape like this or whatever? I think you need to pay attention. I think that's so notable because people are like, oh, well, if they build, we can reverse engineer. Can we reverse engineer rectangles and freaking it's cubes and inside of spheres and balls of light and energy? Do you guys really believe that? I mean, seriously, please, come on.
A 44-year-old fisherman named Manuel João de Oliveira Filho would say of one of his early encounters that he saw what looked like an umbrella-shaped object hovering 13 feet off of the ground. It then shot a vivid white light into the ground and moved away silently. A carpenter named João Dias Costa and a fisherman named João de Cruz Silva reported seeing luminous spheres that would fly and occasionally swoop down close to the ground. A resident named Sebastião Wernick Miranda was quoted as saying, "I was there with my wife Palmira in front of the church on the seafront, when at about 8 p.m. we saw an intensely vivid orangish light coming from the sea towards the town. As it approached, it climbed and then moving rapidly, vanished towards the inner part of the island. At first these UFOs seemed odd, but harmless, and the townsfolk were intrigued. But soon, the UFOs would take on a different nature. Pretty soon, these UFOs began to focus their attention on the residents of Colares, and began harming them on the streets and even in their homes. Some of the common things these UFOs allegedly began doing to people was stunning them, leaving them paralyzed, shooting light beam rays at them that hurt and burnt the victims. Some reported being pricked and feeling like something was inserted into them. And lastly, some reported that it felt like these UFOs were sucking their blood. This earned them the nickname Chupa Chupa, which translates to suck suck in Portuguese.
Man, that is so much innuendo in one saying. I gotta say, the military was investigating vampires. Remember that? Wonder why?
Some victim accounts are as follows. 49-year-old resident barber Carlos Cardoza de Paula reported, "Everybody else was asleep. I was just still having my last smoke when suddenly a ball of fire entered our house and up near the ridgepole. It started shooting around and around the room and then finally came right close to my hammock. It ran up my right leg as far as the knee without touching my skin. I watched with much curiosity as it then moved across to the other leg. Then I started to feel feeble and sleepy. My cigarette fell from my hand and I came to and let out a yell. The fireball quickly vanished and everybody woke up. I think it had been searching for a vein in my body but didn't manage to do so. As its brightness grew, I felt a sort of..."
Derek Galloway, my boy. You want to know who's going to be shocked most about the UFO truth? My boy Derek Galloway. When he finds out that aliens, again, are not all our friends. My boy. Brazilian people are getting assaulted by these beings.
Heat coming from it. 44-year-old farmer Manuel Matos de Souza would say, "I was sleeping. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, on Tuesday, when through the gaps in the shack wall over the door I saw that rays of bright light penetrated with great intensity. I got up, and opening the door, I saw a strange object standing 5 meters more or less from me. Inside, a couple laughing out loud as if they were making fun. Even chained by the red rays that reached me, I quickly went into the house picking up my shotgun. I pointed towards the ship, pulled the trigger, but to my surprise, the gun did not fire. At this point, the right side of my body started to go numb. That was when I screamed for my wife and my..."
I really need someone to explain to me why they think that human beings can do something like that. We're not.
My children, with panic in the house. Meanwhile, the device disappeared without making a noise, disappearing into the sky. Aurora Fernandez, 18 years old at the time, stated that she was attacked in her home at night by a cold, strong wind and felt a terrible fear as if she were being enveloped by a strange force. She said, "I was terrified. I called my mother, who was already asleep like the rest of my family in the house, but before my mom arrived, a strong red light surrounded me and left me paralyzed. At the same time, I felt very fine punctures in my breast. Then I fell to the ground and passed out." Her mother reported seeing a colorless liquid that smelled like ether oozing from her puncture wounds. The city of Colares had only one physician, Dr. Valelde Cecim Carvalho. She initially thought that the town was experiencing a mass hysteria when her office began to be overrun with people claiming injuries from UFOs. She was perplexed at the real injuries she would observe in the patients coming in. She took blood samples and concluded that the victims suffered from generalized hypothermia, chronic headaches, burnings, intense heat, nausea, tremors in the body, giddiness, and often presented small orifices in the skin where they were hit by the rays. She wrote, all of them had suffered lesions to the face or the thoracic area. The lesions, looking like radiation injuries, began with intense reddening of the skin in the affected area. Later, the hair would fall out and the skin would turn black. There was no pain, only a slight warmth. One also noticed small puncture marks in the skin. The victims were men and women of varying ages. Though she couldn't explain the real-world injuries, she still remained skeptical of the UFO stories until eventually she had her own encounter. On her way home from the clinic one afternoon, she saw a ship that she described as cylindrical in shape hovering about 100 feet above her. The ship began to make erratic movements and then disappeared in an instant. This encounter confirmed to her the unfortunate reality that these UFOs people were reporting were real. Dr. Valde stated that after 60 days of daily occurrences and 120 cases, she started to produce reports for the Brazilian Executive Health Secretariat, or CESPA. However, as reported to the PATA newspaper, she was prohibited by CESPA from admitting that something strange was happening. Many people continued to come to her clinic with injuries, and eventually 2 women would die. One woman, after being attacked by the lights, was immediately sent to the larger hospital in Belém, as she was in a critical state upon arrival. 5 days later, another patient arrived, completely rigid, or unable to move, in the back seat of a squad car. The patient's legs were hanging out of the car door because she could not bend them. Her whole body was still, and she gasped for air, but she did not have a fever, and did not vomit. The very inflexible woman was in a dire state medically, and Dr. Carvalho sent her to the city hospital. Dr. Carvalho received the medical papers and the certificates of death from the Medical Institute legal director, Renato Chavez, which stated both women had died of a stroke. After months of increasing frequency of encounters and the increasing intensity of harm, the residents of Colares were soon in a panic. Ana Celia Oliveira, now a school teacher, was 6 years old at the time of these events. She would say, "People and animals were attacked. There was no food. Terrible lack of food. No one was fishing. People would not go out of their vegetable gardens for crops. Everybody tried to go around in large groups. Nobody wanted to be left alone. All of Colares stopped. At 6 o'clock it got dark and we would go to sleep. Groups of as many as 50 to 60 women and children would get together in one house. The men would stay awake all night." The objects began to be seen around the greater Para area. People saw several strange objects of varying dimensions, including cases involving sightings of unidentified underwater objects, entering or exiting the waters along the coast. Several cases arose, according to several witnesses, where the UFOs made ceilings, walls of houses, vehicles, and other solid objects invisible. Often, the power would go out in the entire town when a UFO would fly nearby. Another disturbing aspect of these UFOs is that over time they seem to be interested in women more than men, with 3/4 of those attacked being female, mostly younger. Many were terrified to go fishing, and thus the town began to go hungry. Eventually, many of the women and children fled the city. The men would light bonfires in an attempt to scare off the UFOs. The local priest, Father Alfredo de la O, would also have his own encounter and began to patrol the streets while armed with the locals. They reported that when they would shoot their weapons at the UFOs, their guns suddenly would not work. With encounters like these occurring in other parts of the state of Para as well, soon the local newspapers began covering these events.
Facts. Facts. Real news, folks. Okay, they literally just said that when they roamed the streets armed, there was a gentleman just previously who was roaming the streets armed, tried to shoot at one of these objects, and his gun wouldn't fire, and his body went numb. We don't have enough. We don't have enough. We will never be able to fight against this phenomena. They can literally stop us from using our weaponry. Again, these are empirical truths. If you think that arming the population is how we're going to fight the aliens, enter this entire video. And the testimony by Graves and others who've said there have been other pilots who've said they've tried to attack these things, and guess what happens? Their weapon system shut down. Enter data. We cannot fight with the American people will be the first ones to go. They go, get your guns, y'all. Next thing you know, they're walking funny for 3 days straight, thinking they're gonna be bringing guns to an alien intergalactic battle. Enter the event. I can't think of the name of this. Some of y'all know where the whole family starts get your guns, family. All right, Hal, I got them. All right, boys, start shooting. And they start blasting at these aliens that are popping in and out of the reality from everywhere. There's nothing we can do with our little gun, our toy guns. They're literally manipulating reality itself. They literally control the psychological environment of the human being and the human consciousness. We are outmatched. No amount of guns is gonna do it, y'all. I know a guy, ex-military dude, right? I'm not gonna tell you his name. He literally sleeps with a weapon in his bed because of these beings, because of his fear of these beings, and he knows there's nothing he can do. You think Whitley didn't think about that? There's nothing we can do. This is a fear. This is a belief that's unfounded. It's not based off of what we know about the phenomena. It's based off what we believe about our ability to fight anything. We're not going to be able to fight them. This is not War of the Worlds. This ain't War of the Worlds.
Dr. Carvalho and local officials got together in town and pleaded with the mayor to reach out to the military for help regarding the attacking UFOs. The mayor of Colares, Alfredo Bastos Filo, would say, "Yes, indeed I can tell you, there isn't a moment of peace. The people are terrified by that Chupa Chupa affair. I even managed to see one of the injured victims myself, Dona Mirota, a lady who was receiving medical treatment at the health clinic." In October, the mayor of the nearby city, Vigia, would have his own encounter as well. The Belém newspaper, Provincia do Para, reported that at 6:45 in the evening of October 18, 1977, Vigia Mayor Jose Soyero was at home talking to his wife when he heard shouts in the streets about a strange object crossing the sky at great speed and giving off yellow light. He ran to a window in time to catch a glimpse as it passed over an island east of the town, going toward the nearby village of San Antonio do Ubintava. Vigia itself had plunged into darkness a few minutes earlier, as the electricity failed, and the people were alarmed. After the object disappeared, it reappeared 2 minutes later, moving toward Vigia, and then rapidly disappeared again. As Mayor Soyero stood in the streets watching with his wife, his mother, his grandmother, his 12-year-old son, a city councilman, and other townspeople, another object arose from the Colares area, 15 miles to the southwest, and moved towards Vigia. Police Commissioner Benjamin Amim said that the following evening, 6 unidentified flying objects were seen over the village emitting rays of green, red, and yellow lights. Eloy Santos, a city councilor of the town arena, would say, "It is no longer possible to deny that Belém is, today, a frightened city. We are not technicians, nor do we discuss the conclusion of the authorities. We are only surprised by the statements of witnesses who see lights crossing their roofs to penetrate their skins, removing some blood and leaving the epidermis with visible needle marks and burns." Eventually, after months of terror, the mayors of Colares and the surrounding cities reached out to the Brazilian military for assistance.
Now, I don't know how much more information I need to provide to y'all. Check this out. Hold up. There was something I wanted to show you all too. Real quick, and then I'm going to show you so Derek Galloway says I've never hold on. One sec, yeah. I'll be right back, chat. Gotta use the restroom. All right, so I think that our buddy Nox Anonymous is gonna be here at 5, so we're waiting for him right now. But in the meantime, we're gonna check out. I'm gonna respond to some of these comments, but we're gonna check something out real quick. Hold on, because I see y'all hit me up in the chat. I can also be the skeptic out there with. I wanted to show you guys real quick. Hold on. Foreign countries, well, the world, the US. It's a perspective. Yeah, I mean, everything could be alien to us if we just don't understand. There's extremophiles on this planet that seem alien to us, to your point, right? But they're still a part of the biosphere. It doesn't change the nature of our biosphere and the nature of our reality. Think about something that created us. That's a very different allegation versus the idea that we just found some really strange life forms that we didn't think could exist in a certain biosphere. I mean, we have a diverse biosphere here. It's kind of saying that, like a children's story. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Look, man, I think there's magic in the world. I mean, what do you mean by magic? Like, you mean being able to manipulate material reality through just consciousness itself? I think that is possible. You call it magic. Some people may call that magic, but yeah, it's possible. All we're seeing is an advanced version of that, of consciousness. We're not looking at someone who's like sitting in a scientific facility being like, we've discovered code fusion. In the alien extraterrestrial intergalactic, federational spacecraft out there, we're looking at beings that can materialize things with their consciousness, can influence things with their consciousness, can influence and manipulate physical reality with their consciousness, can assemble things from an atomic structural level, even at the isotopic level with consciousness. They don't need tools. They create tools for us to be able to see them as something. The only reason we see craft is because that's what they want us to see. Do not be a fool. That is a trick. The trick is this. Look, we're extraterrestrials from Zeta Reticulan star system, but we build our craft we build them from isotopes? Nah, dude. They're manipulating reality with the consciousness. That's what you would call magic, but I say it's just an advanced form of consciousness. Whatever they are, they're using consciousness to affect reality, to manifest things in reality. Because whatever they are, they're so far beyond what we are capable of, that they can't even show themselves to us. We can't handle the actual nature of what they are. Not really. Ravens Creek Charms. Yes, I think we see what they want us to see, and that's it. That's it. That's all it is. You can think what you want to and believe what you would like, but the question is, what is it based off of? Is it based off of your personal theory about what should be, or is it based off of the evidence and data that we have in front of us? The evidence and data that we have in front of us suggests that we have an intelligence that's projecting itself, a form of its consciousness, is projecting itself in our physical reality and manifesting as craft and technology and aliens and these beings. That's what the evidence suggests. It does not suggest, they're just Zeta Reticulans from the star system. Why do I know that? Because that's what the people that are involved with the information say is true. They're not coming from Zeta Reticuli. They're just popping into reality. Just like, boom, they're here. They're not here, and then boom, they're here. I'm gonna go with the data, not some arbitrary theory about what they might be, because I don't like the idea that they're that powerful. I will not accept the idea, because it's not based off, it's unfounded, off the idea that, these beings are just like if you give a cell phone to a cow, how long before it starts to make phone calls? It's a good reference by Tom DeLonge. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. You give us their tech, yeah, we know it does some stuff, but that's just a fraction of what that. We're not biologically engineered to even operate their craft. How do I know this? Because that's what the first-hand witnesses claim. The beings themselves are the craft operators. You need their biology just to operate the craft. Their brain structures are designed just to operate the craft. Their consciousness is literally adept at operating the craft. We will never be able to replicate their technology. Ever, 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 ever. We may be able to replicate a portion of it, but we will never be able to do what they can do. Never. We're just not built that way. They're built different. This is the truth. This is empirically true as we know it today. Harry Potter used wands. These beings just use their mind. Yeah, that's a pretty amazing feat, only that's all they could do. I heard about that. He didn't say that a person did it though. He said they were doing a test. Now it's possible that they did use a person to do this, but keep in mind the reports on our ability to operate the craft are that that it actually can delete someone from existence. There's an entire program where the government was taking psychics, and this is what's alleged, and using them to operate the craft, and they were dying. They were dying because whatever it was too overwhelming. There is it that we just went over the data on the phenomena causing these electromagnetic radiation effects on the human biology, right? Which means even coming too close to these objects can kill you. We're not built like that. We're not built to operate their craft. We're just not. Now, I think we have replicated some of it. I think that we can emulate some of it for sure. There's no doubt. But we will never be able to match what their technology is. No matter what anybody says, the ridiculous argument that like, oh, you know, this is what our boy Nox Anonymous pontificated last night. We're not that far off because we have one test where superconduction is possible. Really? How long have we known about cold fusion? We ain't nowhere near building anything functional. We know about technologies. We know about all kinds of technology. We've known about all kinds of realities about physical reality that we can use for alternative energies and so forth, frictionless motors, perpetual motors. We can't use them in a functional way, at least according to the data. What up, Rat Peanut? Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Welcome. Welcome to the chat, girl. What up, Rat Peanut? I wonder if that was an alien artifact. I don't know. All this radiation poisoning, etc. sounds like the priest that used to carry the ark. Yeah, dude, I thought about that. I believe these beings may be able to transform into the actual craft. Ravens Creek. Dropping spit hot fire. Ravens Creek dropped hot fire in the chat. Dropping hot fire. They can transform into the craft. How do I know that? Well, because I speculate based off of their potential capabilities of the Interdimensional Galactic Federation. No, because we heard about these things being witnessed in documents by the FBI. That's how you do your analysis. That's how you make your beliefs and your theories and your stuff up. You don't just say, well, based off of the potentiality of the Intergalactic Federation of Brotherhoods and the Star People and the Starseeds technology. And I read this one book that said that this person said that they channeled an intergalactic brother of the Galactic Federation, the Zeta Reticulans, and he said, that's not how you build your theories, okay? You don't do that. I once talked to a guy who said that if I pay him $5,000, I can go learn how to talk to the aliens, and I did, and I saw a light in the sky. I swear I saw it. That's not how you find the truth, guys and gals and demigods and whatever. You do it by looking for data that is at least objectively more credible than some random person out there who wrote a book about the Zeta Reticular star system that you're special, trying to make you feel special. That's a trick, man. That's a trick. It's literally a trick. Don't fall for it. You have to, when you make these statements, they need to be made based off of what? Credible data. Now, again, to your point, Ravens Creek Charms, they can manifest themselves into the craft. They can turn into grays, turn into light balls, then turn into a physical craft, and then take off. How? You think we're doing that? Y'all need to fix this. Help me. Hold on. By the way, Guardians of the Galaxy was freaking great. It was fantastic. I really liked that movie. Really, really liked it. All right, let's check it out. Hold on. Wow. Hold on. You tell me what you tell me. Give me an example of human ingenuity where we've ever been able to do anything like that, and then we'll talk. And you can't give me I hear you, Platon. I get it, but where's the evidence for that being possible? Where is it? It doesn't exist. We can't do that, according to the facts.
July 2000. The Russian government declassifies top secret documents detailing USO encounters.
Okay, this is how the Russian government declassifies documents about
encounters with the Russian Navy. Stunning first-hand accounts of extraterrestrial encounters shock the Russian people and ignite interest from the world's UFO research community. But how could such compelling accounts have been kept secret for so long? And why?
The problem that we had in the Soviet era, prior to 1992, you're dealing with fundamentally a totalitarian system in which UFOs and USOs were not to be talked about. So there was a lot of secrecy. And with the end of the Soviet Union and the release of some of those files that we now have had access to, one of them concerns an undated account of a Russian submarine in the South Pacific.
A Russian nuclear sub encountered a formation of what appeared to be alien spacecraft at depth under the water.
All right, Derek, you ready for this?
At a depth of approximately 260 meters, crew aboard a fully weaponized Russian nuclear submarine detect 6 unknown objects on their sonar, traveling in formation directly towards them. What's even more alarming is the speed at which the objects are traveling, in excess of 265 miles per hour.
Underwater.
This was hugely unnerving.
Yeah, the difference is Ray Kurzweil is a futurist who looks at at technology, and I don't understand how that's irrelevant. Why would you bring something arbitrary like Edgar Allan Poe to a response about the future of technology being discussed by a futurist, namely Ray Kurzweil? I don't get that. That's a strange, arbitrary,
For these highly trained.
Yeah, but I want to bring this up for people to hear.
Military personnel, and it was quite unlike anything they'd ever seen or experienced before.
6 disc-shaped objects traveling in formation continue on their trajectory, gaining speed as they head directly towards the submarine.
They were going at incredible speeds, but then when the submarine became alarmed at what was happening with these objects and slowed down its speed, the objects did exactly the same thing, mirroring what the submarine was doing.
They just don't understand human behavior, and they just don't know, which is why they mirrored us exactly.
Russian crew are at first stunned by what they're witnessing, then quickly man their battle stations.
The captain, fearing that a collision was imminent and that he was under attack, ordered an emergency surfacing of the submarine.
Platonic zombie. Who are we? This is what I don't understand about people. You're allowed to do this because you're in my chat, so you get a free reign here. But everybody else is going to get laid out. How do you you say these things like, not you, because I told you you're allowed, Platonic zombie. People say these things like, well, how do you know that we can't do this? Well, I mean, if you sat and studied, I don't know, technology and the trends of technology and what's being happened, you talk to engineers on the cutting edge of technology all over the world, and you're an author about it, and your whole life is based off of studying these things, you would probably have a better idea of what's possible with human ingenuity than a rando on the internet with they call them keyboard warriors. You would absolutely have a better idea. So it's up to us to look to people who have those kinds of expertise to get an idea of what's humanly possible. And according to, again, research and well-researched people, it's not possible. We don't have that tech.
The submarine finally breaches the surface, narrowly avoiding a collision. But what happens next is even more astonishing.
Michio Kaku, I read his books too. Future Humans. Projecting the possibility of what could be possible with fusion technologies and all these other, but we're talking centuries into the future. Not 10 years, not a decade, centuries. Does anybody know Michio Kaku? Am I just bringing up a random person? There's a reason why I cannot believe. You know what, Platonic Zombie, I'm so glad you're in the chat challenging me, because that's the kind of perspective that I have to speak for people to hear, okay? This perspective of, oh, so you read a couple of books about this? So? Don't you want someone who does research to talk about these things? I just feel like...
So here's a Soviet submarine commander dealing with this terrifying situation. They then saw through the periscope these 6 objects come out of the water and take off at some absurdly fast speed.
One can only speculate about the intent of these USOs. Was this a hostile act of some sort, or were they just fleeing detection? We don't know.
Researchers believe what the Russians encountered was a squadron of underwater extraterrestrial spacecraft.
Does the chat believe that there are underwater UFOs, what do you call them, USOs, unidentified submerged objects? Do you believe that UAP are under our oceans, for example? If you don't believe that, then you believe something that isn't aligned with the data. Well, we can assume and make up all kinds of possibilities, but according to the data, there are UAPs under our oceans, some of which make people like the military, who is observing this kind of activity, believe that there may be a base underwater on our planet, which means they're not afraid of water because they dive into it.
If you can travel that fast underwater, water is just another medium, so their craft can fly under.
I appeal to data.
Water just like they can above water. That tells me that these aren't conventional technology. It's nothing earthly made.
What we're dealing with here is very clearly advanced technology. So we have to draw the conclusion.
How does she know it's advanced technology? You don't know that. It could just be Ad McWest argument here.
That perhaps this is some sort of extraterrestrial technology that we're dealing with. That's what makes this case so compelling. The speed, the movement of the objects, and the rate that they disappeared. It's incredible.
However, the most chilling encounter revealed in Russia's declassified reports doesn't involve unidentified submersible objects, but the alien creatures believed to inhabit them. Siberia, 1982. With a depth of 1,642 meters, Lake Baikal is the deepest freshwater lake in the world. Russian Navy divers are conducting a research mission. Given the depth of the lake and its frigid temperature, little is known about what lies beneath the surface. 7 Russian divers are at a depth of 50 meters. When suddenly, the frogmen realize they are being watched.
Okay, I see what you mean, Platonic Zombie. You know, this is why this is exactly why I appreciate people like Platonic Zombie, because he's right. I don't actually have a defense against that. You're right. To be fair, you are correct. That Ray Kurzweil would be an appeal to authority, because he is an authority in the futurist field, the people that claim that they have, like I've done all the research, I've done the studies, and I tell you this is where we are. To your point, Platonic Zombie, that is a hole. I will accept that as a hole in my argument, to be fair.
Strange humanoid figures were much bigger than human beings and appeared to be wearing helmets of some sort. What on earth are we to make of an encounter like this? It's one thing to talk about USOs, but quite another to talk about humanoid entities deep in the lake.
These were large beings, human-shaped but like 9 feet tall, wearing what seemed like very tight-fitting silvery suits. Not your normal scuba gear, basically. Swimming in the water, what they've come to call...
Oh, they probably just misidentified them as seals. That's probably what they are. Ravens Creek Charm, wow. Platonic Zombie, there needs to be balance. You get my perspective. Balance is important. Also, challenging me is important because, again, iron sharpens iron here. But I can't contend with that. That was a good point. I missed it because I was too stuck on my point. What up, Drunk Physics? Keeping it 100. We just talking about aliens underwater, you know.
All the swimmers of Lake Baikal.
What were these creatures? Why did they not seem to use what we would be using to sustain life? There were no oxygen tanks. So there are lots of interesting facets to this. You have creatures.
Clearly, they're able to use a device that can extract oxygen or whatever element they need to survive, breathing-wise or whatever, from the ocean, which is why they were wearing these strange jellyfish type of helmets or whatever. They can't breathe underwater or whatever apparatus you want to use or you want to say about it. They needed it for some kind of life-sustaining purpose.
That are underwater and surviving with technology that we don't comprehend.
The Russian divers then make a fateful decision.
When human beings think of technology, they think of something crafted by human hands or by the hands of something. These beings have these long, spindly fingers. What do you think they're making with them? Nothing. Do you see the German UFO video? Did you hit me up in Discord, Drunk Physics?
They try to
get to the chopper. Yeah, now. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Capture one.
The divers attempted to capture one of these creatures, but at this point, so the documents say, the entities reacted.
A powerful, unknown force suddenly propels the entire group of divers up from the deep water to the surface.
They did a rapid rise to the surface of the water. Well, when you do that too fast, you suffer from decompression and you get the bends, and it's deadly. There were 7 of these divers, and 3 of them died. And 4 were very severely injured as a result of this.
Why did these creatures react the way that they did?
The benevolence of these beings. Oh, so benevolent. Oh, Space Brothers, thank you so much. Ocean Space Brothers, thank you. Thank you so much for you. Oh, you killed some of our... it's because we did it.
I have to think that when we began to act aggressively, when the divers wanted to capture one of these creatures and throw a net over it, that perhaps they were reacting in a defensive way when they expelled the...
Yeah, that was pretty... I'm not gonna lie, that was stupid. Platonic Zombie, yeah, that was dumb. First of all, get the heck out of there, you idiots. I just saw some strange creature with a freaking helmet on, walking around like people, swimming around like people, but with fish feet. I'm gonna go try to catch one. My name is Russian Diver.
Divers to the surface.
If we can believe what we've read in the reports, these are extraterrestrial beings.
But again, knowing that they could... I can fly at 300 miles an hour underwater, turn into a spacecraft, fly off, avoid them at all costs. But I'm gonna go and show up in front of them. I'm gonna go show up in front of them because I just don't know how are humans gonna act. I've only been here for a couple thousand years. I don't know. Let's see. Beam, laser beam, killed, pull out the top. Oopsie, sorry, didn't know that was gonna happen. My name is Extraterrestrial Space Brotherhood. Stop it. Stop it. You stop it right now.
Something.
Self-defense. It would seem like self-defense, except why did they even engage the Russian divers in the first place? Why did they do that? Why are we not asking these questions? Why did you engage the human race when you know how they would react? How do I know they know? You're telling me that these beings are that advanced but don't know how they've been here for all this time, but oops, had no idea humans would react this way. Dude, it's part of the deception.
Otherworldly.
Could these Lake Baikal creatures really be from another world, as UFO researchers believe? According to Russian documents, the surviving divers were too shaken.
If a baby tried to attack me, I wouldn't be like, kill it. You might, because you're scared of a baby, but I wouldn't be afraid. If I went up against a teenage kid and he's like, he tried to grab me, I'd just be like, man, what's wrong with you, man? Go eat some Cheerios, okay? That's what I do. Why? Because they're weaker and smaller than us. And I know this. Look at them. They're swimming all slow. If I was an extraterrestrial intergalactic brotherhood of the undersea water people, Atlantean civilization, I am an Atlantean from the intergalactic federation. I'm sitting here swimming around at 300 miles per hour watching these humans slowly in their giant freaking massive iron capsules just like pushing back water. We're zooming around underwater. Look at it. Like, oh, look at those dummies up there using all this stupid technology. I'm going to go and see what's going on. Ah, I'm so scared. Death ray. Makes no sense.
And to speak about the incident. But researchers believe the Russian government prevented them from speaking out. And if that's the case, what could they have been trying to keep secret?
Yes, I think they would have. I think that it would be dumb for them to allow themselves to be captured. I think it is cruel to harm a weaker and lesser being than you, knowing that you didn't have to. They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to. They didn't have to, which means two things. One, they're either benign, meaning they're indifferent, and just as you're saying, they did defense mechanism, laser beam, death. Or two, they're malevolent, and they intentionally put themselves in a situation to be in combat with us, even in a small way. Don't forget where your place is, human beings. I don't know, but I am only pushing back against the benevolent space brother narrative because it's ridiculous and it's dangerous.
They would be concerned about the potential threat, but they'd also be intrigued to know what these entities were, what the technology that they possessed was, and of course, could they acquire...
Yeah, the deception is that they don't, we didn't know. The deception is the idea that they don't know what they're doing. That's the deception. They know what they're doing. The others, okay? It is ridiculous to believe that they're so advanced and they're so, the benevolence, they're so advanced, there's so much more than us. We are the ones who are violent. And they know this. This is where the logical inconsistencies come into place. They know this, but like they're still engaging with us in ways that they know we'll try to we'll try to do something. Like, we're going to try to figure these things out. We're going to try to capture this thing. No, man. No. Yes, it was done what the Russian divers did. It was stupid. Why would you do that? However, they knew that.
Acquire that technology themselves, and indeed weaponization is always something at the back of the mind of any government official looking at the UFO and indeed USO mystery. If there's a technology down there more advanced than our own, we want it.
Man, that sounds terrible. We want it. I don't think it's a good idea for us to get a hold of intergalactic technology. Look what we're doing to each other now. Because then we could go and blow up other countries, but we won't use it for the betterment of mankind because of national security. But we will put it on our aircraft that are also aerodynamic and then use it against other nations.
UFO investigators believe the Lake Baikal encounter indicates that extraterrestrials may be able to survive frigid water.
Well, Platonic Zombie, you missed out on the beginning of the show where I literally spent like an hour going over the logic tree, trying to explain as clearly as I possibly could the insanity of some of these ideologies, some of these belief systems. I also provide a counter to those belief systems, but I use, again, what do we know versus what do we believe? Well, some people believe, like you just said, like, how do I know they have a different culture than us? What if their culture is different? I don't care. They understand our culture. They understand our mentality. They understand our psychology. Hence why we listened to the Terry Lovelace account yesterday, and we're debating why I'm debating about it again, because again, they know. They know. And I wanted to make clear that's a perfect example of them knowing everything about us, every single abduction experience. It was like they were inside of my mind. It was like they saw everything inside of my head. It was like they knew me better than I knew myself. It was like they knew all the people that I loved and knew in my family. It was like they appeared to me as somebody that I loved most in my life. It was like they know us. They know us. It is insanity, unfounded idiocy to believe they don't understand what they're doing to us. They do. Enter the entire abduction and contactee phenomena.
And that interaction with them comes with risks. But if that's true, where was their craft?
So what if we are known to be hostile throughout the galaxy, so they only send their version of special forces here? Pff. That is a karaoke, good one. I like that. Who knows? I mean, I'm not saying that's true, but that's a good theory. That's a good possibility.
Is it possible they've constructed bases deep below the surface?
The oceans are about as remote a place as you can get on this planet. If you want to conduct yourself on a world secretly without a lot of interference, it's actually ideal.
We know less about the deep ocean than we do about the surface of the moon or Mars. It's a complete mystery.
Logically, it makes complete sense to actually hide stuff underwater, because it would be very hard for a hostile government to actually find an alien base of some kind under the water. You've got all that protection, the mud, the silt.
You want to know? You want to know how I know? I'm gonna do this again, okay? I'm gonna do this again. This is the last time I'm bringing up this freaking abduction account, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna play this. I want you guys to please pay attention, please, okay? And then when I get back real quick, I'm gonna down all this caffeine. I'm gonna stimulate my bowels, okay? And we're gonna have this conversation again. Well, they found the Baltic Sea anomaly. Holla at me, Drunk Physics. You want to jump on here? Because I don't know if our guest is gonna be here now. I'm waiting for the response. Which is okay. But I'm gonna play this and then we're gonna talk about it. This is an excellent video. It's so weird that like there's so many contradictions in the people believe. Fake abduction account. Every abduction account is fake to people that don't want to believe in the account itself. Every single one.
Covina, California, 1963. In this small farming town on the outskirts of Los Angeles, 17-year-old Linda Porter awakens to find herself aboard a strange craft. From what she is able to recall later under hypnosis, a small creature that appeared to be a gray alien led her towards a light-filled room where she encountered another type of being, one much taller and with the features of a praying mantis.
Very standalone, very odd case. The fact that this occurred in 1963 is very intriguing because it's before the abduction phenomenon became popularized.
There have been depictions throughout various abduction scenarios that include the gray aliens and this larger, tall insectoid being. Very praying mantis-like.
Linda Porter claims that throughout her teens and 20s, she experienced numerous other encounters with these alien beings. But it wasn't until the age of 45 that she finally reached out to investigative journalist Linda Moulton Howe to tell her story.
I received a letter carefully written from Linda Porter. This led up to her sending me a whole lot of drawings.
These drawings appear in Linda Moulton Howe's book, Glimpses of Other Realities.
One of the drawings was of a praying mantis about 8 feet tall in a room that was very odd, had a cylindrical object and sparkles of light.
There have been quite a number of different types of aliens seen, allegedly, by contactees. But the ones that are really peculiar and very rare are these very scary, skinny, large, basically intelligent insects that have been reported.
People have drawn parallels between the aliens that are reported on board UFOs and insects, particularly bees. The greys, for instance, could be equated in some way to the drone or the worker bee. The so-called praying mantis type could be seen perhaps as the queen bee. Larger than the others, more intelligent, they're taller than a person, 8 or even 9 feet tall. And the gray aliens may handle the person who's being abducted, but in the background, there's this praying mantis type that seems to be calling the shots. According to Porter, she is part of a larger experiment, one in which these aliens appear concerned with her soul.
She said, whatever we humans are, we have an animus, a soul, that is mysterious to them. And they are trying to find out, where does the soul spirit go at the moment of death? And that the non-humans were studying the recycling of the souls in and out of containers.
She talked about being shown 3 cylinders. Contained in each cylinder was a human being in kind of like
lizard people, except they're praying mantis people.
A state of suspended animation.
Linda Porter came away from her 2 or 3 decades of interaction with these non-humans, including the at first terrifying praying mantis, that these are extraterrestrial biological entities that have taken a deep interest in the evolution of life forms here, that they have manipulated DNA in already evolving primates, that they have created a whole series of different models.
If this doesn't sound reminiscent of the entire phenomena, the allegations of genetic manipulation are throughout. The allegations of them being interested in something in human biology is throughout. The idea of them being interested in the human soul is throughout. The idea of the connection between life after death and these beings is throughout. The abduction phenomena and the contact phenomena. This isn't science. This is not science. Drunk physics, you are misrepresenting what we're doing right here. We're not looking at science. We're looking at data.
Might the numerous accounts of mantis-like beings reported by alleged alien abduction victims, along with the ancient San story of a praying mantis god, be evidence that an otherworldly race of insectoids?
Correlation is not causation. Persistence is still noteworthy, though. If you think that, if there are people that, at what point will you accept any? I can't even with you. You're gonna have people are gonna have a hard time. The people that are gonna have the hardest time are people like Drunk Physics and maybe Platonic Zombie. I'm not sure yet. I still can't figure Platonic Zombie out. We're still trying to figure that out. But Drunk Physics is going to have a very hard time with reality. He's gonna be like, "Oh man, I can't. It's not real. It's all rubbish." Hold on, Platonic. I'm gonna try to bring you in. I couldn't launch Discord on my computer for some reason yesterday. But if I can't launch it, I'll just use the internet version of it. And then one more thing I want to show you guys, and then I'm going to show Platonic Zombie. Hold on one second, y'all. Dagnabbit. I'm going to bring Drunk Physics in, and then we'll start with that. I'll bring you in one sec. One sec. I got to do some things with the programming here. Where are we? Come on. Where is it? I think I sent it to myself. Didn't I? No. I'll have to search it. Hold on. It's like literally like a 1 minute video. All right, so I'm gonna bring it up for y'all. We gotta check this out. And then we'll go over it. We'll talk to Drunk Physics. All right. So that's not it. Really? Seriously? You gonna do this to me? Sometimes it does this weird thing where it will not pull up the page. All right, check it out.
For some kind of are people ready for some kind of revelation that deals with extraterrestrial life?
No.
Life that is interdimensional?
No.
Life that is otherworldly?
No.
And so that kind of revelation unearths people's beliefs.
Yes.
Their religious beliefs.
Yes.
Their spiritual beliefs. What
yes.
They've been taught all of their lives.
Yes.
And so if such a revelation were to present itself,
people would go crazy and deny it altogether.
How does it get presented, and can it be done in a way that people are accepting of it?
No. People will not accept reality that they don't want to believe. Speaking of people that don't want to accept reality, let's call Drunk Physics. Oh my gosh. I'm kidding, man. Calm down. Oh my gosh. I laugh at my own jokes sometimes. I'm going to have to open this up in the browser. Yeah. So, it's over 9,000. Drunk Physics, enter your phone. I'm calling you on Discord.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you are. It's rubbish.
I think I see that you've now made Dagnabbit part of your vocabulary since Tim Burchett keep using it, huh?
No, he says Daggummit. I've been using Dagnabbit for years. Daggummit is what Tim Burchett says. That's a new one. I should start using it again now that you mentioned it. I love that. I love that term. It's freaking awesome. Oh no. Yeah, dude, we gotta play something real quick. It's really important. I want you to be a part of this, okay? Give me one. It's really important. David Grush is speaking to the I believe to the IG right now. So I want you to listen to that, and then we're gonna, if you will, talk about this.
Well, wait. Can you just explain that again? What's going on right now?
So David, right now on BBC, David Grush is having an interview with BBC and his lawyer. So with David Grush and his lawyer, which was the previous I believe. Let me just make sure I'm correct about this. Let's see here. Yeah, and his lawyer. So let's check it out right now, because apparently I missed it. I thought somebody hit me up on chat and was like, "Hey, it's on tonight at 10," and I'm like, "Okay, well,
has helped him with fundraising, has helped him with political support."
Hold on.
Hello, good evening. It's 10 o'clock. Welcome to the World Tonight.
10
I'm
UK
Julian
time.
Warren.
Yeah, it's 10 UK time, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 13 minutes ago, so it's on right now.
So let's check it out.
In the past half hour, Donald Trump has...
Yeah, and if you want me to pause it, just tell me, and to say anything, I'll pause it. I want you to be a part of this because I think, it's important.
Pleaded not guilty in a courtroom in Washington to 4 charges over allegations he plotted to overturn the result of the 2020 presidential election.
That can't be
Crowds have gathered outside the court.
Donald Trump arrived at court
and entered the property. 5 people have been
it's
arrested.
After Trump.
Scientists instate claims made by 3 of her former dancers who are taking legal action against her in a court in Los Angeles.
It's all about Trump at the moment.
He said it's after this. So hold on, let me just ask him real quick when it's going. Let me ask him.
Obviously, it's the president of the United States.
I'm watching BBC 24 now.
Okay, he said it's on after, so right after this crap, it's on then. Because I don't care. I really don't care.
2
about
different figures in front of the American population. Doesn't it then get much harder for him?
What happened with
Well,
Trump?
that
He had a
remains to
court
be
appearance,
seen.
right?
I mean, the polls right now show
Yeah.
him, many of them.
Isn't there? Is it? Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to just wait. So I guess we'll talk, and then if you see it come up, let me know. But
Yeah, I'll let you know when it starts. I've got it running in front of me. That means
Okay.
we haven't missed it, right?
No, we haven't missed it. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
I mean,
man.
where do you want to start? Do you want to start on the pointlessness of listening to random people talk about the fact that they've had alien encounters, or do you want to talk about the trash that you just showed about underwater?
You son of this mother freaker. Let's start with whichever one you want to. Let's go with that. You pick one. We'll go with it.
Okay. Well, as much as I love Nick Pope, and you know I do have a lot of respect and time for Nick Pope.
Yeah.
That video was such a big pile of donkey poop. But where do you want me to start? Do you want me to start with the fact that they think praying mantises can be giant aliens from another planet? So that they evolved? Let's just talk about that. Let's just talk about that for a second. So we're just saying, what we're actually saying is that creatures evolved in exactly the same way a praying mantis did, but except they evolved in such a way to become larger than humanoid form.
So that is what is. I don't know about the evolved part. I think it would potentially could be just the created part. Why do I think that? I think that because.
Wait, pause. Do you believe in evolution?
Yeah, but not like what? Not like the macroevolution. No way.
Okay.
No, I do not believe in macroevolution.
Okay, but you accept that the adaptation must have occurred to
100%.
produce.
Yeah, 100%.
So
obviously,
so whatever world they're living on has caused them to have. Think about the predators and preys that you're saying on their planet that required them to have these weird-looking arms and legs and eyes. It's nonsensical. There's good reason why praying mantis is the shape it is, because it's come from the insect world. It doesn't make sense to have that size shape on a macro scale that's the size of humans. Like it's just a nonsense. And if they've evolved, then they will have evolved themselves out of that, because they would be in a non-predatory environment. So just junk, complete crap. Sorry to tell you.
Well, if we were to go by the as we understand the evolutionary paradigm, right? The idea that there are these mutations that happen, many mutations that happen over, whether it be millennia or more, and that eventually these changes, these genetic changes and these genetic anomalies or mutations over time will create a new organism ultimately that is more adapted to its environment, or is better adapted to its environment. Then of course I can understand why you would be, with our paradigm here on Earth, why that would make no sense. But if you go by what has been suggested by other scientists, and I'm not one of them, again, I can only go by the people that I hear, like you, for example, are a physicist. You've done all this research on physics and the science behind that. I've read books about it when I was younger. Now I look at the philosophical implications of physics and quantum physics versus the science behind it. And so I grasp those concepts versus the science itself, because I'm not a mathematician. I couldn't possibly keep up with anybody in quantum physics. Okay, so I'm looking at a digested form of what physics suggests. And these types of sciences suggest. Now, when I look at that,
you need to pause, because you go on these diatribes, and there's so many points in there that it's hard to like.
Sorry, I know you're right. I apologize. I do that all the time.
So just to before we come back to what you're saying, Gary Oakey's speaking about the evolution of dinosaurs and saying why not praying mantises, because dinosaurs are basically massive lizards. Like, why, if you can have a massive lizard, why can't you have a massive praying mantis? That's I think his point. My answer to you, Gary Oakey, is the number of adaptations that have occurred due to multiple evolutionary consequences, specifically pressure, temperature, surrounding prey, surrounding consumables for the creature, has made it that particular shape and have those particular look. For an alien species to have got exactly those identical adaptations. Well, let's put it another way. What's the probability that it looks something similar to we have already on the planet? Like, it should be.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's tiny. It's tiny.
Because
of the way in which.
I got a question. What's the term for a bipedal organism? What is the term? There's a term that I heard Richard Dolan use in a conversation just recently, where now I'm going to try to be more, I don't want to convolute my conversation. You're talking about me convoluting the conversation, which I do, and I apologize. Richard Dolan talked to somebody the other day where he mentioned a type of bipedal organism, and he said there are scientists who say, oh, it's ridiculous to believe that gray aliens exist, as has been described by many people, witnesses, awake and otherwise, because why would a bipedal organism have evolved on another planet? It's nonsensical. It doesn't make sense that they would evolve in that bipedal form like us, a humanoid form. And yet we have all these accounts, including allegations from people who've been involved in these programs, that claim that that they have been they have captured and studied these organisms that are bipedal. Well, that's an argument that's been made, and essentially there isn't a reason for why. They don't know, they can't say why, but they're saying that it's real. People all over the world have described these beings being bipedal, 2 eyes, two arms, 2 legs, ears, and everything that we are. They represent in some form, with some slight variations. What about that?
I mean, so I think our generalized argument is the fact that these aliens could be bipedal, and we have bipedal humans. Why would they have evolved the same way to be bipedal?
The argument, the point that I'm trying to make is, you saying that they can't be bugs is the same argument.
No way. I get that. I get what you're saying. I'm just stating the argument so that I can give you a response. Because what you're about to do is you're about to associate one human trait, being bipedal, to an infinite set. You're right there. An infinite set. Have a drink.
Sorry, I'm having a really bad. When it's like 90 degrees right now, and I've been having some really bad issues. So guys, listen, if you hear me, I am having some really bad, I have allergic reaction to pollen. It's really bad. I'm surprised nobody else can hear. Nobody said anything, but
you mean you have hay fever? You have hay fever?
Yes. Yeah. It's really bad. It's really bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad. I apologize.
Do you take pills for the hay fever?
No, I do not, because I can't swallow pills. I'm on a completely liquid diet I've been on a liquid diet for 2 years now. I can't swallow solid foods.
Right. Do you do the sprays? Eye drops, nasal spray?
The nasal sprays I do, but only on occasion. I should be doing the whole draining thing and then using the sprays every day. I do not. So to be honest, it is my fault. I hear you, doctor. I literally talked to my doctor today. They said the same thing.
Checking, only asking because I care. Listen, I'm going to answer your question about bipedal. The evolution to becoming bipedal or standing upright has strong evolutionary process for dominance in society, for the dominant species to be bipedal. So the idea that they're bipedal is a non-issue. It generalizes the case that when an object becomes bipedal, it looks taller, it stands taller. There are gravity reasons in terms of blood and brain and heart that are greatly improved by being bipedal. So to be honest with you, like it's just a non-conversation as far as I'm concerned. This is just one trait of the body, right? We've also evolved to not have a tail, yet we still have a tailbone. So at some point we may have had a tail, right? As we still have the bone that protrudes for the tail.
Yeah.
So if you believe we come from monkeys, then sure, then that would make sense to some degree. But the point being that we have got leftover evolutionary traits because of consequences of surrounding pressure, temperature, prey, etc., etc., etc. For an object to turn into a praying mantis, it needs to have had all of those same variables, and it's just, you're talking about millions and millions of years sets of equal, like, it's like saying that there's an oak tree on another planet. Okay, what's the probability? And this is a lot simpler. This is a lot simpler than something that's a praying mantis. What's the probability that an oak tree grows on an alien planet?
I have no idea what the probability of that is. How do you quantify that?
Well, I'll answer that question. It's not. It's actually very quantifiable, because if you look at the variance in species of plants and foliage, you'll notice that there is an extremely large diversity of species amongst plants, trees, and animals. And not only that, right? It just goes one step even further than that. Is that you're not only saying that these things that look like giant praying mantis, they also happen to be the dominant species, because, like humans, for you to have become the hierarchical system of your planet, you need to have at some point become the dominant species. So that means that they evolved in such a way that they were always winning. And
yeah. What do you call that? What do you call that? There's a name for that. There's a scientific name for a species that has essentially attained dominance in its planet, in its biosphere. It's attained, I guess, what do you call it? Species dominance.
I've only ever learned full dominance. I don't know any other terminology for it.
There was somebody mentioned it. I keep hearing these arguments. I've been listening to these arguments this last couple months because of this reason we're having this debate now. They call it something where species dominance, where a species becomes dominant on its home planet, on its native planet. If we were to hypothesize or to theorize that an alien species evolved on another planet and then became the dominant species to be able to travel the cosmos, that's what we're looking at. We could be looking at with this phenomena, that these beings have evolved and attained dominance, but they've also attained a collective, an organized type of civilization, at least. Maybe even like bees do, for example, like a hive mind, where they're collectively doing something, and so they. But
why are they the shape of praying? You're obfuscating the conversation.
No.
Why are they the shape? So why are they the shape of praying mantis?
I don't.
Why are they the shape?
I don't know. I don't know. This is what's being alleged. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, they can allege whatever they like, but it doesn't make any logical sense. Look at the species diversity, and what you're saying is that something like, that became the dominant species. Just as another point, first of all, let's go to Garioki's point about hay fever and local honey, which I'd like to agree with Garioki is a well-known. Way to help hay fever is to consume the local honey. So if you get a local farmer's honey and you just put it in your tea or whatever, it will help with your hay fever.
As long as it's not the gritty stuff that I've seen they call, what do you call it, bee wax or whatever the freak it is. It's something else. It's something.
Just dissolve it into a hot tea. Even if it's sugar, it will dissolve.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to check that out. I need something. It's getting worse and worse. The hotter it is, the worse it is, obviously. And
I would recommend. Or get some local honey with a tea, put it in there, and you will find that your at least your throat's going to be slightly improved. I just are the Armenian. I like to dignify people's comments because it's important. He says, well, they could have been a spacefaring civilization. Then, if they're at some point, they can't have been a spacefaring civilization because adaptation can only occur through environmental purposes. That could be other species. It could be temperature. It could be weather. It could be.
Can I say something?
For example, right now. Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
I am willing to take the leap, the logical leap, just to be very transparent here. I'm willing to take the logical leap that there's something that we don't understand about the nature of evolution, if you will, or the nature of any kind of adaptation when it comes to what these beings represent, what they actually are and represent. I'm willing to take that leap. You're not, because the material science does, as we know it, doesn't suggest that that's possible. I think that the difference is what we're able to, what we are willing to accept, or what we're willing to, the kind of logical leaps we're willing to make. I'm willing to make that leap. You're not.
Because I don't make any leaps that aren't based in fact, science, have evidence, that kind of stuff. Why would I make a leap? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that there are. Yeah, I'm sure, and I was about to say, I'm sure that there are things that, that aliens are doing that are beyond my understanding of the laws of physics, and I'll sit here and parade the fact that I claim to have understood the laws of physics to a decent enough level to know whether something's not possible when they've proved that it clearly is, right? Yeah. And that's fair, because that's part and parcel of developing as a species, technology, understanding, and yeah, there's a possibility that I could be wrong. There absolutely is, and I'm not going to sit here with the immense amount of pride to say that there is no possibility that you could be correct. But what we're going to do is, at least if you've got no evidence, use the balance of probabilities, for goodness sake. Like,
no,
it's
I
like telling me...
Yeah, I have to be honest.
Yeah.
So real quick, I have to be. This is why I said what I said, because I want to be honest with you. Like I don't want there to be any kind of misunderstanding of my position. My position is that people are experiencing something. They claim to be experiencing something. That something, it shows itself or manifests itself in these ways, and it's consistent across the board for experiencers, abductees, alleged abductees of this phenomena, and has been for at least the last 100 years. And so if the only thing that I can do is work with the data that I have, and the data does absolutely 100% does suggest, doesn't prove, it suggests that we're witnessing what people are claiming, again, at mass with this phenomena that we're experiencing. Mantid-like creatures, bug-like looking creatures, ones that look like grays but have the mantid-like triangular faces, big black eyes. Again, all of these bug-like features, along with the humanoid structure, we are seeing this awake and through these altered states. So I have to go by that.
Okay, you're grinding my goat now, because this is like we're getting some spurious crapola coming out. So we've got the Armin Yan saying, well, it's been seeded to multiple planets from an original source.
That's a big leap. That's a big leap. Okay, those are theories.
Okay. Let's dignify it. The answer to that is something called chaos theory, which says that initial conditions with tiny variants can have a massive change in the outcome. Something like a butterfly swings its wings somewhere can cause a tornado somewhere else.
Yeah.
And this crazy idea that even if you were to seed two planets the same way, right, with the same initial source, the likelihood that you'll end up with the same genetic outcome is nonsensical. I'm sorry. It's not even. It's laughable. It's actually laughable.
And yet, it's being alleged by military personnel who've allegedly directly worked on this phenomena. That's
they're
what
alleging
we're
that there's a. Wait. Which credible person? Sorry, I'll stand happily to the side here.
David Grush literally said under oath the other day, last Wednesday, I believe, that
praying mantises.
No. That they made that he entered the holographic principle into the record.
No, I don't care about any of that. I'm not interested in that. He's got some spurious physics that he's discussed with someone, second-hand knowledge. I have got no time. Like, with all due respect,
with all due respect, if you were a part of a scientific panel where your job was to understand this phenomena, and you're talking to scientists who are observing and studying this phenomena, would you have a better understanding of that technology, or would I? Or what they represent, or would I? Which one of us would have a better understanding?
No, we're both making a best guess. It's irrelevant. We're both making a best guess. My best guess.
Which one would be better?
Okay, so I'm okay. But the word "better" is not a good word. What I think you're trying to say is what would be more probabilistically likely to be correct.
What would be more informed? What would be a more informed take on this?
That's also, there is no informed. There's a nonsensical comment. There's a nonsensical language.
If you have access to data that I don't, you don't think that you'd be more informed than I would?
No, we have to be careful with the word data again, right? Because when you say that, you consider someone who has experience with aliens and says that they get abducted a piece of data. I do not.
I do.
So we have to be very careful.
But I'm not referring to that. That's not what I'm referring to when I'm talking about the holographic principle.
All right, but we're going to be very careful with our language. First of all, David
don't
Rush,
conflate my arguments, please.
One second. I'm trying to take them one at a time, right? Because you're jumping very, very fast. David Grush made a suggested comment based on what he discussed. He doesn't know that to be the case. Do not conflate the fact that he's talking about fact and theory, right? He has a theory that they're using the holographic principle. By the way, for those people that don't know what they're talking about, it's talking about 4D objects projecting into a 3-dimensional space. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. It's clearly something that he's discussed with other physicists for possible solutions to what's taking place here. Why am I upset? I'm not upset. It's just that people are talking junk, right? So it's not you're not making any sense. It's like saying 1 + 1 is 3. Fine, we need to get logic here. At least put in some logic for all that is holy. Right, and another kind of comment from Karaoke. Why are we so arrogant to think that ours is the only physics. You know, there is only one law of physics. There's only one law of physics. It's the same law of physics that everybody has to abide by. It's just a question of whether we know the laws of physics or our interpretation is correct. There's not multiple laws of physics. Like, it's like suggesting that you know, when we look at two stars, okay, that identical looking stars behaving the same way, using our physics to understand them, that there would be a completely different set of physics underlying the behavior and why it looks like that. That's just not how life works, right? We were able to predict the movement. Newton, and we're talking hundreds of years ago, was able to predict the movement of the planets in our solar system using physics. So the idea that physics is only localized, this is what we call it, this concept of localization of physics, is just such junk. We're talking about we predicted the existence of black holes, and we only just proved them. So how, if physics is localized just to the Earth, how on God's green earth were we able to prove the existence when it was a purely theoretical concept first? We had no physical evidence for it, and we built it up over time. Only in the last few years that we've actually gained a picture of a black hole. Like, come on, dude. Like, seriously.
You do realize that you are speaking from a place of hubris, right? I mean, you're making these definitive, like, there's no way that there's any alternative to the physics that we understand. There's just physics that we don't understand.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well, okay. There's no alternative physics. There's no other physics out there. This is not localized physics. You're saying essentially that the physics is universal. There are no inconsistencies with physics. It's somewhere out there. That's okay. And yet there's people that there are people that are, again, some of the greatest minds in history that believe that quantum physics explains certain phenomena that cannot be explained with physics. I'm not a physicist. That
didn't make any sense. That sentence just might as well have been hogwash.
Does quantum physics explain certain, like, for example, photosynthesis? I've read about photosynthesis and how it could be a quantum. They say that it's a quantum process. Well, what does that even mean? I don't know what that means.
Okay, well, I can answer that. You ask a question, it's not a problem to answer it. Photosynthesis is the process for most people that don't realize that when light is able to be turned into energy for a plant, right? Yeah. It breathes out carbon dioxide and breathes in oxygen, and it changes depending on night and day. But effectively, it's the process of absorbing sunlight and turning it into energy. So what's it got to do with quantum physics? Well, the way in which the light accesses the leaf is via these small gaps and absorbed in the chlorophyll. Quantum mechanics talks about how waves move through physical objects. Right. Okay, so it is a quantum process in terms of the way in which light is absorbed by, like, for example, chlorophyll in the structure of, say, a leaf or any other greenery that you know of, and it's not unreasonable to accept that quantum physics has some interplay with the way in which waves, because it is a description of waves, that is what quantum physics is, right, in the way in which these sunlight waves are entering the leaf, and it's I don't see, there's no conflict here. There's not breaking any laws of physics, and it certainly isn't conflicting anything to have this.
I didn't say. I don't know if, again, I'm not. I'm depending on you to clarify these things for me, obviously. So then what you're saying is that, again, this is what I don't understand about your argument. You're like, oh, it's nonsensical, it's ridiculous. I'm not saying, listen, guys, the mantids are in control of all of the gray aliens, and the gray aliens are from the Zeta Reticulan star. I'm not making those leaps, dude. I'm not making those leaps at all. I'm saying that, well, this, for example, David Grush claims that he has documentation that we have live bodies of non-human intelligences. He also claims...
Sure, fine, no problem there.
You've got Gary Nolan, who makes similar claims, and every example of people that have come forward, again...
Gary Nolan does not have any evidence. He's never made a claim in which he says that he's seen the existence of aliens, or, we're not... Gary Nolan's has not made those claims. I've listened to him very carefully.
Hold on one second.
If someone...
Do I need to bring it up for you? Do I need to bring it up?
I know what you're going to talk about. You're going to talk about the seed interview where he says there's 100% chance that aliens exist. Okay.
And what did he say about those aliens? What did he say about it? What did he say? What did he say? He said that it's something
Listen.
akin to artificial intelligence or biological artificial intelligence in terms of what these beings represent.
I mean, you're using the word. My issue isn't with what you're saying in terms of the actual description of what you're saying. My issue is with the language that you're using, because it's a miscomprehension of what's taking place. The word "no" means 100% undisputed, incontrovertible. What's the right word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but there's no chance of any discussion on the topic. It's fact, right? When you say no, he does not. What he does know, or what he thinks he knows, and it might well be the case for him. I can't know, because he doesn't share all the information that he has. But what he thinks he knows is that he knows people that work on the program that have seen bodies and ships. That's
Okay,
what he.
So you're saying it's second again? It's like the David Grush. This is all secondhand information. They don't know what they're talking about. These scientists have no idea what they're talking about.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I'm just repeating what these scientists are saying, and you're telling me it's nonsense.
I'm agreeing with you that it is secondhand information. I'm agreeing with you it's secondhand information, and that the idea that he knows it is I think a little exuberant on his part. Right, and considering he hasn't seen it as a scientist, I think that he was using that language to create an atomic shift in the minds of the scientists that were watching him. I don't think that he actually believes it's 100%. I think he believes it's probably 99% in his head.
Okay,
and that's close enough.
I mean, I'm so confused. Like,
we can go back to Gary Nolan. Where are the metamaterials that he's claimed to have investigated? Right? Where's the evidence? He said he put it through some extremely high-level machinery. Okay, the highest level machinery. And what did he publish?
I don't know of anything that they've published, but again, if what Jacques Vallée says is true, and by the way, Gary Nolan has worked with Jacques Vallée on this alleged metamaterial. Okay. Then there's an entire secret college of people that is a conglomerate of like different scientists throughout the world, and specifically in the U.S., who are working on this phenomena in different specialties in the scientific community, and they're not allowed to talk about it. Just like David Grush is Kent. I got to talk about it in the skip. I got to talk about it.
That's such crap. That's such rubbish, because we know that's rubbish, because Avi Loeb has recently just got a load of spherules that we know have come from outside of the universe. Effectively, those are metamaterials.
That's not the same thing as working on alleged government. How?
Why is that not the same? Why is that not the same? They both
Ladies
have
and gentlemen, I want you to listen to
metamaterials.
this. Listen to this. No, hold on. Let me tell you why that's rubbish. All right? Rubbish. Let me tell you why. Okay? What is the comparison between Avi Loeb combing the ocean and finding an 8mm piece of intergalactic material or out of our solar system material versus someone who before, David Grush testified under oath that there's crash retrieval program of non-human technologies, and there are people that are working on it that have a whole freaking craft, there's several of them, intact and some partially intact. That's the same thing as combing the ocean and finding intergalactic material? Are you out of your mind?
You're misrepresenting what's going on. Does Jacques Vallée have any? Does he have any ships? What does he got? What actually does he have? Have you seen the tiny little pots that he walks around with? You're talking
That's
about
all that they show
tiny...
us. That's all that he shows us.
Listen, that's sad rubbish. There's no evidence for it.
I knew you were in there somewhere, Drunk Physics. I knew you were somewhere in there.
Doctor, listen, right? He's not got any physical evidence worth his salt, because if they were any kind of alloys that we hadn't seen, they would have published it in a scientific journal and they would be getting Nobel Prizes.
Right.
They have not.
They wouldn't end up dead or in jail for releasing. Right. Like David Grush claims.
Gary Nolan's already gone on a stage saying he believes that the aliens exist 100%. If he had something to prove, he would publish it. He's ready to go. Right? Gary Nolan's desperate to prove to the world that aliens exist. You can see in his face that seed of doubt how desperate he was. And if he had it, he would be releasing it in a public forum as quickly as he possibly could. He's not got it. Otherwise he would release it. Look, let's do it. Let's play this game another way. Let's play this game another way.
Let's do it.
Okay?
Let's do it.
Let's play this game.
What you got?
Okay. if let's just play, we're going to play a little game, okay? Let's pretend. Let's have a look at the 4 situations. There are 4.
Right.
Number 1, he has it. He doesn't want to release it. Number 2, he doesn't have it and therefore can't release it because he doesn't have it. Number 3, he does have it but finds out that it's actually nothing special. Right. Number 3. Or number 4, he has it and he wants to release it and releases it. Right.
Hold on. Where is there a 5th one? Because you're leaving out one of the most obvious and relevant ones. You made up the 4, but there's only one that's been mentioned in front of Congress under oath, and you didn't even mention it. You didn't even mention
because
it.
it's not.
He has it.
He doesn't,
but cannot release the data on it because
that's not an option.
According to David Grush under oath, it's been suppressed. It's been suppressed and people have been threatened, and that's why there's an entire language in the legislation.
Jack Villet's metamaterials were not given to him, as far as I'm aware, through a Secret Service provision. He hasn't got to. He doesn't have to disclose where he's got them from. Do you know what? In the American government's given everyone 180 days to hand in metamaterials, right? These metamaterials.
Is that the language that was passed? That language was passed. The one that was just recently passed? Okay, the amendment. Yeah. So hold on. Wait. Before you, because I need to address that logic. You're ignoring everything that we sat through during that hearing. David Grush said, first of all, in News Nation, there's a massive disinformation campaign against the American people to disenfranchise them about the truth of this phenomena, right? And then he also mentioned that people have been threatened and or killed as to keep this secret. And what you're saying is, anyway, people don't want to release it because they don't want to. That is ignoring everything that's literally just.
Can we just clarify? Are you saying Gary Nolan has been threatened to be killed if he tells us about the metamaterial that he's discovered?
I think Gary Nolan understands that if he were to disclose that, he would be out of this program where he's able to look at this.
Have you read his Twitter?
I'm all over his Twitter. Are you kidding me? I'm all over his Twitter. I don't understand.
So go and have a look at his Twitter. Go and have a look at his Twitter. Type in search metamaterials, and you will have everything you need to see right there. Okay, and then that's all you've got. That's all you've got.
Because what do you mean? I don't know. What does that matter? What is so?
Because he's been asked multiple times on his Twitter page about metamaterials, and he's always said, "If I've got something to publish, I will publish it."
Okay, well, I mean.
So he doesn't, and he worked with Jack Villet. He's worked with multiple other people who claim to have metamaterials, and he's got nothing. Because if he had something, he would publish it. It's really that simple. It really is that simple.
That's
it's
what you
not
believe.
some super complicated process. No, you. This is all spurious. This is all like conspiracy theory, which you've got no evidence for.
But who's no evidence?
No, none.
That is
You've got zero evidence.
Then how did they get? How did David Grush get bipartisan support for and help write this language in the NDAA as well as the amendment to the NDAA for whistleblower protection? How is it that this person spoke to the IG, the acting IG, and the intelligence committee about intelligence committee, both of them, about this, about the cover up and the threats of violence and the murder and all? How is it that all these people have? By the way, he's brought forth firsthand witnesses to give their information and evidence to these claims. How is it that all this is happening? And you're like, yeah, but that's not really relevant to what Gary Nolan's doing. They're claiming that people have been killed because of this, and you're like, yeah, but anyway, Gary Nolan should just tell us, or else he's just lying. You're ignoring the most important aspect of this.
Gary, you're just playing games. You're playing semantic little games. Has Gary Nolan said that he can't release it? He can't release it because of.
We're gonna have to watch. We're gonna have to watch the interview where he says that there's.
Has Gary Nolan ever said that he can't release the data on metamaterials because of it's classified? Has he ever said anything?
No,
like
he's not. Not that I know of. No, he's not said that. Not that I'm aware of. I have not heard him say that. Not at all.
No. So if he wanted to tell us that he can't release it for any particular reason, then he would. But that's not what he said.
No, that's your take.
You're putting words. No, it's not my take. It's not my take. It's a factual piece of information. You're putting words into his mouth for something that you've got no evidence for. You're saying that.
So
because
what
you're saying?
Yeah.
You're saying that
I see
he's.
what
You're
I see
saying
what
that
you're
he's scared.
Okay.
You're saying that he's scared for his life. That he cannot put it out because he's scared for his life. That's what you're saying, right?
No, I didn't say that.
He's never said-
I think that he's aware of the potential for retaliation if he were to release information about what he knows about it. And plus, on top of that, maybe it's
He's
also
never said
it's also it's no, he has not. It's equally possible that what you're saying is some of what you're saying is correct. For example, what if he doesn't have any access to the data on this phenomenon, which I highly doubt. You're not a scientist of that caliber, and then you speak with certainty the way that he does about the phenomena, and you don't have any information on it. No, it would be nonsensical to believe that. All right, so my position is this: either he has it and recognizes the danger of releasing the data, and recognizes the danger of releasing it, which I think is one aspect of it, or it could be out maybe his sources or people that are working on the program that have told him things that he's not supposed to say, and he doesn't have direct permission or the data itself. He hasn't directly studied the data, but he has scientists that he trusts who have studied this phenomenon, which is exactly what I know he has. He does know people that are working on this program.
I will agree with you about that. One second, I will agree with you about that. That there are. This is his claim. Okay, that we can be on the same page about some stuff here, right? Yeah. His claim is that people that he knows and trusts have told him that who are working on ships, etc., or worked with metamaterials, and that's how he knows they exist, because they're people that he knows and trusts. That's the situation. Has he seen them for himself? No. Has he succeeded in testing anything that has any value in terms of scientific difference?
Yeah. I think that he has. I don't think he's made any changes.
Well, where is it? Where is it?
We don't have.
You're claiming he has. Where?
No, I'm not claiming. He did a. He was on the fun. He was on the documentary.
He's not admitted to that. He's not admitted to that existence, though, right?
He has not explicitly admitted that he said that he has metamaterial that he's studying, and that even a fraction of it, if we understood, he said that somebody, and this is his comment that I keep repeating all the time. I can't fathom this. He said we're building the world with the elements, the periodic table of elements. Somebody is building the world with 250 plus isotopes. That to me is like, I don't even understand how that's even possible. I mean, I'm not a physicist, but can you explain how that's possible? And why would he make a claim like that if he doesn't have data to confirm that? I mean, it's
okay. I mean, look, one of the I'm going to leave you a link in the Discord for you to put up if you want, where he talks about the fact that he's been testing metamaterials. Okay, right. This is his interview. You can watch it for yourself. It's
you want to pull it up now?
Long, so I would.
Oh, okay. Well, who is it on?
It's an hour long, so I would recommend looking at. This was done back a year ago. Okay, so he's had a whole year of testing. He's had a whole year. Okay, we got literally nothing. There was. I'm pretty sure that there was an I'm just looking at IMDb. I'm sure there was an episode or something on the fact that he was testing metamaterials as well. I haven't seen it, but I watched multiple interviews with him over the last few years.
I've mentioned many. This is literally one that I have not seen. Thank you for that, by the way. I have not. I just found out about this chick, the Mara Ildewini or Winnie or whatever. I just found out about her because I saw an interview with her and Jacques Vallée, and it was fantastic. It was amazing. It was really good. But let me just. I think that you should.
Vice also did something about it. These are all stories from the end of December 21 and the beginning of 2022. He's had a long time to come out with any discoveries that he has received. Right? He's put it in the public space that he was looking at them. So if you've put it in the public space that you're looking at them, and just by the way, there's a picture of the Jacques Vallée metamaterials. Right? You'll see how small they are.
They're tiny. Yeah,
right?
They're tiny. Yep.
They're fragments, right?
Yeah,
they're fragments.
It's like somebody chipped a couple pieces off. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy to put that in the same ballpark as the spherules that have come. That apparently could be a crash ship that was done by Avi Loeb. I would be happy to put them.
You're willing to make the leap from the 8mm piece of material that Avi Loeb found through combing the ocean floor to alien technology, but you're not willing to make the leap of people that are claiming to have knowledge of, again, the program, which is allegedly crash retrieval of fully intact craft, as well as bodies of the pilots that are non-human. You don't want you're willing to take one leap. You know what I think?
Why are you saying, hold on a minute. Why are you saying I've made a leap? I've said he
How
said.
the heck
I
can
didn't
you?
say I.
Yeah, but you're willing to accept that as a potentiality. Like, it's possible that
Only if he proves
Avilobis.
it. Only if he proves it. Only if he proves it with actual physical data. You got to be joking. I haven't accepted that to be the case. I haven't accepted it to be the case. I'm just saying that if he proves. No, I'm saying that he's testing currently this variables. He's got multiple companies, including universities in Papua New Guinea, testing those variables.
Do you know what my problem?
I'm waiting for the results. I'm waiting for the results.
Do you know what my frustration is with this and Avilobis specifically? When he hears examples of pilots talking about their encounters with this, again, first-hand witnesses, talking about things, for example, like UAP sitting in a Category 4 hurricane motionless, and then taking off at Mach 2 plus speeds, Mach 1 plus to 2 speeds, out of a hurricane. He says, I don't think that's possible. He literally just says it's not possible, so it can't be. He is literally denying what people are claiming to witness, which means he can't be a part of the conversation because he's looking through a very, very specific lens here. That is one of, if there are beings out there in the universe, they would have evolved similar to the process of evolution that we have, and therefore they couldn't travel at long distances. So we're looking at remnants of the technology from another civilization, through, for example, drones and so forth. We're not looking at any potential real live intelligences interacting with humanity. That's not true. It's just possibly drones, and that what we're witnessing isn't what we're really witnessing. So basically, there's no way that a craft that's a football field wide could travel the way that they're traveling. It's not possible. He literally denies it because it.
But I don't accept that. And again, just because someone's being like, you can't use the illogicality of the opposing side to the existence of extraterrestrials and them visiting Earth and say, well, this guy's super illogical, so that means this must be also illogical.
You're right. That's true, but it's consistent. But it's consistent. No, it is consistent. If the logic matches, if the logic is consistent across the board, then I'm going to say he's ridiculous. Again, he thinks that it's the fragment that he captured. He's like, oh, it could be an intergalactic piece of a spacecraft that is a probe from some alien civilization far out there. That's probably what it could be, a piece of Oumuamua. These are the kinds of hypotheses he makes up, or theories.
He never said that. He never said it could be a piece of Oumuamua. He never said that. He said that no.
He said it could be something like Oumuamua. No. I will bring up the video where he says it just like Oumuamua. It could be a fragment of a probe.
Yeah. No, you just said. Let's just be clear. You just said it could be a fragment of Oumuamua.
I misspoke. He said it could be a fragment of a probe similar to what, like Oumuamua, a probe like Oumuamua that has come into our solar system and left, and a fragment of that could have dropped down. That's not, again. I get it. You're right. I misspoke in that specific sentence. But again, it's not out of the ordinary, or I'm sorry, it's not like illogical to make even that connection, because whether it's a Oumuamua or some other object, he's still saying it's something like a drone. It has to be because he can't fathom the possibility.
No, that's not. Again, that's a misrepresentation, a complete misrepresentation.
How?
I'm happy to explain again. What he has said is that NASA had shown that this had to be an intergalactic, or had not come from the Milky Way, not the Milky Way, sorry, our solar system. Definitely could have came from the Milky Way, our solar system. And we know this because of the speed and the trajectory that it had, that had been tracked by NASA. Okay, it was faster than like 95% of all the other asteroids, rocks in our solar system, and so we had a good understanding of the fact that it had come from outside of our solar system, effectively allowing us an opportunity to look at materials that have never originated here. Now, why is that so important? And I think it gets misrepresented a lot, is that our sun, when it was created, right, had a star that existed before it. That star produced, which was significantly larger than the sun.
Right.
That star produced the heavier elements that we have on the multiple planets that are floating around our current sun. Okay, what was left of the hydrogen after the star had gone supernova is what has made up the other planets and the sun. What the
Thank you for
leftover
saying
hydrogen
this.
has made up.
I appreciate this. I appreciate this explanation. I have a question after this.
And so, therefore, the idea that something has come from outside of our solar system means that it couldn't have been generated by the star that had existed prior to the sun. And this is a fundamental concept in physics. We have an understanding of the kind of elements that could have been produced by a star that had exploded to produce the planets that we have here and the star that we've currently got. If you look at the main sequence for stars, you will see that the sun is actually on the main sequence, and it's quite low down on the main sequence, right? It is not a big star. It is a very mediocre star. There's nothing special about our sun at all. And so therefore, when we get something that's outside of our solar system coming in, it's going to mean that it was developed in a star far, far away. And if it's made of alloys, we would immediately know that it is not made from a star, because we know what's made by stars, because physics is not an objective, it's not subjective just because it's localized. It applies everywhere in the universe. And so we'd be able to determine whether it's alien materials or not. And the one thing that you should be happy about, and I find it funny that you kind of want to dismiss it, is that Avi Loeb is coming up towards aliens from science. You guys are coming down from the premise that aliens exist.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Before you do that, okay?
Go ahead.
Jacques Vallée said that the metamaterial, the reason why they first of all, the reason why they know the metamaterial is from for example, actual spacecraft from another civilization. Again, they say there's almost certainty that it is because of what you just the explanation you just gave is exactly why. Again, I can't give that explanation. I can't repeat the explanation. But essentially, the material is made from outside of our solar system, and it's manufactured. It's not just created; it's manufactured. I'm sorry, it's not just out of our interstellar. It's also manufactured. That means that somebody manufactured a piece of material from outside of the solar system and then brought it here. Why would we do that? And that's essentially their argument. This is what Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan's argument is. Why would someone here, and how, first of all, will we travel outside of the solar system? Because you just explained the whole idea of our star has this. I guess everything in our solar system has a certain makeup. The material science says that you just can't. Nothing outside of this. I'm sorry. Nothing within the solar system would represent the kind of makeup that we're seeing with this metamaterial. That's what's being claimed by Jacques Vallée and by Gary Nolan, and that it's been manufactured. Why do I believe that they have something that's more solid in terms of it? I believe it because I believe their claims. I think that Jacques Vallée is telling the truth, and I think that Gary Nolan is telling the truth.
Not a claim. It's not a claim. It's a hypothesis. It's a theory. It is not a claim of fact. You're mixing the two things up. This is a hypothesis. Okay. It's a hypothesis.
Hold on.
They are saying that theoretically they believe that is the case. Will you allow me to
please? Will you allow me to show you this? I just want you to speak to this because I think I did this before, and I don't remember if you. I really just want you to just speak to this, please. Hold on 1 second while I pull up this clip.
What do they want?
One sec, everybody. Oh my gosh, here we go. Where are we? Come on. It's just a clip of Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan talking about that. I just.
Does this drunk physics guy have their own channel? No.
Yeah, they're asking about your channel. Well, you do, but you don't use it. You go onto other people's channels, and I think that's awesome.
There's only two people's channels I go on. That's this one and a guy called Jim, who I really like, who is much more into the ancient alien stuff. And just these two are my favorite channels. So these are the only two I really visit, to be honest.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm sure you like Jim's channel more than mine. But let me see if I can find. It's in this video.
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? Because Jim is isn't he like what is his major? What's his major in college again? I forget. I only talked to him one time. Philosophy. But he also studies the sciences, and his perspective is more scientifically grounded than what mine might be. Because I go by a lot of most of my perspective is based.
I don't think so.
You don't? I've only talked to him one time. And from that one conversation, I've been like, I've gotten the kind of the idea that he's oh, come on, where the
no, he's an Ancient Aliens guy. He really loves all that stuff. You know.
I mean, I think there's.
What is my take on Fravors? What am I taking Fravors' account? Well, I think just to let you know, Fravors' account is the reason why I even investigate. I even investigated the whole topic. You know, Fravors' account and the Nimitz and all of the surrounding. I love that picture, by the way, the one that you just passed. I think that's a really important picture for UFO.
I don't know where it was.
You literally just passed it. Just go back like 10 seconds. I don't know. But it's a picture of an old picture of a UFO that we know can't have been
this one
made up. It's a black and white picture. No, it's not that one. Fravor actually had multiple sensors which they'd reset to determine the existence of the Tic Tac. That Tic Tac definitely existed. What it is and where it comes from, etc., etc. The best theory for the existence of the Tic Tac is UAPs. That is the best running theory that I am aware of. No physicist, no scientist, no person in the government has come up with any other running theory that has any meaningful knowledge. So, for example, if they say to you, "Oh, it's probably Chinese drones or something," right? We know based on the movement that it did, based on the physics that would need, the technology that would need to obey those particular laws of physics, it's just not possible. So we know that's ultimately that is the first real piece of irrefutable evidence I have ever seen for the existence of UAPs and also the existence that they are from out of our Earth. That's my opinion.
They put the documentary behind a paywall. Now it was free for the longest time. Now it's behind a paywall, so I can't even pull up the freaking clip, man. That's really sucks because in this moment it's really important. Jacques Vallée, he says that this metamaterial is made outside of our solar system, that it's made up, that somebody manufactured it, that there's a process of manufacturing, and
how would he know that? How does he know that?
He ran it through some kind of a.
He hasn't published anything. You're saying the same thing again, but he hasn't published anything.
So
which means that
your problem is not with. Again, your problem is the fact that you don't get to see the data. That's literally the only. It's what you're stuck on.
Not.
I don't get to see data, so therefore it's not real.
Science needs to be peer reviewed. It's not science without peer review.
I agree with you.
Anyone can make any claim. I can say that I've generated all of these alien ships were mine. They're all mine. I invented all of them, and I've made them flying around. I actually an interdimensional human who's been around for the last 200 years. And what are you going to do to disprove that? What are you going to do? Nothing. You can just cry, right? Or you're going to believe the trash that I'm talking because you're not going to know. You've got no evidence. The subjective reality is a pointless conversation. It needs to be verified by independent sources so that we know that it's that it's true. That's how science works. That's the theory of science.
So you just don't trust Vallée and the others and their allegations about the metamaterial being from outside of our solar. You don't trust that at all. But Avi Loeb, because he has a paper.
I believe it's a hypothesis. I believe it's a hypothesis. No, I don't believe Avi Loeb knows that it's from extraterrestrials. It's a theory. It's a hypothesis. Please don't misunderstand the word hypothesis. It is a running theory that they have. There are alternate theories that might explain those, that might be more likely and better than the ones that they've produced. What's specifically different about David Fravor's account is that the best theory to explain what's taking place is aliens. That is the best. That is the best theory.
Hold on,
there isn't a better theory.
I want to wager you on this one. Okay, I bet Jacques Vallée was telling the truth, and we're going to find that out at some point within the next couple of months. I bet you that this scientific data you're referring to, the idea that we're witnessing craft from outside of our solar system, the idea that the metamaterial, for example, that is being alleged by Gary Nolan and Jacques Vallée, I bet you that data is going to come out and it's going to say the same thing that I've been saying. And at that point, I want to know why you think that I was ridiculous up until the point that we found out that it was true. Because
are you really doing this? Are you really doing this?
Listen to me.
You're saying that you're definitely going to be right, and when you're right, you're going to be laughing.
I'm not going to be right. No. I'm not going to be right. Gary Nolan's going to be right, and Jacques Vallée is going to be right. I'm wagering that.
literally just said, when I'm right, then we're gonna have to have a conversation about why you were wrong.
I want to have a conversation about why you thought this whole time that I was being illogical by thinking that scientists who are working on this metamaterial that are making claims that they're working on this metamaterial and that the nature of the metamaterial is as they describe it. Do you think that's illogical for me to think that they're telling the truth? That it's ridiculous for me to believe that these scientists are telling the truth because they don't have the data. So how can I think of something that there's no data on?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not
you,
what I said.
You
and it's
said my
not
argument's
what I'm saying.
ridiculous.
I'm being very good. First of all, the argument regarding let's just clarify. The argument regarding giant-sized praying mantis is a complete load of.
I don't know. I don't know that.
I'm making that claim.
I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know that. I'm not saying that.
I'm making that claim. I'm just being clear. I'm making that claim. If you want to come back at me and you know the aliens come down and you see them and it's a giant praying mantis, yeah, we'll have a conversation about why I think that it was illogical. Okay, happy to do that. If on the other hand, what you're saying is that Gary Nolan had metamaterials and they were actually alien materials, and once we find out that they were actually alien materials, you're going to come back and ask me why I thought it was illogical for you to believe that they were alien materials. You're wrong. I'm not saying that it's illogical for you to believe that they're alien materials. You can believe that they're alien materials. Right. I just don't think it's the best possible explanation at the moment because they don't have any evidence. It's simple. Evidence is how life works. If I want to prove to you that, you know, I've got magic powers, at some point I'm going to have to prove it. I can't just keep telling you I've got magic powers and expect you to believe it. That's not the world we live in. I don't know what world
that's a false equivalency though. Like okay, so a scientist, one of the most well-respected scientists in the world, Jacques Vallée, is you know, to say that his metamaterial is as he says without any data, and to go off that hypothesis is illogical because we don't have the data on that. That's the same thing as someone claiming they have magical powers. That is it. False equivalency.
That is absolutely. That's the first time you've actually nailed the explanation. That's the first time, and the answer is yes.
This is exactly what people who have this train of thought do. They'll build these false equivalencies and then say, "See, it's the same thing," and it's not because on one hand we have a reputable scientist again who's written for many science. I mean, if you look at Jacques Vallée's pedigree, this dude is legit, right? He's the same thing as a magician, as a random guy with a.
Do you think the laws of physics care about his reputation? Do you think the laws of physics care? No one cares.
No, but I think there's a difference between that and a random guy claiming to have magical powers.
Einstein has been wrong. Einstein has been wrong. Okay, it doesn't matter who you are. You can be the smartest, the greatest, the best, the most respected. He's not the most respected, but you like to think he's very well respected. He's the one. He's look. I'm not going to go. His reputation is irrelevant. Either what he's saying is true or it's false. There is no need to go into, you know, how reputable somebody is, right? You know, the fact that we even listen to him, talk about it is because he has some, you know, historic scientific background.
That's not why. That's not why I listen to him. That's not why I listen to him. There's another guy. Hold on. There's another guy who is a very intelligent engineer who literally he builds these devices where he connects to he alleges that he builds devices to connect to extraterrestrials. Interesting stuff. I'm not saying that I believe him. That's let me get to the point. The point is that this guy is an intelligent guy who's he's got the scientific degrees. He's well respected in his field anyway.
Loads of intelligent people are crazy.
Exactly, and that's kind of my point. The point that I'm making is that I don't believe a freaking word that he said. I think it's ridiculous. And there's a reason why I think it's ridiculous, because what he's doing is he's selling books. He's selling his technology to people so they can contact extraterrestrials just like Stephen Greer does. Gary Nolan and Jacques Vallée aren't doing that. And not only that, they're also, and this is something that's known with, okay, I'm not a part of this alleged secret college, but Diana Pasulka knows people that are a part of this secret college. Diana Pasulka is a respected scientist who is she has religious beliefs as well. I think she's Catholic.
Sure.
And she talks about the same thing that Jacques Vallée says. This secret college of people that have been working on secret programs for the government and the military that they're not allowed to talk about. However, they've tried to find ways to get certain information out to the public in a way that doesn't violate any NDAs.
I don't have a problem with that. None of that you've just said is there's any issue with.
Okay,
the idea
but they're saying
there are secret programs. That's fine. Why is that a problem?
The problem is that when people that are allegedly
you make these massive leaps of faith and then you claim them as reality. No,
I don't think they're. I do not agree with you saying that they're. I think you make the same kind of leaps of faith, just in a different direction.
No, you're saying that Gary Nolan is part of some secret cabal, and the reason that he's not brought out any data on the metamaterials is because he's not allowed to for some reason. Like you've just created a massive backstory to Gary Nolan's life.
I did not say no. I said that. Let me be.
You might as well write the book.
Yeah, let me. I gotta be more. You are creating straw man yourself. Let me in all these false equivalencies and straw mans you're building. Listen to this, okay? Listen to this. Is it consistent? Is the idea that there are people that have access to that information and that they may not want to publish it if they have it because there could be consequences to their career, whether it be through shaming them and through the ridicule that comes with that, and when you're in those kind of sciences, just like you're trying to do. Luckily, if I was a scientist, I'd be like, you're a dick. Excuse my profanity, but I'm not. I'm just a dude, so I'm cool with it. I'm cool with being, I'm cool with it. But as a scientist, think about people that have access to this information that have spoken publicly. Again, like Gary Nolan, who says people like you have no idea what you're talking about because you're not involved with the data. You're not in. I will play. I'm gonna build a compilation of clips from Gary Nolan where he literally addresses people just like you.
What is people like me? What is people like
people from the scientific community, but well-educated, learned people from the scientific community that don't have access to this information and are disputing any of the claims because they don't have access to the data. So if you don't have access to the data, it's not real. It can't be real, and therefore it's because he's a grifter and he's just holding this information up for fun and he's. No, what you say is you gave me 4 examples, none of which are representative of reality. David Grush said under oath that people are afraid to bring this information forward, and you're like, so what? I think he's just a grifter.
You're claiming that's what Gary Nolan is afraid. You're saying that Gary, and he's never said.
I didn't say that somebody threatened Gary Nolan's life. You made that up. You made that up. I said, let me be more specific for you because I know how I get it. Listen, calm down. Where's the baby powder? Listen, because you got a diaper rash right now. So what you're saying is that all this friction's giving you all that. What you're saying is that so it's physics. You're saying that Gary Nolan is either hiding information because he doesn't want to tell us, doesn't have the information, or has the information and is keeping it for some personal you just gave these 4, none of which they're all your perception, your made up perception. What I'm suggesting is that David Grush just said under oath that there is
with Gary Nolan. Like, why do you keep connecting David Grush with Gary Nolan? It's such a weird connection.
No, how is it a weird connection? What is your mind? How do you not? You have such a simplistic thinking process. You're as intelligent as you are. You're so simple in your thinking. Let me tell you something. Hold on.
Did Dave Grush interview Gary Nolan?
No. Let me tell you something. Did David Grush say? I missed something. Did David Grush say people have died to keep this secret? People have been killed to keep this secret?
Well, he alluded to it.
He alluded it? No, he said explicitly people have died to keep this a secret. He did not allude to it. He said he also.
Are you talking about? You can play the clip again if you want, but he alluded to it.
He alluded to it, and he also explicitly said it. When Ross Coulthard asked him, have people been killed to keep this a secret? He said yes.
Okay, that's possible. I can't remember the Ross Coulthard interview. I remember in the subcommittee he alluded to it and didn't say yes. But sure, it's neither relevant. It's fine. I'm okay to accept it, even if he didn't say it. Still, it's not. I don't think it makes any difference. I don't think it's got anything to do with Gary Nolan. So you keep running your point.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to speak to somebody like you. I mean, you just reject anything that you don't like. It's not about anything, but just I don't like that, so I'm gonna reject it.
I'm not rejecting it. There's just no logical connection. So I'm just waiting for you to make your logical connection because I think.
It's literally the most the most obvious
Run
connection
your
of
logic.
all.
Run your logic then. Run it. Go
Okay.
run the simulation.
Chat,
I'm listening.
chat. If you know that people have been killed for to keep this information secret, why would it be a logical leap, as drunk physics is so unintelligently saying right now? And by the way, you're a smart dude. I'm just being facetious. I always do. We do this to each other. I hope you know.
You do. Go.
How is this a logical leap to say maybe Gary Nolan can't release the information for two reasons? This is what I think. Either he has the data and it's inconclusive, and therefore it can't release the information without having some kind of better hypothesis based off the data, or two, he not only has the information, but has talked to people who are working directly on the program, which he claims he has talked to people working on the program, who know about this information and data, and he doesn't want to out those people, and so he hasn't talked about the information. I don't see why that's a big logical leap. Why is that a logical leap? Why bring up Grush? That's why.
Yeah, sure. Let's go through. So you're saying, just to be clear, that it's not his own life that he's worried about. It's actually someone else's life he's worried about. He's worried that somebody else, that if he releases the data on metamaterials, that some bloke that's got nothing to do with metamaterials is going to end up getting killed.
How can you separate them? I don't understand.
What?
I don't understand.
Where's your logic? Where's your logic? It's laughable. Are you joking?
Ladies and gentlemen, what are we talking about? Are we talking about non-human intelligence?
Listen. You tried to make your argument. You tried. Let's just go through this, right? You're saying that because David Grush said that people are dying, people have been killed, that Gary Nolan can't release the information on metamaterials because what? He's afraid of, just be clear on the logic. He's afraid of losing his own life, or he's afraid of someone else losing their life. Which one is it?
Well, I gave you which I could do the same thing to you when you gave me those four ridiculous possibilities, right?
This is your logic. This is your connecting logic. So I ask you the question: which one is it? He's afraid of losing his own life, that's why he's not releasing it, or he's afraid that someone in the government is going to lose their life because he's released that information? Which one is it?
I think that just like what Ross Coulthard said. I'm answering right now.
Are you going to go sideways? Are you going to go sideways? You're going to answer it.
I think that just like what I think that just
asked you to.
I'm going to answer the question with one sentence. I think that just like what Ross Coulthard said about protecting your sources, journalistic integrity, is that it applies the same for Gary Nolan and scientists he may be in contact with. I think it's the same thing.
Who's he protecting?
Why are you asking me that question?
So he can't release. So you're saying he can't release his information on the metamaterials that he got from Jacques Vallée because some sources that he's got in the government might die.
You sound like Mick West right now. Potentially.
Oh, please.
Potentially.
Oh, please. Is there anyone else in the chat that sees this as logical? Please, just put your hands up right now.
Chat, let me ask you. Chat, let me ask the doctor
some love.
Hold on, let me ask.
Doctor some love. I want to just see the chat. I'd show the doctor some love and tell me that you see this as a logical process here. It's not that Jacques Vallée got. It's
I'm
not.
I'm gonna ask chat. We're gonna get the chat's perspective. Okay, chat. Let me ask you. Chat. Let me ask you something. Do you chat? Let me ask you something. Let's do this. Chat.
Talk about spurious nonsense.
Chat.
Come on. I'm up for anyone who can show me that logic. Please just put it in the chat. I'm all.
Chat. Listen. Right now. Let me find a way to formulate this question. Okay. Do you believe? Do you think that it is true that people that are working on the program, meaning crash retrieval of non-human technology or however they have this technology, as well as non-human biologics, would be either killed, harmed, harassed, or court-martialed, as has been stated under oath by Grush? Do you think it is true that that maybe these scientists who have the data don't want to talk about that because it could lead to those kinds of consequences? True or false? Chat, I'm leaving it up to you.
You see what you're doing. You just generalized it. You turned it away from Gary Nolan into scientists that might actually be working. This is what you did. So smart.
I just said that. I just said that Gary Nolan. No. You're Mick Westing me. You're Mick Westing me. Get Mick Westy's testes off your lips. Listen carefully.
I see you move sideways, but I'm not going to let you do it. I'm not going to allow it. Sorry, doctor. You're not moving Marquis, you're not moving sideways, my friend. Okay, it's a good try. I give you high fives. You get a full high five slap from me. But
chat, true or false? True or false, chat?
You're gonna swap this into scientists that are on the program getting hurt. But look, dude. Right. Wait. Let's have a look what people say in the chat. Let's hear.
True or false, chat?
True
or false? Garyoki says. Hold on. The Armenian says it's not an illogical. I keep getting more chats popping up quickly. It's not an illogical train of thought to come to that. I'm assuming to the conclusion that other people could get hurt. So there's a true there. There's one. It's 100% true, as I've worked in such environments, and no one would be crazy enough to risk career and possibly being renditioned to some black site and disappeared. That's Divinormous. And then, of course, on the YouTube sides.
Wait, what did Gary say?
All they have to do is scare us into thinking like the way Dr. Doerr is talking. The real fact or existence of the materials could be BS. So he doesn't think that we even have metamaterial, but that's because he thinks that they're nice and that the aliens are here to save us. So I mean, which one of us is more illogical?
Okay, let's just actually go through these, right? It's not an illogical train of thought to come to the conclusion that other people could get hurt. Okay, just to be clear, Gary Nolan has never said that the reason he hasn't released data in the past or today is because other people could get hurt. He's never said that. Never ever said that. There's no evidence.
He has alluded to the fact that he can't release information about what he knows because it could break in some kind of an agreement of some type that he had to not release it.
Sure. No. Okay. So let's just be clear. If he had been given data from somebody who was working on a program and he doesn't release that data because he doesn't want that source to get hurt in some way, fine. No problem. That's fine.
Oh, earlier it was a problem. Earlier it was a grifter.
That's a very logical statement, but that's not what we're saying here. Nice try again. Nice try to sidestep. What we're saying is that when Jacques Villay gave Gary Nolan, let's just be clear, when Jacques Villay gave Gary Nolan metamaterials, he couldn't release the information as to whether they were alien or not because people in the government could die. Right? This is what he's saying. This is what this man is saying. This is what you're claiming is logical, right? One has got nothing to do with the other. One has got nothing to do with the other.
You cannot separate the threat of career and retaliation from this.
Why would someone randomly get retaliated? Why would someone get randomly? Who would they even pick to retaliate against? Who would they pick? Because Gary Nolan's not picked on anybody.
You guys ready?
He's just
listen. I'm gonna do something I don't. I'm gonna do something I don't. Listen. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something I don't normally do. I'm about to shit all over your argument. All right, just hold on. This is. I'm having too much fun here. So you just hold on. Hold on. All right. Let me see if I can. Oh, what is it? What is the shoot? Why did I put that at the end of that?
Yeah, but Divinormous. What has that got to do with Gary Nolan having metamaterials? So, what do we care? Like I say to him, if anyone in the chat can tell me who would get his head chopped off because Gary Nolan released the information he had on metamaterials and why? I'm all ears. None of this makes sense. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is crazy world stuff. There's nothing meaningful in this like.
Hold on. You calm your britches.
God.
You calm your britches.
I know the script. I know the script to this thing inside and out. Let's hear
really?
It. Come on, let's hear
really?
It. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Legacy UAP theory. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah,
by telling them to risk their life and never worry about the NDAs.
There's some issue with mine, so PPD-19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD-19 or ICD-120. there's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent.
Okay, I don't think this. Hold on, that's not it.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, reporting.
Just to be clear, he's saying that people could get hurt by accident
killed.
working.
Yeah, that was that one. But
on
we're gonna get into a more explicit admission that people have been killed.
Get into it.
Mr. Graves, again.
No, not this. We'll get to where.
Hey, Boomer, and
Graves. What about the? Let's get to Grush saying that people have been killed. Where is it?
About that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is.
Witness about threats made against UAP whistleblowers. So anyone been murdered? Tim Burchett questions witnesses about the threats made against whistleblowers, and he does get the answer. The answer is yes. People have been killed to cover this up. I just can't find the exact one clip, but you know what I'm talking about, right? You know that I'm not making that up, or do you not? Please tell me you know what I'm talking about, because it's a fact. I mean, we know this.
He alluded to it. I'll say it again. He alluded to it in the subcommittee meeting. In the actual interview he had with Ross Coulthard, it might be the case that he said that people had been killed. I can't remember that particular interview. And I think you're better off looking at the Ross Coulthard interview to find.
Yeah, I don't know where it's at though, but I can't find.
I'm pretty sure that he says something to the effect in the subcommittee that he can't get into it because
he can't get into the specifics. But he does say he does mention that people have been.
I don't know really what your point is. Who would get killed by Gary Nolan releasing metamaterials? Get into that with me.
What kind of question is that? Who is going to be killed? Who is David Grush? Who's going to kill David Grush? I mean, really, who's going to kill him? Really, I can do that too. That's actually quite dumb, because what you're saying is that, well, why don't you tell me who's secretly hiding behind closed doors and no one knows about, that only the people that are like, what are you talking about? Who knows that? Who knows? There's no way of knowing who, but again, is it consistent with what David Grush claims, and that is that people have been killed to keep the cover up?
You can't answer who. You can't answer why. You can't. What's
going
on here?
What do you mean I can't answer who and why? Why to keep the cover up?
You can't tell me who's going to get killed because Gary Nolan releases metamaterials given to him by Jacques Villay. You can't tell me why someone would get killed. You can't tell me why someone would get killed because he's released metamaterial information from Jacques Villay. Like, what's one got to do with the other? There's a Chinese wall here.
Did you just say what does one have to do with the other?
Yes, completely.
Let me ask a more specific question. Did David Grush say that people working on the program, meaning crashed non-human intelligence as well as the bodies and so forth,
those people?
I'm sorry. David Grush. My apologies. David Grush. Did David Grush say that people have been killed to keep the information from the American people and the public? Is that true?
Probably. I don't know. Probably.
Oh my gosh! You're not leaving until I get this freaking clip, because you're full of, you're playing games right now, dude.
Why am I denying here? What are you getting upset about? Why are you
because you're denying truth. You're denying.
What am I denying? I'm saying probably. I'm saying probably. We haven't got physical evidence of that. We've only got what David Grush, who hasn't actually given us any information because it's classified.
Has he given that information to the IC, the Inspector General? Has he?
Apparently so.
Okay, so then why do you need the information? Why do you need it in your hands for it to be true? Do you need to know if there's a serial? Do you need the serial killer's picture?
Do you understand what the word probably means? Do you know what the word probably means or not? I mean,
I believe you're yes, but you're diminishing my point so that you can say, well, who are these? Like, you're doing this thing where you're like, it's irrelevant to why Gary Nolan might be keeping this information from the public. It's irrelevant when it is literally the most relevant point of the most relevant aspect of my point, that there are people who are afraid to talk about this because they might be killed.
It's completely bonkers point, and you keep running it, and it doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, here you've got A, there you've got G, and you're saying A is related to G because no reason at all. That's what you've got. That's your argument.
Wait, what? What do you mean? How is that? What do you mean?
Because you're saying, you're saying that David Grush has said people can get hurt, right, or die, get killed even, fine. And you're saying Gary Nolan, if he releases the information about metamaterials which he got from Jacques Villay, that people could get hurt. right? This is your argument that people could die, right? Which people? Why would they die, and what would be the reason? And you've got you're not answering any of those. You're not answering any of those questions because you can't, because it doesn't make sense.
Well, activity or aggressive
Like, who's
activity?
dying for what reason?
Hold on.
You're asking questions. You're working on the ship. You're working on the ship one day, right? And you're studying a particular point, like this high theoretical part of the ship, right? And then they just off you because Gary Nolan released some information about metamaterials. What planet are you on? Literally, what planet? The irony of me asking you that. But what planet are you on?
Let's look at. I'm gonna find this so you can't run from it.
Point you said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the
Karaoke saying he
activity-
did say yes and he'd alerted the appropriate authorities. That's great.
I know. I said that again. Karaoke. Thank you for parroting what I just said. But again, drunk physics. He gets to see it for himself.
It's so irrelevant. It's such an irrelevant point. He'd already said it. I'd already accepted that he'd said it in the Ross Coulthard interview. So the fact that you're saying that people could die is pointless. Like, what's it got to do with? You're not answering the question. What's it got to do with Gary Nolan releasing metamaterials? What's it got to do with it?
What is the metamaterial alleged to be?
It's alleged to be materials, tiny fragments from alien ships.
Okay, so then how is it not relevant to the fact that if he's studying alien technology, that people have been killed to suppress that
technology? He's not studying alien technology. He's studying alien metamaterials. These things don't have any moving parts. They're not.
Gary Nolan said that.
No. You're not doing that. You're not doing it, right? There's not alien technology. It's not changing. It's not doing crazy stuff in his room. It's staying like that in there, in that little bit of fluff that I've sent you, right? The little boxes, these tiny fragments. They're staying there. There's no technology there. They're metamaterials. They're having to look to see if those alloys are man-made or not. That's what's being decided.
Did Gary Nolan say it was a part of a craft, part of a full craft? Did he say that? Did he say that? What is the metamaterial?
We don't know.
No.
We don't know.
Let me tell you what Gary Nolan said. Gary Nolan claimed that he almost got access to see the full craft. This is in relation to the metamaterial. Huh?
Hypothesis. He hypothesized.
He didn't hypothesize he was going to see the whole craft. He said he was going to get access to see this craft, and then there was some.
I thought you were talking about the metamaterials. Apologies. Go ahead. Sorry.
He said that he was going to get access, and this is when he was. Let me play these real quick. Hold on. Let me play this, and then I'm going to find that other one.
Play it. It's a good interview.
In your reports, aggressive, been hostile. In your reports.
Oh, I thought you were going to play the seed interview with Gary.
I'm gonna play that too, but I gotta get this because you've been dismissing this the entire time.
I know
missed it at all. You're making an incident out of nothing.
Multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity. And I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government.
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
I'm gonna go and find the Gary Nolan. Oh my gosh, this is quote about the. Oh man, how am I gonna find that? I don't even know how to even find that.
Seed interview. It's the YouTube seed interview Gary Nolan. Just type it in, you'll find it.
If not, what is it? Seed interview.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Gary Nolan seed interview.
I think we're all looking at the under any amount of money requirements.
That's not it.
Where it's just a few hundred.
I'll get you the link. 1 second.
Find it. Hit me up then, because I don't know where that's at.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yep.
Sorry, it's not seed, salt. It's my fault. Salt.
Oh, okay. So hold on. That's not what I know what you're talking about now. If I'm not talking about the 100%, he believes 100% that they're. We already know he said that it's true. Whatever.
No, he talks about what you were referring to in that same interview.
Salt Conference. All right, let's check it out.
It's that one, yeah.
And then my experience with people who, frankly, I know have worked or are working on the reverse engineering
I am so glad I picked this very, very moment.
programs.
Okay, so let's take one step back. Reverse engineering programs
of downed.
I literally just said this to you, by the way, but
craft.
whatever.
Now, the first question that people will ask is, well, if they're so frigging advanced, why are they crashing? Because what's crashing is not actual living things. I mean, I use this example a lot. If you wanted to study a tribe of cannibals in the middle of the Amazon, are you going to go yourself and show up in the middle of the tribe and not hopefully become dinner on the other side of it? So if you're an advanced intelligence, I don't think we're all that advanced, frankly. You're not going to basically put your life and limb at risk by coming here. So mostly what you're seeing here are either drones or some sort of advanced AI or whatever it is. I mean, look, we're already dealing with an alien intelligence in our own emails, right? Our own Chat GPT, et cetera. We don't even know what it's doing. So imagine if you were a million years ahead of us. How do you have a dialogue with something like that? Or
okay, do we need to go further? Because the point is that he transitions from, I personally know people who are working on the program, to what we're dealing with here is advanced AI or drones or something to that effect. You'd send an intermediary, similar to, and he goes on to talk about.
Or what is it that could possibly do?
Yeah, and I'm glad that we've got some people here to witness.
I'm not seeing your point at all, I'm afraid. I don't really get what your point is. What do you mean? That he knows people working on the program. What, that he knows people working on the program, yeah?
If I said, listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you guys something. I know people. No, hold on. I know people that are working on the. What if I said, I know people that are working on the program? By the way, aliens are interdimensional beings from the Zeta Reticulum Galactic, etc. For whatever. Am I making that up am I pulling that out of my rear end, or did I just transition from I know people on the program to this is what again, how is it a logical leap to even assume, if you will, that he's talking about information that he's been given from these people working on the program?
You're just changing the subject. You're not actually answering the point at all. You've just changed the subject multiple times. I'll ask you again. Who is going to get hurt by him releasing metamaterials from Jack Villay?
I don't know. Ask him.
The metamaterials have nothing to do with anybody he knows on any programs. They won't even know which people he knows on the programs. Why would they get hurt based on the fact that he's releasing stuff from Jacques Villay? He's not releasing stuff from them. If he was releasing stuff from them, I'd understand your point. He's releasing materials from these people that had fed them to him, for, secretly, because they're on the first-hand witnesses or whatever of these materials. That's not what's happening here. Jacques Villay gave him the metamaterials. He's investigating Jacques Villay's metamaterials, and you're saying someone is randomly going to get hurt. Hello, Bobby. Bobby, you working on the speeder today? Oh well, I'm sorry. We're going to have to off you.
Disappointed.
We're going to have to off you. We're going to have to off you because Gary Nolan has released some metamaterial information. I'm so sorry. If you don't mind, could you just stand up against the wall? We're just going to have to put a bullet in you. Gary Nolan decided to release information on metamaterials from Jacques Villay. What planet are you on? What planet? Where is it? Maybe you're from Zeta Reticuli. Maybe it's you that's from Zeta Reticuli.
I am so disappointed in you. I'm seriously so disappointed. I am so disappointed. I think highly of your intelligence. I really do, especially your knowledge about physics and in this material sciences. I am very disappointed in you right now because somehow you're disassociating relevant connections here. You're like detaching them and saying, oh, they're irrelevant, and then you're creating these arbitrary scenarios. You're saying that someone would be harmed arbitrarily after we just witnessed someone say that that the crash retrieval program the people that are operating this program have used violence, threats of violence, and as well as other tactics, if you will.
For a reason, Marquise, for a reason. They're not hurting random people. They're not just going.
No, they're not. But again, is Gary Nolan?
I'm sorry, we rolled the dice.
Okay,
we rolled the dice.
So wait. So then, who's the random? So you're telling me that the people? Okay, so you accept that that's possible, but then you disassociate the people working on the program from the potential for them being harmed, even though the people in the program are the ones being harmed. You've disappointed me. You've disappointed me. I am very disappointed in you right now. You know what, son? You know what, son?
Disappointed.
That's it. Where's my belt? Where's my dang belt? I'm getting the intergalactic belt right now. I can't believe this.
Get your intergalactic belt. Yeah, use your intergalactic belt on your intergalactic trousers to tie. Maybe with you tying them big enough, you might get some blood to the brain with this bloody top.
You got. I don't know, man. I think you're. I got a couple, plenty of blood going to all kinds of places in my body. But let me tell you something, real quick.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with my soccer team. I'm frustrated with the fact that you're disconnecting what I think, and I think that anyone could admit, are the most relevant aspects of these conversations.
No one's admitting.
Any logical person who's not emotionally driven.
Not even the people in the chat.
Chat,
I just can't believe.
Chat, do you believe that people that are working on the program?
Do you think Bobby's getting killed? Do you think Bobby's getting killed because metamaterials have been released?
I don't. Who's Bobby? Who's Bobby? Who's Bobby?
Bobby's my imaginary random guy that you've made up.
What does Bobby do? What does Bobby do? What does Bobby do?
Bobby works on the actual craft, trying to study how it works.
Have people been hurt? Has it been alleged under oath that people have been hurt to try to keep the information about that program secret?
For a reason.
What
They've
reason?
been hurt for a reason.
What's the reason?
Not because Gary Nolan has released metamaterials from Jack Valet. Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me just get my phone call. It's my turn today. Is it to die? Why is that? Oh, because Gary Nolan's released information about metamaterials.
Gary Oki.
Oh, well, I'm about to be off. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I think Gary Oki. I think Gary Oki agrees with you, which is even more. Oh, I'm so disappointed in you two. So you're telling me that a person that you're doing something, you're also creating this straw man. I didn't say Gary Nolan's going to get someone killed because he releases metamaterial from Jacques Vallée.
I'm claiming. Have you read Armin Yan's comment? It says, is it possible Jacques Vallée got materials from a source that could be threatened? So now we're going one step further.
That's my point.
Oh no, it is not. No, it is not. Just get the front door right now and walk out.
Let me do that. No, listen. What am I alleging? I'm alleging that metamaterial is part of the program, right? Am I not? Why would I say? Oh, guess what? There's a scientist working on. It's like it'd be like if I said Avi Loeb's going to be killed for releasing his information on the material that he found.
So now
he's not working on the program. Jacques Vallée is.
You've had about half an hour. You've had about half an hour to correct me. Right? You're saying now that Jacques Vallée got the metamaterials from a guy who was actually working on the program, which we know is false, by the way. So get your facts straight, right?
Wait, what? Say that
working
again.
on a secret program. Jacques Vallée did not get. Okay, you're saying that he's saying, the Armagnan saying, what if Jacques Vallée got his metamaterials from someone who is working on the program, and that's the person who's under threat, because if they release the metamaterial information, then the person who actually sourced the original metamaterials would get hurt. But sad news for you, buddy, but that didn't happen. Jacques Vallée got these from multiple sources, not from people working on the project, but from actually visiting the alleged places that crashes occurred and picked up these fragments from the ground. He literally got them. So you're living on cloud cuckoo land.
I can't even. You know what? Oh, there's so much stuff. I'm not gonna do that. I don't have hubris, so much hubris that I need to talk about the sources that the things that people have told me. I'm not gonna even do that. I'm not gonna do that. I will say this much.
What's that got to do with Bobby working on the flights, right? What if I talked
to, let's just say that I talked to Bobby, right? And I'm not saying that I have, but let's say that I have talked to Bobby, right? And Bobby's like, listen, man, I like your podcast. I think you're a cool dude. This famous person referred me to you because they said that the kind of things that you talk about are right in line with what we understand about this phenomena. Let's say that this happened, okay? And Bobby is like, look, if this information gets out explicitly, there will be consequences, because there's only a few people that have knowledge of the program, and everyone will be scrutinized, and they will find out who released the information if it's explicitly released in any form, okay? Now they talk to me about this, allegedly, hypothetically, they talk to me about this stuff, and then they're like, I like how you deliver the message of this phenomena. I appreciate the fact that you engage with people like yourself, for example, and I think you're doing a good job. And they let's say they say, here's some information that will help you formulate an argument. Here's how you can connect certain dots that will help you formulate an argument that would help people understand and acclimate to the reality of this phenomenon, this situation. Would you then believe that, not that, I'm telling the truth, but like I could do the same thing you're doing, which would then confirm, at least in part, if you will, because of my sources, that there are people afraid to come forward because of retaliation. If I were to say that happened, and then say, oh, by the way, Grush said that happens. Oh, by the way, there are people.
You changed the whole discussion again. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. It's so strange. It's like, but you're desperate to change the discussion into whether people could get hurt if they got, sourced out of their sharing of information, right? Yeah. Like this idea that if someone whistleblowed on a piece of information and gave away their source, like Ross Coulthard, he's spoken to loads of people, right? He knows people working directly on these projects, and if he gave out the name of that source for some reason, then that person could get hurt. Yeah, of course. Of course that can happen. No denying it at all from me whatsoever. That if you release a name of a source of information who is a first-hand witness, but that's not what's happened here. See how he changed the argument?
You don't think that data? You think that data is the same?
We're not talking about that at all. We're talking about Jacques Villay handing over metamaterials to Gary Nolan, doing scientific study on his own, not with information from some credible source working on first-hand like ships. He's doing the science himself and releasing the data, which he could easily do to the scientific community, and then they would be able to independently verify it. He hasn't done that. That's because he doesn't have metamaterials from any scientifically based ideology that they are from alien ships. If they were, he would release it. He had it
so
since
you think he's
2000.
Lying? You think he's lying? You think Gary Nolan's lying?
He's had it since 2021. I've linked the doctor into those videos. He can share it with the group. You can go through it in your own time. He doesn't have it. If he did, he would have done. He's not doing it because someone's going to die. He's never suggested that. He's never implied it. He's never given any kind of reason to suggest that he's not releasing the data. And if you look at his Twitter, he said that he even says that if he has the data, he will release it. He even says that. So this is madness.
Did we just not watch Gary Nolan say that he talked to people that work on the program?
Got to do with anything. If those were the people that gave him the metamaterials, fine. But they're not.
I didn't say no.
It came from Jacques.
No, I'm asking you. Listen to me. Let me ask you something. Again, did he say that he talked to people that work on the program?
Yes.
Is that irrelevant to the conversation?
Yes. In this particular situation, yes.
I want you all to see something here because I got 9 minutes to finish this conversation. This is freaking awesome, by the way. I wish we could.
9 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen. If you want to keep going, we can keep going. I'll push it. But listen. I want you to think about this. This is what people who are debunkers do. They will hyper focus on one aspect and then ignore every other, I guess, supporting data point, because then they can make an argument about anything. You can make an argument about literally anything if you isolate every single piece. It's like when you look at a puzzle and you say, clearly this is not a tractor. Look at this orange piece here, and it's like this black piece, but it's like the freaking shifting gear or whatever. And so you're like, it's probably a whale. We can't tell if it's actually a tractor. But when you look at the whole picture, this is what we get. You can hyper focus all you want to and make up your conclusions based off these hyper focused perspectives, but you'll never ever ever see what's right in front of your eyes if you do that. You'll never do that. McWest does this. If you ignore all of the data and the witness testimony and all this stuff, then here you have a fake Tic Tac event. It's either a smear or a balloon or this. It's clearly erratically moving in space. It's a balloon. If you ignore all of the witness testimony and all of the fact that there's hidden information collected by the government, if you ignore all of that, then yes, you will definitely have a different picture than what has been alleged by Ryan Graves or David Fravor. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. But the reality is, there's a bigger picture if you use supporting data points, and you're not looking at it. You're ignoring it because it's too hard to do. Your whole thing is hyper focus. Forget about the supporting information, the supporting data points.
I don't know why. I don't know why you seem to be trying to turn it into an argument about whether people are getting hurt if there's any chance of their if the public find out who their names are or what their research is. Of course there is. Of course there's a chance they could get hurt. I don't have any issues with that. I'm not even arguing it. It's not even in my vocabulary of a discussion on the topic, right? There's nothing to say. By the way, Armin Yan, he's saying, I'm not a debunker because I believe in UFOs and I believe in aliens. So the answer to that question is, do I believe in UAPs? Yes, UAPs are a fact. I don't think that there is any debate at this point on the existence of UAPs. Do I think UAPs have come from aliens? Right now, that's a more complicated question.
Yeah, hold on. Garyoki says that I have a effing annoying British accent, don't I?
Terrible. It's terrible. It's not. I don't even know what that. I don't know why. You think it's British? It sounds like Indian mixed with Aussie to me. I can't even work out what that accent is. So, but do I believe that aliens exist? Right now, the best theory for the Tic Tac video is aliens. The best hypothesis for the Tic Tac video is aliens. Does that mean I have conclusively decided aliens exist? No, I haven't, because we don't have the evidence. No one's released any evidence. No, I haven't seen a plane. Right. I haven't seen alien bodies. We don't have the evidence. But is it the best hypothesis, the best running hypothesis we have for the Tic Tac video? Yes. It is, in my opinion. And I haven't heard anyone else come out with a better theory. So I'm happy to accept that theory as the most likely option until I hear something better. And that's where I'm at.
I'm willing to make connections that you're not willing to make in order to create a potential picture of what might be actually happening. I like to connect. Well, I like to connect, for example, things that people say that are. Again, I like to connect the things that people say. I don't like to exclude them and take them all in a vacuum. I don't like to do that because that's how you end up with the wrong conclusion about anything. People who do that, when they hyper-focus on something and they exclude all of these different data points, they do it because they don't like the outcome. The outcome suggests something that's a little bit more complex. And so what I think is...
arbitrary lines between 2 points. You're not connecting anything logically. You're just creating arbitrary lines.
Can people be hurt? Can people be harmed? Or is it historically true? Again, is it true that people have been ridiculed for looking into the subject? People have been have lost their credentials because of looking at this subject, and this is what's been alleged throughout history. Have been allegedly been killed as okay.
It's not
so then how in the world is it not a connection to say, well, if that happens and Gary Nolan is aware of this, which he is, then why would he out the information that he was given when he wasn't supposed to get it in the first place? Why would he out someone?
That's not true. You just said something that's not true. The idea that he wasn't meant to get it in the first place. Can you just actually back
meaning
that up?
That he wasn't clear to have. Let's just say that again. He claims that he talked to people that work on the program. Do you believe that it is a logical leap? I'm sorry.
Do you believe? Right there. You need to back that up. You need to back that up because you lost it right there.
He just said that I talked to people that work on the program. Wait, hold on.
We're talking about metamaterials. You're saying he wasn't meant to get the metamaterials. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that. No, I did not say that.
Okay, fine.
He wouldn't be all over podcasts. What are you talking about? You think he'd be all over podcasts with material he's not supposed to have? That's stupid.
Fine. So then that comment you've made's got nothing to do with Jacques Villay handing him metamaterials. Just to be clear. Okay, that's fine.
No. Okay, so okay, the metamaterial situation. So why haven't they released the data on the metamaterial? I think one, because they have no freaking idea what they're dealing with. None. I don't think they have any idea. And two, I don't think they're allowed to release the material and the data on it, even incomplete. I don't think they're allowed to release the information.
Why?
Because David Grice said.
Why are they allowed? Because who's not allowing them? Who's not allowing them? Who is it? Who are these people?
Whoever
not allowing them.
Who has the full craft? Who has the full? Those
are
people.
You're saying that he's been visited by men in black that have told him if he releases it, he's going to get hurt. Is that what you're saying?
Never said that. I think it's just implied. He knows it. He understands. So, for example, what you're doing is the QAnon thing. Donald Trump's here to save us from all the pedophiles in the world because of this connection, that connection. I mean, I'm not making the flat earther logical leaps. I'm not making flat earther not logical leaps. I'm making
Make a leap. If you're prepared to make a leap to link them, make a leap. You might as well make the final leap to actually come up with a theory. Because right now you don't have a theory. You're just making some random.
I have a theory. My theory is this.
So let's try this again. let's try this again. Why has he not released? If he's got the information which you're claiming he has on the metamaterials, why has he not released them?
My theory about why he hasn't released the data is twofold. One, because again, I don't think they fully understand what's going.
Because he said he doesn't have it, and lied to the public because he said he doesn't have it, right? Because he said he would release it if he did. So just be clear on why he's lied. Which I don't think he does.
What, you think that did Gary Nolan talk about the fact that according to the analysis of this metamaterial using these electron microscopes or whatever, I don't remember what the type of microscope it was, but you're claiming that he
would release the information.
He said that somebody is building the world with 250 plus isotopes. Did he say that or not? Did he say that or not?
Did.
Okay, isn't that some kind of data that he's claiming is about the metamaterial? Well, that means he has data on it. He hasn't released it. So the question is, why hasn't he released the data that confirms that someone's building the world with 250 isotopes? Why hasn't he?
No, that's again, you're mixing two things up. That is a hypothesis that he has. That's what he believes to be the case, maybe based on information that he received from people firsthand working on the project. Who knows? I don't know. And I don't claim to know why he said that.
Because he said that when looking at this material under a microscope, that's what he sees. I mean, that's, again, we watched this before, Strong Physics. When the video was free, I went over this before with you, where him and Jacques Vallée talked about the metamaterial and the fact that it was built outside of our solar system because of what you just mentioned about the material science of the universe.
Hypothesis. That's a hypothesis. You're doing it again. That's a theory that they have. They don't know. That's why they're testing it. Otherwise, they wouldn't. If they knew, they wouldn't bother testing. Okay. What would be the point of the test if they already knew what they knew? There's no need to test. They just say we know it. Let's not bother testing and waste thousands of pounds, or, millions of pounds or millions of dollars of our own money on complex, scientific equipment when they don't need to because they already know it's from an alien ship.
I'm gonna have to find that clip because that's so. I think you're misrepresenting.
I'm not.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not. I'm literally gonna find you the tweet. I'm literally gonna find you his tweet talking about his metamaterials and the fact that he will release the information if he has it. And I'll find you that tweet, and then you're gonna have to explain why he lied, because I don't think that he lies. He's not that kind of scientist, in my opinion. I think that if he thinks that there's a 100% chance that he approximated it close to 100%, I don't think he actually thinks it's 100%. I think he probably thinks it's like 99. And I think he was doing that to gain a reaction from the people in the audience at the SALT exhibition to shock them into understanding what he knows, that he knows stuff that other people don't. That's what I think
now
you're
making an assumption. You're making an assumption based off of what you think he's doing.
No, I'm not making an. I'm not making an assumption. Okay, we got to be careful here because there's two parts to this. I'm not making an assumption based on what he's doing. If you like, I've not made an assumption, but I've based on the data, as you would say, of what he said in the past about metamaterials. That's what I've based it off.
So you're not basing it off of what he said during the interview. You're basing it off of something that you previously heard. You're drawing a connection between. Okay.
He's made more than one. He's made more than one statement on the topic, hasn't he? It's not his only statement. And if you look at the context of
his latest statement said that he's telling us not because he wants to inspire the youth. He's telling us
involved with collecting a lot of that original information. First thing. Then my personal experiences with the individuals who are, the one person who actually was involved with collecting a lot of that original information. And then my experience with people who, frankly, I know have worked or are working on the reverse.
You've lost me? I'm still here. I don't know if everybody... You can't
hear me?
I missed
what you said, though.
Well, did you hear what Gary Nolan just said? The point that I was trying to make is here.
The one person who actually was involved with collecting a lot of that original information.
Sorry, I missed it. Go ahead.
And then my experience with people who, frankly, I know have worked or are working.
Sorry, I missed it. Go ahead.
And then my experience with people who.
Okay, so let's take one step back. Reverse engineering programs
of downed craft.
Okay, that is explicit. It's not a suggestion or inspiration. It's like, okay, I know about this. I know this. So what do you mean? Oh, I think he's just trying to inspire people with his words and trying to say that's not what he's doing. He's telling you. No, it is this. This is what it is. This is what
He also said that they crashed because they were drones. Is that 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that just like, again, when Gary
He didn't
Nolan
answer the question. He didn't answer the question. 1 second. He didn't answer the question why they found bodies or living creatures had crashed. He said that
because
they were drones,
I think
and
it's I think it's consistent with the idea that they're biologically engineered organisms, just like Gary Nolan reposted the Reddit post of all that microbiology that I'm not a microbiologist, but Gary Nolan is, and he says this needs to be investigated. Now, why not draw the connection between Gary Nolan claiming this is drones or some form of advanced AI to the Reddit post that he reposted and gave a call to the scientific community to come together that claims that these are biologically engineered organisms? How is that a logical leap? How is that? It's literally a one-to-one connection. It's a direct line. It's literally a connection that you have to draw when you're trying to figure out what's going on. You don't just I'm dismissing it because he didn't say it all in this one interview. And you'll never figure anything out if you do that. You'll never figure anything out. You'll always be stuck in this. Oh, okay. You're gonna be.
We're back to Bobby dying because Gary Nolan has decided to release information from Jacques Vallée. We're back to that theory again. Like I look. I'm sorry, but I don't. You're not connecting the dots at all. You're just stating that these dots exist, and you're not actually creating a connection. You need to create an actual connection, right? You need to explain why one causes the other one to occur, and you're not.
Why
You've
one?
spoken
Why,
around
why?
the topic.
Tell me what do you mean?
Why Bobby's getting killed? Because
I
Gary Nolan. Because Gary Nolan. Bobby is my imaginary person working on the metamaterials. On the spacecraft. Why is Bobby getting killed? Because Gary Nolan has decided to release information about the metamaterials that he got from Jacques Vallée. You're not connecting those dots. You're just stating their existence, and you're talking around them, and you're doing a great job of dancing around these dots.
telling me that there's no relation between the thing that you acknowledge, which is that people can be harmed or retaliated against as a consequence of talking about the work that they are doing on this metamaterial, or if I should say more, the downed craft, the program.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said that people actually firsthand working on the craft could
How
get
do you
killed.
live life? How do you observe reality?
Wait a minute. That's because that's what. No, wait a minute. That's what David Grosh. That's what David Grosh said. That the people firsthand, people working on the actual ships and stuff, and related directly to the projects, were getting hurt and killed.
You mean like your buddy Bob? You mean like your buddy Bob?
My poor buddy Bobby, he's getting killed.
Yeah.
He's getting
Bob.
He's
So
getting
listen to drunk physics. Gary Nolan, why don't you just? I'm going to use my terrible British accent. Why don't you, Gary Nolan? Okay, why don't you release the information that you've gotten from all of these physicists and scientists who've worked on the program? Because you won't be hurt, only they will.
He hasn't got any information. He hasn't got any information.
Well, he just said that he talks to people that are working on the program, and as a consequence, and then by extension, he said, "This is what I think about the phenomena." So, I mean, it's a pretty good connection.
What's that got to do with it? The fact that he's talking to people that he believes are working actually on the program has got nothing to do with him releasing Jacques Vallée's metamaterial statistical information, or spectroscopic information.
How is that not connected? They classified images. They classified drone images of UFOs. They don't even let you. If you go to John Greenwald's website, and this is how you think about. This is how you figure things out. If you go to John Greenwald's website, and you look at, you have to ask yourself, why would they classify information, data of that scientists have found and collected on the phenomena? Well, because they're trying to keep the nature of the phenomena secret from the public. Well, is that true? The answer is yes. It's been alleged by David Grush under oath. Okay, so does that mean that people that work on the program, if they release information on the program that includes data, would there be retaliation? The obvious answer is yes. And John Greenwald said this specifically.
Changing is straw man. We're not debating whether people actually working on the program would get hurt. That's not the debate. Stop changing it into that.
That is the debate.
no, it is not. Don't do this, and we'll go through why it's not. And everyone is a witness here. You got all people in the chat are a witness that it's not a debate whether people who accidentally release information working actually on first-hand experience with the ships could get hurt. That's not the debate. The debate here is if Gary Nolan was to release information on metamaterials that he got from Jacques Vallée, that my poor random guy working on the ships, Bobby, is going to randomly get killed. That's the connection you need to make, because I don't see that connection. And I honestly think that most of the people in this chat do not see that connection. Most people, and actually I think most people started on your side. Maybe Karaoke was like a 50-50, but most people are now coming down to my side. And that's because I've highlighted the fact that there is no connection between
let's ask the chat. Let's ask the chat. Chat, let's ask the chat right now. Do you think that drunk physics logic about Gary Nolan should release this information is more accurate, that he should release it if he has it, he should release it because no one will get hurt anyway? Or do you think that my perspective, that he obviously would be putting somebody else's life or freedom or if you will, at jeopardy by releasing data that he might have, aside from and this includes the metamaterial data? So we'll do the poll. You got drunk physics or you got Dr. Dora? Which one of us is correct? Or at least more accurate. I think I will tell you this.
We would have done the poll. I would have done a poll at the beginning.
I think that you are better at rhetoric than I am, for sure. Your rhetorical arguments are really good, but I think that you're being very I don't know. I don't want to say simplistic. You're isolating these things from themselves, because Karaoke agrees with you. Do you realize, Karaoke, that he's literally saying that there's no need for whistleblower protection. People releasing information about the program that they shouldn't have.
How the hell have you got that? How the hell have you jumped to whistleblower protection? The leaps and bounds that you do during a conversation,
dude. Drunk physics. Again, if Gary Nolan is talking to people in the program and he releases that information, he's putting somebody else's life in jeopardy. What are you talking about?
Scientific information that he has discovered himself from Jacques Vallée, not information that he's received from people working firsthand. Sure, if he received information, and I'll say this again, if he received information from people working firsthand, sure, there's a chance that they could get hurt. If that connection is found out, he would be running a risk for that person. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about that Jacques Vallée gave him metamaterials, and you're saying the reason he hasn't released the information about the metamaterials is because people could get hurt on the program. Poor old Bobby's getting a bullet.
You're doing the same thing that you said that I'm doing. You're doing the same. You're doing the same thing. No. You're doing the exact same thing that I said that you said that I'm doing. You're doing the same thing. You're trying to like create this narrative that's similar, but not exactly what I said. What I said was that Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan are, again, when it comes to the metamaterial, that's the analysis of material that they received from someone. How did they get this material? Where did it come from?
Okay. Well, that's a separate discussion. Okay, you want to talk about where Jacques Vallée got the metamaterials from? That's a separate discussion. You need to go and investigate. He got them first, from what I understand, he got them firsthand when he actually went and investigated sites, and he literally found these tiny fragments of materials that he believed came from ships that had been alleged to have crashed in those particular areas. He did not receive them as scrapings from people working firsthand on the project and then given them to, trust me, if that happened, they wouldn't even mention the fact that he got them, right? They would be so afraid of someone getting hurt, possibly, that Gary Nolan wouldn't even say anything at all. They would investigate it completely privately. This is just a spurious bump that you've created to suggest that there is any connection between these two, and there isn't. The reason that Gary Nolan has not produced a scientific paper on the metamaterials, and I'll say this nice and clearly, is because he doesn't have any evidence. That's the simple truth.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I guess, and I'm gonna take note. You are right, drunk physics. People are, well, at least the same actors that always disagree with me agree with you. They'll always agree with you. Karaoke, Derek Galloway, and I don't know what Platonic Zombie hasn't really said anything yet. No, someone else's safety. That's all this book's down to. I think Platonic Zombie seems to be on my side. I'm not sure about everybody else. Not many people are saying. So right now, you got Karaoke and you got, I think, Mr. Armenian.
They both have agents, but Fleshiest is on somewhere in the middle. I think he's on both sides. He thinks they both have both have.
So
truth
it's so far we got 3-1. So according to the audience, at least
if you go back to the original chat, when you asked earlier on in the chat, you'll see that it didn't start that way. I'm sorry.
Well, that's
but
because you're doing this. You do this thing where you keep separating. I do draw the connections, and this is why. This is why. Hold on. Let me just say this. Chat. This is exactly why. Listen. I went through this before with people in the UFO community when it came to David Grush. I did the same thing. I did the same exact thing. I drew these connections. I did all these quote unquote leaps, right? And then when David Grush came out and he testified under oath, something that they said that would never happen because of all the reasons that you did this whole thing before. When we first met on this channel, you denied everything that I ever said, and then all of a sudden you made a complete 360 because 180 because the information came out to be and things started to come out more and more. It started to become more official. People were you're talking about members of Congress coming out and talking about it. I don't know what the amalgamation of your research has convinced you otherwise. But all you've done is come to my side. And I think the exact same thing is going to happen and I'm talking very soon, when it comes down to the fact that Gary Nolan does have information about.
I'm going to be right, and when I'm right, you're going to be on my side, and then you'll be wondering why you were wrong. That's what you're basically saying.
Wait, say that again.
It's ridiculous.
The argument isn't. Oh, I was right before, so I'll be right again. The argument is that I think that I am convinced. Okay, we'll say because you don't know. I don't. Neither one of us knows. Neither one of us knows whether or not Gary Nolan has anything. Neither one of us knows that, right? We don't.
Why has he published anything?
No, he's not. But does he claim? Does he make claims? Does he make claims about this metamaterial? Is the metamaterial allegedly from the crashed non-human intelligence craft? And if so, by extension, wouldn't that make sense to say that it would be dangerous to release information that he knows about the metamaterial?
So you've asked multiple questions there. I'm happy to answer those, but we should take one at a time. Let's say he did have alien, ship materials that he could prove that they were alloys from, outer space or whatever, from another being, another universe, some kind of serious, significant evidence. Would he be afraid for his life by releasing that information? I would say, yeah. I would say that he does run some risk. He does run some risk to his personal health if he was to release that information. But at the same time, if you look at who he is and the way he talks and the fact that he's put himself in the public space and made everybody aware of his opinions, and the fact that he's speaking to people that are on the program, I don't think that he's worried about about releasing that information if he had it.
Why isn't he coming out with it then? Why doesn't he come out with it then?
Because he doesn't have it. That's why he's not coming out of it, because he doesn't have it. The alloys
so it's all secondhand information. So you're saying so that what he found, the metamaterial, is nothing. That he is only making out. He's only
testing, and the alloys that he's found does not have any information. No, I'm not making any comment on what he's heard from the people that he claimed to be, working on the. I'm not making any claim or decision on that, because I don't know what he's heard. I don't know what he's heard, and I don't know what evidence he's seen, and I don't know what pictures he's seen. How can I possibly make a comment? I've got no data.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are all for those of you who think that Gary Nolan has the metamaterial that Gary Nolan and Jacques Vallée have is benign. We'll have to wait and see. And for those of you who believe that the idea that releasing data on, if they had it, metamaterial, meaning Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan, that releasing data, if they have any, would harm someone that is working on the program. If you think that's not true, then I can't help you, because for some reason you're not making the clear connections between people working on the program, and it's just not. There's a clear connection. It's clear. Maybe not for some. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's not clear for some people. I don't listen. If you're intellectually underprivileged, I'm not gonna. But what I'm saying is this, okay?
Intellectually underprivileged. Can I just talk about something else just for a second?
Yeah,
Armenians, just kind of offered an apology to me for.
He said he thought you were.
Yeah, can I just tell you, this is really common, Armenian. Yeah, basically, people assume that my full point of view before listening to the details, and this actually happened with the doctor when we first spoke in private, actually, as well. Like he had a set of views that he thought that I was going to represent, and the more he dug down, he realized that actually
very different.
My views are not in one specific box. You know, I'm not like right winged and I'm not like left winged. I have very, very specific views that I've come to, right or wrongly, through a logical process. Okay. And you know, very often he would assume that I was just in the ballpark of a load of other people, and that would, because it's so common. I understand why people are like that, but that's not me. I'm just not that person. So I totally accept your apology, and not only that, I further would say that I get it quite commonly, so I don't even blame you really.
Yeah, hold on one second. I want to say, I think that, so you don't think Jacques Vallée is a liar, do you?
I can't claim he's a liar because I've got no evidence for whether anything that he's saying.
All right, so let me just I want you to hear this.
How could I claim it?
I want you to hear this real quick.
There is something deeper that creates the illusion of space and time in humans. I would be ashamed of being human if I didn't try to find out, or at the minimum acknowledge that it was there. Project Blue Book was the best I could do at the time. They had a real project going on that was secret. Okay.
Is that true?
But the Air Force did.
He hints that Bob Lazar was actually an MK Ultra patient, possibly the subject of government brainwashing. Robert Lazar also told me of his strange memory lapses, of the peculiar...
Okay, that is not... I don't even know what the freak that's about. I'm trying to get Jacques Vallée talking about the metamaterial. In that interview, the interview that we did from this dude here, he talks about the properties of the metamaterial explicitly. There's like no confusion about it, and I wanted to show that to you because I figured it would kind of clear things up, clear up the fact that I am aware of claims that Jacques Vallée and Gary Nolan have made. And this is actually one of the most common things about when I encounter debates. I'm being serious here. People just don't know. You don't have the information. You've never seen the interviews. You've never heard the comments, and so you're going based off of what you know about these people and what in the claims that they've made. I have heard them, and this is literally every single time. And I have to track down track down these clips, and it's so difficult because I watch hours of these interviews, hours of them, countless hours of them, from all these different people. So this information that I have, I get it. Not everybody's done that kind of research, but I think that's where the problem lies. The problem lies is that no offense, but it's an uninformed perspective. You do not know about the alleged, and I'm saying this about myself, the alleged comments made by Vallée and Gary Nolan about the properties of the metamaterial. They have explicitly, they themselves have said that the metamaterial represents a technology, a crafted piece of technology that was built outside of our solar system for a particular purpose, as Jacques Vallée says. He doesn't say what purpose, but for a particular purpose. And then they also say, and this is again, maybe I am doing the connection, because they'll talk about the metamaterial, they'll talk about the properties, they'll talk about the isotopic ratios, and then they'll say, and then they'll talk about
hypothesize. They hypothesize that it is.
That is not what they. No, they do not hypothesize. I'm telling you, and I will have to. That's where. Okay, that's where we differ. This is it. It's not that they haven't made the comments. You're saying, when they say explicitly, this is the properties of the metamaterial, you're like, oh no, that's a hypothesis. Okay, I understand. I understand that. I get it. But again, that hypothesis is being relayed to us as knowledge, their knowledge of that material based off the...
No, that's the way you're taking it. That's the way you're interpreting it. They've never said that. You're putting words in their mouth. You're absolutely putting words in their mouth. They've never said...
Oh my gosh.
They've never said that we've done tests and we know for a fact that this is where it comes from.
Yes, they did.
They say that we think that it comes from... No.
Okay. You're okay. I get it. I gotta find that freaking clip. I never clipped it, but I never thought that it was gonna be taken off, be put behind a paywall. Fucking great. because now I can't even pull up that. Usually I have this, I can pull it up, but they put that movie. I'm not buying that movie. They put it behind a paywall. We went over this before, though, man. I know me and you have specifically went over this, and you obviously forgot. Huh?
Not with me, you didn't. No, nothing to do with forgetting. You have not gone through it. Jacques Villay or Gary Nolan.
Yes, I know for a fact. I looked at the documentary, The Phenomena. The documentary, The Phenomena, has a clip of
not
Gary.
With me. Not when I was
we
here.
were arguing. We
here.
were arguing. No, dude, we were okay. Maybe. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Because I know we were arguing about this before. I probably brought it up for the audience to prove because I do this all the time. Sometimes there's stuff that I can't always find in real time. Oh man. And then I have to look for it and then show the chat, and then we got to do this all over again. We got to do this all over again, where people are
Gary Nolan. Gary Nolan talks about the metamaterials. You're welcome to play that. I mean, he doesn't say that he knows that he knows 100% that they're alien materials. Otherwise, why is he doing testing?
The next part, I'm frankly involved with the development of.
You're not answering the logical question. Why is he doing testing on something he already knows? It's like, I don't know why you're not prepared.
Please explain what you mean by that. So we find a downed alien, we find a downed non-human intelligence craft, and then we don't do tests on it because we know what it is. I know it's a craft. I don't need to do any tests with it. What are you talking about?
Right. You've actually said it 100%. You do not need to do tests on something that you already know is the case. He's doing tests on it because he doesn't. It's a hypothesis. The whole point of testing in science is to change a hypothesis.
Chat, listen to this. Listen to this. Wouldn't you want to know how it works?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What are you talking about?
Do you want to turn a hypothesis?
How in the world?
If you want to turn a hypothesis into fact, you do testing. That's what testing is. Listen, dude. Right? If you've got a car and you want to put rail bars in because you want to see if it's going to protect a child, you say the hypothesis. You say, I believe that if there are rail bars in a car, it's going to protect a child. Right? Then what you do is you test the car and you put a dummy child in there and you actually see if it's fact or not. If it turns out to be wrong, then your hypothesis is incorrect. And that's what's going on here.
So
now, I promise you that.
Hold on. So what you're saying is that they have found an arbitrary piece of material that they don't understand. They ran some tests on it, and they think that they hypothesize that it has these types of properties. They don't actually know if these properties are true, but they think that it might have these types of properties. And then they make these claims that someone's building the world with 100, 250 isotopes, but it's because they're just hypothesizing.
Can you just show the picture? Can you just show the picture that I've put in the Discord into the chat so people can see the size of the pieces?
For some reason, I can't. I don't know why, but it's not refreshing while we're talking on the phone. And I know this. I've seen this material, dude. I've seen the material.
It's in content. It's in content for Dr. Dog. It's in that section.
Put it in the main chat. Put it in the main chat. Hold on, guys.
In general.
Yeah, the general chat, because not everybody has access to the other ones.
Yeah, but you can still show it on your. Yeah, I put it on the main chat. It's that.
Hold on.
It's a mystery, right?
Just show them the size, please.
Some of the materials
of these
that
fragments.
Measured,
hold on.
I want to ask you first if we're going to fight a fate. For example, when we have Aguilar,
hold on.
He has like painful experiences sometimes, people, skeptics, and you know already that there's a lot of shame sometimes to talk about these topics. For you, the decision to do that, were you afraid or skeptical? Or?
I wasn't afraid per se. I was afraid of what some of my colleagues might think of me for doing it, but the way I argued back with them when they brought it up, I mean, one of them directly told me, Gary, you're going to ruin your career talking about this.
Oh, that's called retro. Again, this is a shaming.
Not afraid of getting killed. Not afraid of getting killed, by the way. Just to be clear.
Well, I mentioned several consequences, and you're just you're hyper focusing on one.
Conclusions. I'm just trying to
not afraid of getting killed. He says just afraid of retribution from other people in the scientific community.
Did I mention that there would be ridicule? That there's ridicule involved with this, including people that have lost their.
You also mentioned that people could get hurt. That's what we just went with the crush from.
I mentioned multiple different things. I mentioned multiple.
People can die. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're being dishonest. We gotta fix. We gotta address this, okay? Because you're being dishonest. Did I mention that there are more? Because I mentioned. No. You're only picking one part out because you're trying to say I only said people die from this. I also said that there's other forms of retribution, including vandalism, violence, threats of violence, and whether it be threats to their career by losing rank or something. This is something I did mention earlier, but they could lose rank. But I did mention consequences to their career. I did mention that. Again, you're only picking out one thing and saying, see, he didn't say he wants to die. I mentioned
and he
multiple.
said multiple times in multiple interviews that he doesn't care about consequences to his career. He's succeeding anyway. He said it in the Salt interview.
We're
and he says it
listening
again
live. We're listening live to me literally just crapping on drunk physics because Gary Nolan just said he is afraid of his colleagues and the retribution he received from the scientific community. Now let's continue, please, because again, you're hyper focusing on one thing and not you don't want to include the other points.
How are you crapping on me when people have switched to my side? How the hell is that?
I am okay with. Listen to me. You have to understand. My perspective isn't based off my audience. That's not how it works here. That's not how I don't base my I base it off of the research that I do and the people that I talk to. Let's just go with that.
Is real. You can't argue that the data as collected is real. You can only argue about the interpretation of the data. Right? If you make the wrong interpretation, you can be made to look like a fool. But if you basically only say, here are a number of hypotheses that might explain the data, but I haven't proven them yet, but I will convince you that the data has been collected correctly, you help me interpret it, you can't argue with me about that. I mean, what scientist takes a possible explanation off the table, right, if nothing has been proven or disproven yet? What scientist throws away data which is absolutely real?
So Gary Nolan is again claiming that I can't. You two are jerking each other off on stream right now. But listen, you can't take my biggest opposition and be like, look, I'm winning. Listen carefully. Gary Nolan just said that there are scientists that destroy data. I mean, why would a scientist destroy data? A scientist's main objective is to find the truth, and so why would they destroy data? This is all nonsense. It's all rubbish. Well, he's saying that this happens, right? So then, if scientists are destroying data, then are they keeping the truth from the people? Are they keeping data that they know about this phenomena from the people? The answer is yes.
Is Gary Nolan destroying data?
I don't know. He hasn't said.
Again, it's a subtle distinction.
I don't think that's quite an honest interpretation of what you've just watched.
Hold on.
He's made it quite clear.
Let's hear it. He's made it quite clear.
Okay.
What has he made it clear of?
Off the table, right? If nothing has been proven or disproven yet, what scientist throws away data which is absolutely real? Again, it's a subtle distinction, and a lot of the people in the public think that data collection equals conclusion. It does not. It's all about the collection of the data and then getting people to help you interpret it, because it's a mystery, right? I mean, for instance, some of the materials that we've measured have anomalous isotope ratios. Okay, so the isotopes for in one of these examples, and the data has to be reproduced by others, has incorrect magnesium isotope ratios. So magnesium has 3 isotopes, 24, 25, and 26. 24 is about 80%, and then it's like 11 and 9%, or 9 and 11 for 25 and 26. And that's what you'll find pretty much anywhere on Earth. It's pretty much what you'll find on Mars if you were to go and collect magnesium on Mars. And if you go out to the Oort cloud, it would be pretty much about the same ratios. So the ratios of one of these samples that we got from an unusual observation of an object is something like 60%, 20%, and 10%, right? Or 16%, adding up to 100. Completely off normal.
Is he suggesting that that's a hypothesis, or is he saying that this is what he's finding? I mean, am I making a logical leap by saying that Gary Nolan just explained why this material that he studied has isotopic ratios that suggest that it's from outside of our solar system? Is that what he's saying right now, or am I misunderstanding the science here? Help me out, drunk physics. What are you talking about?
I'm happy to help you. I'm happy to help you out. What he's saying is that he's got data from these metamaterials, of which he's got some abnormal, not normally naturally found sets of materials, elements, combinations, alloys, compounds. I don't know because I didn't check them myself, but in these metamaterials. But it's just a data point. It's not, you can't interpret that data in any meaningful way because you don't know what the interpretation is. And secondly, he said it needs to be independently verified, which it's not, and he made that clear in the video.
Oh yeah, of course,
as well.
He did say that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But I mean,
So-
I'm not. I can't disagree with.
So number one, he's got abnormal alloys, right? Some alloys that he's not claiming are alien. He didn't say that here. He just said that they are not normally found on the Earth, right? That's number one. And number two, it's just a data point. And as he pointed out, that's not a conclusion. It's just a data point. And that it's not independent. He needs to have it independently verified, and that the conclusion that needs to be made by other people who have effectively a better understanding of the material physics, because he's not a material physicist. He's a biologist. But he's a scientist, so that he's using the scientific.
So you're saying that we shouldn't trust what he's saying right now? I don't.
No, I didn't say that. No,
Okay.
no, I didn't say that.
Can you
I said
clarify?
I'm clarifying that you need to speak to people with experience of material physics to be able to have a decent interpretation, or at least a more reasonable interpretation of the data that he's received.
What about the suggestion?
Right?
What about the data point he just mentioned though? Because he also distinguished. He said there's a distinction between. He just said also prior to this. He said there's a distinction between data that scientists are dismissing. I gotta play that again because I don't.
Go and collect magnesium on
Hold on.
Mars, and the data has to be reproduced by others. And incorrect magnesium.
No, what
about
does he
the
say?
collection of the data and then getting people to help you interpret it. Because it's a mystery, right? I mean,
What do you say about the
which
distinction?
is absolutely explanation off the table, right? If nothing has been proven or disproven yet, what scientist throws away data, which is absolutely real?
Okay, what scientist throws away data that's absolutely real? And then he continues with.
Again, it's a subtle distinction, and
It's a subtle distinction, so help me out here.
a lot of the people in the public think that data collection equals conclusion. It does not. It's all about the collection of the data and then getting people to help you interpret it. Because it's a mystery, right? I mean, for instance, some of the materials that we've measured have anomalous isotope ratios. Okay, so the isotopes for in one of these examples, and the data has to be reproduced by others.
Okay, so this is what he's saying is this is what they found, but the data has to be reproduced by other people.
Has incorrect magnesium isotope ratio.
Okay, so is that a lie? Is that wrong? Is that what's the deal with that statement? And then he continues on with the rest of what he said. What he said.
Okay, so in terms of what, I don't know if you understand what incorrect magnesium ratios is. For example, if you look up chlorine on the periodic table, you will see that it has a decimal place value, right?
Yep. These are just the periodic table of elements. I understand that. Okay.
And that's because there are two isotopes of chlorine 35 and chlorine 37, I think they are, and they come as a ratio of 3:1. So if you multiply, let me just double check, but I think if you multiply chlorine 37 by 3, then add 1 and divide by 4, you end up, or sorry, 3 35s and 1 37, apologies, or something like that, right? And if you multiply them, add them up, divide by 4, you end up with that value of 35.5, which is what they have on the periodic table. It's 35.5, I think it is. Yeah. It is 35.5. I just looked it up just to double check. And so that's to do with the ratios that they naturally occur in the environment, right? And so what he's saying is that the magnesium, which also is the same thing, is not occurring in the same ratio, naturally occurring ratio that you would find in the environment. Now, there's any number of reasons for that. It could have come from a high area of pressure and density, which means that the ratios of magnesium would be slightly different. It could have come from another planet. Well, I don't know. Right? It's possible. Like, it's possible that they could be alien materials. I'm not denying it. I'm just, because I don't have any evidence for it. But if he had evidence for it, if he had any evidence to suggest that it did come from alien, he'd publish it. Right? The point is that chlorine 37, versus chlorine 35, for example, when there are 3:1 ratio,
hold on.
means.
Okay. Okay, so if he had any data, so what he's saying, he doesn't actually have the data on what he's talking about then.
I'm saying that he doesn't have enough evidence to actually publish anything meaningful on the topic. Yes.
Which means you think that he doesn't actually have data on what he's claiming right now. So he's lying then. He's misrepresenting the data.
Stop lying. Stop it. Stop doing that. You can have a hypothesis. If I tell you that, if I go to my family and I say to them that the Tic Tac video is evidence of aliens, right? Am I lying? I'm not lying. It's a hypothesis. I'm not telling them that it's actually 100% definitely the case that it's aliens. I'm saying that the best hypothesis, the best likely, theory right now for the existence of what took place is that it's aliens. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm 100% right or that I've made my final decision based on the data that I've got. I'm saying that with the data that is available to me, that is the best decision that I can make right now. And Gary Nolan's doing the same thing. It's a hypothesis. He has data. He needs to build that data to create enough evidence that it can be interpreted in only one possible way. And I think what's happening very much during this conversation is your lack of understanding of the scientific method and the way scientists talk. We don't talk in absolutes. That's not how we talk.
I will concede to that. What I'm trying to understand isn't because I will concede to the fact that I probably don't fully understand the scientific method in application because I don't use it on a daily basis. But when it comes to the claims that people are making about these material, again, if they're making claims about this material, then you're saying that those claims are hypotheses and therefore they shouldn't be considered fact because they're not fact. They're hypotheses. They need to be corroborated. They need to be double tested or whatever. They need to be tested more. They need to be peer reviewed. They need to be falsified or whatever. They need to be under the scientific scrutiny of other scientists as well. And without going through this process, this scientific process, of which I know I didn't mention all of the steps, then you can only make suggestions about what we see at this moment in time. I agree with that. But what I've been saying this entire time though isn't that the scientific method is irrelevant and that I think that what they're doing is, they're saying with 100% certainty that, for example, the metamaterial, these are the properties of the metamaterial and that they've been peer reviewed and there are scientific papers on this. I don't know that information. I do not know that. What I'm saying is that I believe, and I believe this based off of, again, the kinds of comments that we witnessed here, Gary Nolan and Jacques Vallée mentioned. I believe that they are privy to information specifically about this technology, that would be non-human technology, and the beings as well, from the bodies that have been recovered, alleged by David Grush. I think they're privy to that information. They're privy to at least secondhand information from people that work on the program. And that their perspective about the phenomena, Gary Nolan's perspective about being advanced AI, is based off of that information, and I agree with it. I agree with that information. That's my. I mean, again, I know I'm accepting that I make these logical leaps. I'm not denying that. You do realize that Gary Oki thinks that the Intergalactic Federation of Beings is going to come down and save
gymnastics. Ridiculous. Gymnastics. I mean, it's more than a leap.
Okay. I will again. I will accept that's how you feel about my argument. Okay, because they are leaps, but I'm telling you.
No, you're playing language games. No, you're playing language games. I accept that that's how you feel. No. Factually,
I accept that's how you feel.
Fact. Yeah, you don't get the choice whether to accept that's how I feel. Only I get to choose how I feel. That's how I feel. You don't get a choice whether to accept it or not. That's you could do what you like with it for all I care, right?
It's all rubbish.
This is rubbish. The way you choose to use language, it's clever. It really is clever. It's just not going to work with me because I'm going to pin you down to answer the particular question, and what you're doing is you try to step away from the logic to create a more general, heuristic view of the topic, like a contextualized view of the topic, and you don't actually answer the significance of the question. And I'm not going to let you do that.
Well, you have to. Maybe you should formulate your questions a little. If you want to pin me down on anything, maybe you should formulate your questions. Think about how I talk about this. You know what you've done is you've isolated my. You've done this. Well, forget about all the data. Forget about all the things you've learned and read and researched. Tell me about this one thing. It's like, well, if we look at this on its own, then yeah, you're right. If you separate this one thing from everything else, You're right. There's nothing to see here, folks. By the way, there's no aliens. Why? Because we don't have any. Where's the evidence for extraterrestrial life? Where's the evidence? There's no such thing as non-human intelligence or non-human technology, because where's the evidence? There's just people making claims on the internet or in front of Congress. They've duped people. They've literally duped people into believing that there's extraterrestrial life with no data presented. Oh, I've told the ICIG. What about, where's this information at? Where's the data on that? Where are the documents? It's only documents? How can you say that you have this information based off of documentation? What about the first-hand witnesses? Oh, so you say you have first-hand witnesses? Where are they? Who are they? Why won't you name them? Oh, you've been threatened? What are you talking about? Can't tell you? Of course not, because none of it's true. This is literally this is the kind of thing that I have to fight with all the time, Drunk Physics. It's literally the same thing I always have to fight with. It's people who do this like, well, if you don't give me the data right now, none of it's true. It's all BS. And I believe you think that there's extraterrestrial life. There's no proof of that. There's zero proof of ET life. It literally makes more sense according to the data if you were to ignore all of the witness testimony and all of the data on people claiming that they've seen these things and all the witnesses that claim they've worked on programs. It's probably just secret government technology. It's more likely that it's secret government technology. We made some kind of scientific breakthrough.
You love a good straw man. You love a good straw man.
It is literally more plausible. Because extraterrestrial. I mean, people are claiming that they look like bugs, dude. People are claiming that ET look like bugs. Really? How is that possible? Why would they be bipedal? What are the chances that they would have evolved on another planet and they're bipedal? What are the chances of that?
Look what you're doing right now. Look what you're doing. Okay, just have some reflective moment for a second. Instead of actually answering the questions about why these two things are connected, that Bobby's going to die because Gary Nolan decides to release information on metamaterials.
All right.
Instead of actually answering that,
I did answer it. You just don't accept the answer. You don't accept the answer. You do not accept the answer.
No.
Yeah. Bobby, your boy Bobby's going to die. Either your boy Bobby's going to get in trouble. He could get fired. He could be court-martialed, whatever, if he's working on programs, because that's what, again, that's...
Can you let me finish?
Yeah,
thank you.
Build your straw man so I can tear it down. Come on.
No, it's you with the straw. It's you with the straw mans, right? So what you did was then you actually tried to pigeonhole me as a human being and put me with a load of other people that are deniers, and that you have to deal with this all the time with the level of evidence. You created this whole story about how you have to deal with the level of proof.
You did the same thing with the Bob story.
Let me finish. No, I did not.
You did the exact same thing. Oh, so my buddy Bob's going to die, because I didn't say just die. You did the same thing. You spliced my words up. You picked one thing and then you targeted it. You do the same thing with all of my arguments. It's literally you are. I will concede you are a far better debater than I am. You are a far better. I work with truth. You work with these very interesting isolations of conversation. Let's isolate this one point. Let's isolate this one thing.
I'm not trying to isolate anything. All I did was ask you for a simple question for a simple answer, and you turned it into everything else but answering the question. So you've blamed me as being part of some group of people who always just require such a high level of evidence that can never be proved because it's always behind closed doors, and immediately assume everybody is a liar. That's not what's this. First of all, it's got nothing to do with the question about Gary Nolan. But secondly, I've never actually said any of that. So you're just trying to undermine my question by creating this sense of debunking, stigma that you've been under for years, right? What are you doing here? What is that point? What is that? Where are you trying to go? Right? It's simple. This is a simple question with a simple answer, which doesn't have a link because you can't find one. So you're looking everywhere else. You're trying every little trick that you've got under the sun to move away from it. Right? It's simple. The question
that is a mischaracter. I will not let you mischaracterize at all. I'm thinking back. I don't think I have this on stream, but I know because in that moment we looked at the Gary Nolan quote where he was with Jacques Vallée in this laboratory, and they mentioned that they used this type of I think it was a microscope that looks at things on an atomic level or whatever, and they said that by looking at this metamaterial, this is the interferometer. I don't remember what the name of it.
Yeah, I know.
But in that, Jacques Vallée mentioned everything that I said, and so how am I searching for things that are irrelevant to the conversation? Again, I brought up Gary Nolan's comment about the isotopic ratio, and that was the point that I was trying to make. The point was, I guess the magnesium situation that I do not understand, that he mentioned about there's some differences in the magnesium ratio in this material that suggests that it's not made in our entire solar system. He kind of went through the logic behind that. I said that. Then I tried to find a clip that supported what I said, and then I found it, and you're saying that it's irrelevant to my point. That's what you're doing right now. You're doing that. That's a disingenuous thing to do. It's also dishonest, and it only works on people who aren't paying attention. So I will concede that you're good at rhetoric. You're very good at rhetoric. You're definitely a better debater for sure. I can't lie about that. I got to be honest with myself. But when it comes to you changing my argument, you do the same thing when you build these straw men. I do it to joke. You do it seriously.
Can you ask the chat? Can you ask the chat? They've heard the whole argument.
Yeah.
If I'm, it's a shame because there were more people here before, but
they're dropping out. Well, right now, I don't know what the chat thinks.
Have I changed? I would love to have known.
Well, how do we can't. We've said so many different. We've done this for so long at this point. How can people go back and what you're asking is what's the general sense of people? Do you think that Gary? Again, I think that Gary Nolan has information about the crash retrieval sorry, I gotta cut. Somebody just messaged me about hitting them up. I gotta go in like 5 minutes. So what you're saying is that, or what I'm saying is that, I think that Gary Nolan is subject to the same pressures that have been alleged to the same pressures that people have alleged to be under, in terms of releasing information about the program, as the scientists and the whistleblowers that have come forward to talk to the IG. I think it's the same thing. I think that he doesn't have, obviously, I don't think anybody's come to his house. I mean, you made that up. That's a straw man that you made up. I never said someone came to his house and threatened him in a black suit. You said that. So you made up, again, you create this straw man just like I did as a joke, but you did it seriously.
I asked you, that's not what happened.
I said, I think that Gary Nolan, said, I did not, and I said no. And what I said was that there are several different consequences that come from releasing information that they're not supposed to on the program. The fact that it's been why hasn't any scientist ever released data on it? And there's allegedly a whole group of people that have been working on this. You think that scientists haven't been working on the crash retrieval programs for the last 80 years? Well, if they have, why haven't they released it? Because they don't have any data? You think that over the last 80 years they have no data about this crash retrieval program?
Let's answer that. They're under NDAs with the government. They are under a secret service.
You think they never told anybody? So they never told anybody before then?
I can't know if they've told anybody.
Gary Nolan says that he talks to these people. Gary Nolan says he talks to people. Diana Pasulka says she talks to these people. She's aware of the data.
I don't know what Gary Nolan has spoken about, who he spoke to, or what the topic was about, so I can't comment on it. I've not got that information.
Oh man.
You
Okay, I see. You don't have explicit admissions. This is exactly why you will never figure anything out. This is what you do, dude. Until somebody tells you, this is what you do with race too. And we're not gonna. It's like with politics. I mean, with politics, if let's say a politician, for example, comes up there and says, you know what, I can't stand, and then he uses N-word. Well, that doesn't mean he's racist. He just talks about black people like that. We would dance around this whole thing, and I'm being facetious about whether or not someone's racist for using the N-word because they didn't explicitly say I hate black people.
That did not.
No. Drunk Physics did not say that. Drunk Physics did not say that. What I'm saying is that without an explicit admission of guilt, you don't believe anything is real. Nothing, unless somebody explicitly says, Gary Nolan, have worked on material from a crashed down alien craft, and I know about it because I talked to people from the program, and they told me the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and here's the data. None of it's true. It's not true. Nope, can't be, because he never said that explicitly.
Get Gary Nolan on your show. Get Gary Nolan. I will ask him the questions.
He's not. He won't come on. He won't come on to the show. He won't come on. First of all, I would never put Gary Nolan on the show with you because you would not respect him. Why would I put him? I'm okay with being subjected to this crap, but I'm not going to put Gary Nolan through that. Why would I do that?
He'd be more prepared to talk to me. He'd be more prepared to talk to me than you. As a scientist myself,
obviously,
he knows that he knows that I would ask him very respectful questions with regards to science, and he knows that 100%, that because I understand the scientific method, that my questions would be reasonable and an appropriate level for him to answer his questions.
Well, what do you think?
I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now. He would happily talk to me.
Okay.
Happily.
What do you think that you would get out of the conversation? What do you think you get out of it? Because I'm not going to try to set something like that up, and then you ruin my whole connections here.
No. I mean, what would we always get a massive amount out of it?
No, what I mean, all we would get is that you still think that he's not telling the truth about having, or that. Sorry.
I said. When did I say he lied? Why'd you keep putting my words in my mouth?
You said he doesn't have data on this metamaterial. That the metamaterial is not.
I said he doesn't have. I said he doesn't have proof, right? Proof meaning conclusive evidence on the topic. He does not. If he did, he would publish it, and he would put it through peer review, and he would have it independently checked.
So you're telling me you didn't say that you didn't say that Gary Nolan doesn't have data about the metamaterial being,
I didn't say he doesn't have data. Of course he's got data. He put it through spectroscopy. He put it through, X-ray interferometry. I'm sure he's put it through quite a few different tests. I'd ask you. That'd be one of my questions. Like, what tests have you done on the metamaterials? Right? I'm sure we'd be interested to hear that. Like, the idea that he hasn't got data, I've never said that, and that's a ridiculous comment to even suggest.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to listen to this whole freaking thing again. Because when we talked about this before earlier in this conversation,
saying that I said that he hasn't done experiments, is that what you're saying?
No. Why are you changing what I'm saying?
Say that?
You're changing what I'm saying.
Say that?
Because
I'll make it clear. I'll make it clear. We don't even have to have a debate about it. I'll make it very clear that Gary Nolan has got data, but he's got no proof that they are metamaterials, evidence that they are, alien materials, I should say, not metamaterials, because we don't know what that means.
You think the same thing about Jacques Vallée, right? You think the same thing about Jacques Vallée?
No evidence that they are alien materials, no evidence that they are, otherwise he would publish them, he would have them peer reviewed, he would go through the scientific process.
Okay, I got it.
Ask him that question.
Yep, I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm literally an hour over the time. I gotta make a phone call literally right now, guys. But let me just say this, because this is fantastic. You brought the fire today. Now listen. You're telling what you just said, and I want to just be clear. You're saying that you don't think that the metamaterial Gary Nolan has has anything to do with extraterrestrial or non-human technology.
As I've told you, if he did, he would publish it.
Okay, I'm of the persuasion that he does, and that it is. Okay, he does have the data. He does have, and it is
because he's concerned about people getting hurt, dying.
No, I didn't. Oh, wait, hold on. We don't know that for a fact, because it's never been explicitly said. But it would be. It would. But my point is, that it wouldn't be.
Get him on your show. We'll ask him. Get him on your show. And we'll ask him. Get him on your show. That's the
I'm
best
not.
way.
You see, now you just ruined. I will never do that for you if you do that. Why would you don't understand how these connections work, man? You have no idea how that works. I clearly.
Well, I wouldn't be able to ask him. Is there a reason why you chose not to publish your work? That would be an offensive question, would it?
No, that would not be an offensive question. No, that would not be. That would not be an offensive.
Then why are you making a big deal out of it? Move on.
Oh man, I have a bad feeling. I feel like you would really mess up. I would say you can do it yourself. I'm not gonna. I will never risk my connections for you. No way, dude. No way I'd risk my connection for you. There's no way. I mean, I would be better off getting Jacques Vallée on here to have a conversation, because he, I think that Jacques Vallée might have a better. I would be more comfortable with Jacques Vallée talking to you about this than I would Gary Nolan. No way, man.
I like Gary Nolan. I think me and Gary Nolan would have a very nice conversation.
I
on the show.
Don't think so. I don't think so at all. I don't think you respect. I don't get the impression that you respect Gary Nolan like you claim to respect him at all. No way.
I actually think that you don't know. And
I don't know. I don't know. What do you think I don't what?
I think you don't know that. I think you're just saying that just as a defense mechanism. Like, if you get any of these people on the show, you ask a physicist, you get someone who actually knows science.
Wait. Are you saying that I don't have connect? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
Have you any idea?
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that you need to get a scientist to ask real questions.
Yeah,
I'm saying you need to get a scientist to ask. I'll say it again. I don't know what you're doing. I was saying that you have to get a scientist to ask them real questions on these topics, because very often it's people who don't understand the field. That's why there are, people who have better interviews, because they're able to ask real questions that are really critical to the topic. Like I'm pretty sure that
Well,
I'm pretty
Kurt
sure that
Kurt
when-
Tremongo, right? Kurt Tremongo would be like an excellent person to have an interview with Gary Nolan, right? Because he has
Yeah,
a
he would.
scientific he has a
They already
scientific
had one.
background.
They already had one.
Yeah, I know. I
They
know.
already had
And
one.
exactly. And what did you listen to that? What did you get out of it? Because the reality is that when you say that, and again,
Well, he comes
I'm
from
not. I don't
he
think
comes
that.
from a philosophical bent, which is he comes from a
Do you-
slightly different area.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really.
Let me tell you. What do you mean? What do you mean? Does he not have a physics background?
But he comes from a more metaphysical, philosophical viewpoint. When he asks questions, he asks them. He asks them very
figure
like.
this out. How does this work? How does anybody hear this and like think, oh, this is a more sensible, perspective here. I mean, some things you're saying are very they're very clever. They're very well worded, and the arguments in the rhetoric you're using, the rhetorical arguments you're using are excellently formulated, and even the things that you say, to challenge me are again they're excellent. You force me to speak more because I joke a lot, and you take me out of the joking mode to kind of force me to have the conversation and be more realistic. But then even then, when you do, you're like, oh, you're clever and you're using Jedi mind tricks like Garioki says, I use Jedi mind tricks on people. I guess what you're suggesting is that one, I don't know anything that I'm talking about. Two, I know that I don't have the scientific background that you do, but I think you generally think that I'm actually an uninformed and unintelligent person. I absolutely believe that. I think that you think that my I think that you think that my research I think that you think my research is I think you think my research is rudimentary and that I don't actually delve into these topics as thoroughly as I should. I think that you think that I do not have. Well, I mean, this is it's kind of irrelevant, but the reason why I don't have people on my show is because one, I do not think that I have the expertise, just like you're saying, that I will ever provide enough.
You're making stuff up. I've never said any of that. The reason why I think
You haven't said it, but I think for sure that
you're insinuating that I've insinuated it then, and I haven't. The reason I'm saying that I'd be able to ask questions that, say, for example, you couldn't to Gary Nolan is simply because I understand science. It's that simple, and they're questions that you wouldn't even think about asking because you don't know the science.
I mean, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the general, kind of assessment that you have about my conversation as a whole. When I make an argument, you'll say things like, "Oh, you're building a straw man," which I mean, you do the same thing. Only when you do it, you consider it valid. You consider it valid. When I do it, you consider it something that's illogical. I'm saying that when I make these.
That's the case. Obviously, people when they put their own arguments across, they don't think they don't think they're doing a particular thing because.
Oh, I know that I'm doing it. I know that I'm doing it. I do it in jest though.
Okay, but your point is kind of semi-ridiculous because you're saying, you're saying to me, you're talking like you actually think that you're right. Yes, I am talking like I actually think that I'm right because that's my opinion. That's how people talk.
That's not what I said. I didn't. I mean, aside from the pompous nature of your conversation, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. No, listen. I'm talking about. And now we're veering far off of the. To get in this call, Jim, it would be fun. It would be one of the. You know what? I'll be back again tomorrow if Jim wants to get in. We can get in.
But listen, we have to do a three-way. We have to do a three-way. I know it's the end of your show, but we have to do a three-way with Jim. Jim is just such a great guy to have a chat with as well. He just literally he brings a whole different kind of perspective to looking at stuff. He's got that whole kind of ancient aliens, like the past and the archaeological side of things, and he'll bring some. That's information. He's just observed and witnessed a lot of information that he'll just pull out, and he's got a couple of people in his chat like that as well. Just absolutely fantastic to have that perspective in a chat with you as well, Marcus. On it would be.
I would love to have Jim on, but I don't know if I think that our times don't align anymore. They used to. I think they used to align, but they don't anymore. But Here's what I want to. This dude's been waiting for me to call. My friend has been waiting for me to call. For him for like an hour, but let me just because we gotta find an endpoint at least to just this conversation. I'm having a difficult time trying to make sense of a lot of the things that you say because you do this to me all the time. You'll confuse me with. See, I didn't actually say that. When you're like alluding and suggesting a lot of different things, but you're not explicitly saying it, and so you're able to escape any of my, my views about what you're saying, because you didn't specifically say any one thing. Can I just tell? I just got to tell you something. I've seen this, the nature of these types of arguments. And again, I'm not saying that what you're saying is all wrong. I'm saying that when you're characterizing my arguments and characterizing what people have said and the comments they make, you do this thing where you have an out with every single thing that you point out. You have an out. It's what I witnessed with Tim Pool. It's what I witnessed with with Sam Harris.
To Tim Pool and Sam Harris. Jesus Christ! Wow.
What's wrong with those people? They're just you do. Okay.
Tim Pool.
Oh, I don't like Tim Pool.
You're putting me in the same boat as Tim Pool.
Dude, you don't have any perspective. I'm not talking about your perspective. I'm talking about the way that you formulate your, like you'll do this thing where it's like, I didn't specifically say that it was this.
You're talking about the super right wing,
no, but they use this logic, right, where they're technically right about almost everything they say, but they're not. But they find ways to poke holes in your argument that are disingenuous. And so even though you're literally right about so many things that you talked about, but that's not the point. Isn't like, did Gary Nolan does he have data on this metamaterial that he's published? Well, no, of course not. See, then therefore he doesn't have it. That's what you did in the beginning of this argument. If he had the proof if he had the data, he would have published it.
Doctor, listen, right? That's not what this is about, okay? You know full well, and I know full well, and we've had chats in private that, we don't have the exact same perspective, and some things that we can discuss will change our perspective, but there are some things that are more hardened, right? Because of the experience that we've had, right?
Yeah.
Our discussions aren't necessarily. I do keep an open mind, and I try to listen to you, and things that you've said in the past and now have influenced my views, actually, and you know that full well, right? But it's also about people just listening to the chat and having an opportunity to make up their own mind, right? And hearing both sides of the argument and being able to make a decision on what they're hearing. Right, it's not just to educate me and you effectively. It's to have everyone involved and sharing their perspectives so that they can also
of course
learn from that. I'd rather you didn't just make it about me and you and my argument and your argument and who it's because I just don't feel that I don't really feel that that's the case. I feel like there are people here currently having an experience.
Yeah, I think people are enjoying this
and enjoying that. Yeah, and enjoy both perspectives.
Yeah, I freaking love these things, by the way. I literally love this. But the thing that I get frustrated with is when, and I'm going to be totally honest with you. I have fun even when I get the frustration actually inspires me with the conversation. Is when I am either my arguments are being mischaracterized. I think nobody likes that. But I can't tell if you're doing it intentionally or if you're doing it. If maybe I'm communicating something wrong or what, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't intentionally mischaracterize any of your arguments. Just
okay. So, but many times, and again, when I do it, I know I'm joking and being facetious, and I'm willing to be like, okay, I'm obviously I don't mean that, or else I do that. But you don't do that. You kind of double down on your mischaracterizations of my argument, and then sometimes even when I make an argument, it'll change.
Deny them. You don't openly deny. You don't choose to deny them if they are mischaracterizations, which I don't think they were. But you don't deny them. So I directly
because what you're doing is you're building. So like the.
You move off in another direction. It's like me saying,
because
would you like to go left and right?
No. I like to. When I make my perspective about something, let's say that if I'm a mechanic, right? I'm not a mechanic. Because I'm not a mechanic, and my car starts making noises, I don't know what those noises are. I might go to YouTube and say, okay, what are those? What my car's making this clicking noise? It's at this interval, whatever, and what might that be? I might see 40 videos and 36 of them say it's the alternator. Okay, well it's probably the alternator, but how do I know? What do these 40 video or 36 videos say about alternators? Well, when the alternator is this or that, whatever, this is why it might make this noise. This is what it sounds like. Okay, this is what it sounds like. I'll do that. I'll go down those kind of rabbit holes. Maybe read an article about it. Okay, I can connect those two types of data points and then say, okay, and then go to a mechanic and say, hey man, I think that my alternator is bad because of this whatever. And they go and they check it out and Hold
not
on.
what you're doing.
That is exactly.
You're going to take your example. The
That is
mechanic
exactly
comes
what
to you
I'm
and says, it's either your alternator. He goes, it's either your alternator or your gearbox. Those are the two things. And you go, okay, I'll change the fan belt, please. That's what you do.
No, dude.
That's what you do.
That's a mischaracterization because this is why I have. This is why I have to. That would be. You know what that would be, right? That would be idiocy. I'd be a complete idiot. Because if I saw someone doing that very same thing, I think they're an idiot. Like, what are they? They're not even talking about. They're not even being relevant to the conversation.
I gave you so many opportunities. I gave you so many opportunities to explain the link between why Gary Nolan releasing information on metamaterials from Jacques Vallée would cause any kind of hurt or damage to someone working on first hand with the. You just because you kept going on about the Dave Grosh interview. So
But why?
You need to create that.
Why did I do that though? Why did I do that? Tell me. Why don't you? Why would I bring up
link and you
Wait, hold on. Why would I? What do you mean I failed? What do you mean? I brought up the link where Grush said that you're talking about the News Nation link where he said that that people have been killed as a result of covering this up.
I'm sorry. Terrain Beast is now stoking the fire. He's now stoking the fire, Terrain.
So hold on. So what you're saying is that
Terrain, just to let you know that me and Doctor here, we like each other and respect.
Oh, I really like Drunk Physics. He's definitely a challenging guy. Yeah, for sure.
Can't get the wrong.
Yeah, no. We've had some heated debates, and to me personally, I think I'll be sitting and stewing about this conversation and thinking about. I think I did not successfully make my argument in a way that made sense to you. I don't think not that I think that my argument wasn't very good. I just don't think it was good enough for you. And that's a failure that I feel like I have in this conversation. Now, do I think that I'm right? Of course I think that I'm right. But I don't think I was clear. I don't think I was clear enough for you. And I'm going to concede to that 100%. I'm not going to even say that. That's the type of stuff that I like because it changes the nature of my conversation in the future. Okay, now I know that it's
the way that you debate as well. It's going to improve the way you debate, improve the way that you try to put across your argument.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I definitely I'm just messing around. Terrain B says, but Jim said he hates you both. I can't put that up there because of explicit language, but no, dude, we are definitely. I really do like Drunk Physics. Seriously, I don't read people's articles all the time. If it's in the private chat, I read it. If it's something that I think is relevant to my research, I read it. But I don't just look at people's articles like I do because I respect your intelligence. I just think that I think that when it comes to this topic, there's so many things we disagree on. We come from different perspectives. One, I'm an experiencer, as they say, or whatever. Two, I've had conversations with people that I trust, and there's just stuff that I can't say, man. And I'm trying to find ways to communicate what I know without, but through public information. Like, how do I pull data that I believe is correct? Because again, the research that I've been involved with behind the scenes, what I understand and believe to be true, what I see unfolding that corresponds to what I've been told and what I've researched and what the directions I've been led. How do I bring that corresponding data to the public in a way that doesn't reveal anything that somebody might have told me? How do I do that? That's very difficult. It's very difficult. And so I have to spend a lot of time researching the topic and finding different sources, some of which I wasn't able to bring up today because we're talking about hour to 2 hour long videos, and you're asking me to find a snippet from them, and they don't always exist. No, I wasn't.
It is hard. Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously one of them had behind a paywall.
Yeah, I feel like that you characterize me as like fumbling around for data, which is, I think it's fun to do. I enjoy the fun, but the problem with that,
you love seeing that. I didn't say that. I never said you fumbled around for data. I never even pointed that out,
bro. I'm gonna send you a clip now. You're getting clipped. You're getting clipped. We're gonna clip them cheeks. We're gonna clip them cheeks, y'all.
Clip their cheeks, man. Clip them.
I'm gonna clip it because you did say that I was fumbling around or something to that effect for data that I can't find on live. You did suggest essentially that I was doing that, and again, your specific words, I don't remember the exact words at the moment because there's a lot of things on my mind. But
yeah, I will apologize if I promise you now.
I don't want an apology.
If you couldn't, no, but listen, if I suggested that you couldn't find the data you needed at that time because you were fumbling around or whatever and you couldn't get it, but I would apologize. But I think that if you're looking for information about Gary Nolan, for example, not releasing metamaterials, he's scared.
To be clear, I've never talked to Gary Nolan in my life. Just to be clear, I need to make that clear right now. I've never spoken to Gary Nolan, not once, never. So just
the point is I don't think that information exists because I've heard many of Gary Nolan's interviews and I have a good understanding of what his opinions are. Or I think I do anyway on the topic. So that's.
Can I ask you something? What if it comes out? What if the data is made public in some fashion that the metamaterial?
Right. Are you going to do the if I'm right argument again? Please don't.
No, I want to know what you would say about what you would say about that. I mean, honestly, if you, oh my gosh, the Armenian, you guys have no idea. If you, for example, find out if it comes out in the public view that Gary Nolan was working on the metamaterial was from the crash down in extraterrestrial and non-human intelligence, and he had the data on it, and then finally it was peer reviewed, and boom, what would you say about that?
Well, I mean, I tend not to theorize what happens if pigs could fly. How would I then?
Is it a fair comparison to suggest that
I'm just saying that.
That's a false equivalency. It's again another.
Listen, I'm not saying it's equivalent. I'm saying that I don't tend, this is in general, to create simulations of what would happen in my life if, and then create responses. That's not something I tend to do. You're saying if Gary Nolan comes out with, evidence that becomes independently verified and blah blah blah, and then what would I do? What I would do is I'd want to look at the data. I'd want to look at the what's been released. I'd want to look at his conclusion. I would like to read what the independent people did. But if all of that corroborated the existence of these metamaterials being from alien ships, then that's where I would end up. I would end up in that place.
So let me ask you another question. Do you think that it is fair for somebody like myself, who's a researcher and not a scientist, to try to draw connections between comments that people make and relevant and related comments that people are making on a related topic in order to try to build a picture about something that I don't have direct information about? Is it not the job of a researcher and an investigator to do that?
No, I'm not doing this for you, Doctor. I'm not going to. It's not my job to corroborate or
isn't that what an investigator does? You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. He's running from the question. He's running from the question. He's running from it. Guys, say he's running.
Let me have my one sentence. It's not my job. It's not my job to determine if the logic you've used is reasonable. Right? That's your job. That's why you've got that. That's why you've got that opinion. Right? That's your job. My job is to counter that argument effectively with what I believe is the scientific theory and the scientific process. If you still want to have your opinion, because of other evidence and other ideologies that you've seen or other, things that have occurred to you in your time, then that's totally up to you. But I'm not going to be here the one to say, you know what, if I was you and I didn't have a scientific background and I was then I could see why you would have that opinion. No, I'm not doing that for you. That's not my place.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now. Let me be clear. For people like myself and Jim, right? Or anyone who's looking into this matter, it would be it doesn't make sense for any of us to even talk about this topic at all, unless we talk about the very minuscule amount of data that's out there in the public about the phenomena. And then it would just be us repeating the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, because honestly, there's really nothing new to talk about at this moment. There's no new information. There's no new data. There is no information or data on the metamaterial that's been publicized. There is no data on these alleged bodies that have been recovered. There is no data. Again, there's literally no point in us looking into this. However, what we're doing what people like myself are doing is trying to make sense of what we have witnessed throughout. Again, if you look at it for Jim's perspective, it's looking through the lens of history, whether it be ancient or otherwise, or human history or modern history. to see if there's a connection between this phenomena throughout history. And what I'm doing is doing that, as well as trying to draw connections between what's happening in the modern era of this phenomena, i.e., and I'm talking about the hearings and the whistleblowers and so forth. How do I draw these connections so I can at least make sense of it now? And then we can I'm okay with being wrong about this or wrong about that in the future. But so far, man, I mean, when things come out, it seems like I'm on the right path. And not only does it seem like I'm on the right path, everything is unfolding exactly as I expected based off of the research that I've done. So I think that I'm doing something right. Because before we talked, I had the perspective that what was happening was happening the right way for things to unfold the way that they did, through congressional hearings and things like that, through whistleblower protections, through more legislation. I had that perspective. Most people did not, and that includes researchers in the field. Scientists, people like yourself, were denying it. I mean, you were completely rejecting the entire phenomena when I first met you. Well, that perspective changed, and it changed because new information came out for you. Well, I had already been, I mean, me and Jim had been onto this thing before you ever got into it.
I just want to correct the record here. In 2017 is when I started to change my perspective because of David Fravor and the Tic Tac situation.
Okay. Yeah, you said that. Okay.
Yeah. I'd already spoken to Nick Pope and had quite a few conversations with Nick Pope on the topic, which also led me to other data and information that I'd read. What had changed slightly while from the beginning of when I started watching you to now is not just, obviously being part of your Discord and seeing loads of bits of additional data is very helpful, right? But it's also the discussions that have taken place. Some discussions that have taken place that have pointed me in directions to be able to allow me to find data that I wouldn't have otherwise looked at. It's not. I don't think my overall perspective has changed that much. When David Grush had his interview with Ross Coulthard on News Nation, then that also had a big impact because that's the first time.
I think Jim just raided my channel. Thanks for the follow, Slain May and Bam 992. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Also,
I thought you were going to rate Jim.
Bookie, Jim. Huh? I think he rated. I don't know because there's like 3 people just. Okay. I didn't know he could. Yeah, 3 people just joined the channel, just started to follow in the channel. So you're
rating Jim. You need to be rating each other, to be honest. Or if you're ever on, you should always be rating each other because it's like your brothers in arms, really.
Yeah, well, I'm not on. Well, our time is so different. I mean, today I don't know what time he goes on today, but right now, I mean, I follow him on Discord. I just don't. I'm not active on Discord as much as I am even on mine.
But it's only your cross paths. Like I love you guys, both of you. These are the like some of the best conversations that I get to
hear. My gosh, I love this stuff. Yeah, I love this stuff. I love this. Well, I also have the greatest debates I have are with people that don't agree with me. I never have good conversations with people that agree. But to be honest with you, I prefer talking to people that disagree with me because the ones that do agree with me they don't agree with me on everything. It's so, and the logic that you're talking about that I have, they make these logical leaps that are so insane. They're based off of nothing. Just like I believe it because I believe it. Well, I believe things because people have said things, and I've heard people claim things, and I've looked at their credentials. I mean, again, I put a lot of trust in people. I have to be honest with myself and everybody. I put a lot of trust in people, and that would be people that I deem as credible. For example, like Lou Elizondo, David Grush, Christopher Mel, so on and so forth. I put trust in these people, but not just because, I like them. Because most people in my position don't like these people. Do you understand? Like, there's a difference between how I see this whole thing and how people in the community see it. I am so different than literally 90% of the UFO community right now, and that includes Garyoki. Garyoki thinks that they're not. There's no harm. There's no danger. I think there's a great danger. You want to talk about logical leaps? I think they're here because they're interested in the human soul. Well, how can I prove that? I can't prove that. There's no data that's other than suggestions by people who claim to have information on this about the idea that and the abduction phenomena, that these beings that are interested in the human soul, that there is a human soul, that consciousness exists after death. There's no proof of that. I believe that based off of the research that I've done. Is that wrong? Is that stupid? Is that dumb? In your opinion, it's unintelligent because I don't have data on it. In my perspective, the only way that I can
said that. No, you're doing it again. I never said that you're unintelligent because.
Oh my!
We're
gonna parse terms. Okay. Well,
you can clip me again. Yeah, clip my.
You've never explicitly said.
I said to you that you're dumb because you've taken information based on historical.
I think you've alluded to this. By the way, thanks for the follow, Moose Mystic.
Look. At the end of the day, I think it is completely bonkers to be creating, and it's not stupid. This is different. I think it's completely crazy to be creating links between two things that don't have any logical link between them.
Tell me how.
Again,
tell me how.
I'll say it one last time. David Grosh, talking about the fact that people have got hurt in the working on UFOs or in the vicinity or first-hand experience of working on UFOs, and the fact that Gary Nolan does not release his information on metamaterials that were given to him by Jacques Villée to the scientific community. It's not linked. You created a link there. There's no link. And when I ask you for actual logical reasoning behind your link,
I gave it to you. You didn't accept it. Okay, so hold on. So let me speak again. Let me say it again, just to be clear, because that's not true. Let me just say it. No, let me say it again. Again, I'll do this again for you. Okay, I get it. I have a short attention span too.
Let me tell you, Jim.
All right,
he's got nothing. He's got nothing.
Jim, hold on, Jim. Listen, hold up. Okay, I said, and I'm glad you clarified exactly what your position is. Okay, because what you're suggesting is this: that there's no connection between David Grush claiming that people have been killed to keep this secret, but Gary Nolan also. I'm sorry. That David Grush making those claims about people being killed or harmed or having their careers attacked because of releasing information about the program, is not connected to Gary Nolan and the metamaterial. I'm suggesting that Gary Nolan said that he knows people that work on the program, and that he's made these logical leaps, suggesting that these beings are, in his opinion, AI, advanced AI, and or as has been said, biologically created organisms or drones, which is why they crash. I think the reason why Gary Nolan, where's the evidence and data on that? He's not going to present that. Why? Because before he made that comment, he said he knows people that work on the program. Okay, what's the connection? The program. Hold on. Wait. Listen. Let me just say. The program is the program that's working on non-human intelligence, craft, and the bodies, right? So if Gary Nolan has this metamaterial, where is it from? Allegedly, it's from non-human recovered in non-human intelligence craft.
No.
Would it be a logical leap to say?
You're changing it again.
How am I changing it?
I'll explain. We're not talking about Gary Nolan getting information from someone on a program and releasing that information. That's
the metamaterial. I think that the data on the metamaterial is suppressed. I think the data on the metamaterial is suppressed. Yeah. I just said it. I think the data on the metamaterial is being suppressed. That's what I think.
Yeah. Okay. So, but the point is that you said, right, that the information that maybe he's getting information from first-hand, people, and he doesn't want to release it because he's concerned about what that's going to do to them. This isn't a conversation about that.
That's one topic. I know that's one topic. The metamaterial is the one you're focusing on, right?
Well, isn't it? It's a no topic. It's a no topic because we're not talking about that. We're talking about metamaterials that were given to him by Jacques Villée. Jacques Villée found those materials on site at places which he thought had crashed materials, crashed UFOs.
The Trinity test site, right?
Yeah,
Trinity
he collected
test site.
them.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was one of them. Yes, he collected them from the sites themselves, and then it's being tested by Gary Nolan. If Gary Nolan, apart from finding some isotopes that aren't in the correct proportions, had found any conclusive evidence that they were alloys, and that's the key part here, alloys, then he would have published them in a journal and had them independently verified, which he has not done, as he testified in the interview that you just watched. And the fact that you're saying that he's suppressing it because he's worried that
I
people
don't
are going to
think
get
that
hurt
Gary Nolan is
because of
suppressing
David
it.
Grush. That's what you just said. You said, I think he's suppressing it. You literally
No.
said those
I did
words.
not say Gary Nolan is suppressing it. I said I think that the data is being suppressed. I did not say by Gary Nolan. You said that. Again.
So who's suppressing the data? What data was it? Let's just clarify. What data and who's suppressing it?
Who are the people? But who's the shadow government that's keeping people from? Who is the ones killing people that David Grush claims about? Who are the ones running the program with the metamaterial? I don't know. Who knows this? Who knows this?
The Pentagon. It's the Pentagon.
Pentagon's involved. The Pentagon's involved. The Department of Defense is involved, and so are elements of the Air Force or the military as well. Again, who are these people? But do we know if they're the ones who explicitly have domain over this specifically crash retrieval? I don't know. Who knows?
So Jim, just so you hear, right? I made up a guy called Bobby who's working firsthand on a ship, right? And the implication from Doctor here is that, you know, when Gary Nolan comes out with his results for metamaterials, poor old Bobby's going to get a bullet, or he's going to get fired, or he's going to get you did.
No.
Yeah.
Listen, I said that.
Have his job taken away.
Okay, there are multiple different consequences.
Karaoke's my witness. Karaoke's my witness, right?
I gave multiple different consequences. You're focusing on only one because you're trying to.
I already said three.
Okay, but hold on. So okay.
The point is that they're not going to randomly turn up to Bobby and go, "Hey, Bobby, how you doing today? I see you're working on the ship, right? I'm sorry, but we're going to have to put a bullet in you. Why is that? Why am I getting a bullet? I was doing my job. Oh, well, because Gary Nolan has released metamaterials.
I want you to think about. I want you guys to think about. Chat.
They got from Jack LaLanne.
You have to.
Please.
If my chat agrees with that perspective, I'm going to be so sad. Listen, you're saying that you're talking about this being arbitrary. Like, oh, they'll arbitrarily target a random person in the scientific. Again, if Gary Nolan is claiming he's taught, they literally we know that they monitor all of our communication, right? We know this, right? Ross Coulthart has already said, and this is live on live, that I know they're probably following all of my communications. They probably they know who I'm talking to and all that stuff like that. They probably know. He's made comments somewhat to that effect, okay? So if that's true, and Gary Nolan is talking to people on the program, and again, these are logical leaps, but are they illogical leaps? Is it illogical to think that the government is listening to everybody's communication? Well, guess what? A whistleblower came forward and said, yes, they're doing that. Okay.
Get that
so then
hat back. Get your aluminium foil.
I gotta make a new one. So again, if that's true, and Gary Nolan knows that he literally said there would be consequences in terms of his credibility and so forth if he were to come forward with certain data with certain.
He doesn't care. He also said he doesn't care because he's
in a different interview. He said that. But in that interview, he said something. So.
He said he's very successful and that he doesn't care.
Okay, but did he also say what we watched him say today, which was that he was concerned? So there's still a concern. It's just he didn't say he was concerned. He said it happened. He didn't say I'm concerned about my credibility. You're making that up. Oh my gosh, I can't. This is ridiculous.
Play it. Don't. Oh my gosh, me.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Okay, so the isotopes for an equals conclusion. Possible explanation off the table. I haven't proven them yet, but here are a number of hypotheses of the data. As this was me for doing it, afraid of what some of my colleagues might think of me for doing it.
Okay, I was afraid of what my colleagues might think of me for doing this. Again, he's talking about working on the metamaterial and so forth. I was right. You were obviously wrong. I don't know why I hate that I have to do that all the time, where I have to I gotta go. I could do this over and over again because you do this all the time. Oh my God, you do this. This is something that is frustrating. Okay, I told you.
Miscontextualize it. You didn't. He's talking about in general what can happen if you. For those people that didn't hear the whole interview, he's talking.
Hold on. Let's play more. No, let's play more. Let's play more. Come on.
Beginning of the
Come on.
sentence.
Come on.
Beginning of the
We're gonna,
sentence.
I'm going before the sentence, okay? It's where the question was for.
The decision to do that. Were you afraid or skeptical? Or?
I wasn't afraid per se. I was afraid of what some of my colleagues might think of me for doing it, but the way I argued back with them when they brought it up, I mean, one of them directly told me, Gary, you're going to ruin your career talking about this.
Please, is this a misconstruing of what I don't get it, man. I'm confused about why you're saying, oh, he doesn't care about his career, and yet he proceeds to say I was concerned about, you know, how people would see me for doing this, and I was warned by my colleagues that I would ruin my career, and so on and so. Okay, so
again, for context, for those people that have seen many interviews with Gary Nolan, he's talking historically. He's talking about when he first released the data. He's not talking about now. He's talking about how people would see him back in the time when he started to effectively talk about UAPs. If you and metamaterials and the results for any of his other, because this is not his only, it's not his first scientific event. If you actually listen to him and you listen to what he said at SALT, it's so clear he doesn't care. He's not suppressing any of his data. He's not.
I don't think he's suppressing data.
He's not worried about anyone getting hurt. Bobby's not dying because he releases information on metamaterials. The reason he hasn't released the information on metamaterials is because he doesn't have any conclusive evidence, and that's the truth. That is the truth. I know you don't like it.
How do you know that? How do you know he doesn't? Did he tell you that? Did Gary Nolan say I don't have conclusive evidence?
If he had conclusive evidence, he would have submitted it for independent verification, which he has not.
If he had evidence, he would have done what I would have done with it. How can you say that?
For peer review. I'm answering the question. He would have submitted it for peer review. He would have submitted it for publication. He's done none of those things, and that's therefore the fact that he's not worried that Bobby's going to die.
So you're making a logical leap too. Then you're making a logical leap because you don't
I'm
know that.
not
You don't
making
have.
any
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence, drunk physics? Tell me the evidence right now. You can't handle the truth. All right, you can't handle the truth.
The evidence is that every scientist that's ever existed, the evidence is that every scientist that's ever existed always goes through the same scientific process for releasing evidence and data to be independently checked.
Yes, I see. Basically, if
all
the scientists that have never released their information for the last 80 years, if they had the data on it, they would have released it. But they didn't. So therefore, there's no information about this. There's no data. Guys, listen.
New interview just dropped. New interview. Wait. New interview with David Grosh just dropped. Please pay attention.
Where is it? You sent it to me? Send it to the general. Oh no, I can't pull up the general chat. It's too. Hold on. Check it out. Oh, that was 4 days ago. Hold on. Yeah, I can't. I don't got anything right now. Oh man.
One second.
All right, is that you?
I'm just looking to see if I can find it. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, I see that in Discord. Somebody link me the link. If you guys have it, hit me up. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna play it, and then when we get it, I'm gonna play it. But I'm gonna make a phone call while we're playing it, just to say, so that my dude doesn't know I'm ignoring. I don't want him to think I'm ignoring him.
See if Jim's got it. Ask Jim if he's got it.
Does anybody? Can anybody hit me up in Discord? If you have it, hit me up in Discord. What? Dude. Dang, hold on. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if I can go to my homepage.
About an hour ago, UFO whistleblower David Grush and his lawyer Charles McCullough III were interviewed on BBC Radio 4. This marks his first interview post the July 26th UFO hearing. Whistleblower David Grush.
I'm playing that. Hold on. Let's hear.
Same video. You playing?
Yeah.
And to date, he's done next to none. McCullough was a presidentially appointed and Senate-confirmed intelligence community inspector general under the Obama administration. And the fact that he's representing David Grush, to me, holds tremendous weight. Let's get right into the interview, shall we? And
that to be
specifically with this information.
I found that to be very important for, the public at large to understand, their place in the cosmos, their place in the universe. And that's something, I believe the U.S. government should be, held accountable for potentially overclassifying or misclassifying basic science.
If David Grush is right about his allegations, he's going to go down in history as one of the most well-known and celebrated heroes in the history of the human species, not just for American citizens, but by citizens from all. Have you? To which Grush responds,
there's
Grush, but how do you know they have these items? Because you have not seen them yourself. Have you? To which Grush responds,
there's certain things that I have firsthand access to that I can't publicly discuss at this time. However, myself and other colleagues interviewed, 40 individuals, both our current and former highly distinguished intelligence and military personnel that were specifically on these programs. And those that were willing, I directed to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So the Inspector General was able to interview these people that do have direct firsthand information.
Right, so they have that information directly. Have they actually seen these vehicles?
The individuals I interviewed that I directed to the Inspector General, yes, they have the firsthand experiences, yes.
Right.
Now this is pretty remarkable. For starters, 40
I don't want to listen to his commentary because it's copyright issues, but I just want to get the clips that have these. This is it. I think that's all he's got. Wow. I need that interview, guys. If somebody can please link it to me. I got nothing. And I'm afraid to type in BBC. Let's go with BBC News. Oh my gosh. It's dangerous to do that, y'all. 6 months ago was the last live video they had. Are you freaking kidding me? There's nothing. Come on, man. Checking it out, y'all. Today's the 3rd. No, this is not it. Nothing. Seriously? Okay, thanks, Bryson. Bryson sent it to me. All right, y'all. So I'm going to pull this up and then give me 1 second while I... Fantastic. It's only 5 minutes. I seriously have to go after this. I have to go after this. Give me 1 second while I pull it up. Got it. I got it, y'all. Maximizing. And let's go. Thank you, Bryson.
A former intelligence officer by the name of David Grush caused quite a stir last week when he gave evidence at a congressional hearing about UFO sightings. He claimed that the US government has, away from the public glare, intact and partially intact alien vehicles. And you'll hear him repeat that claim in a moment, because he's been speaking to this programme. A recent Ipsos poll found that about 42% of Americans believe in otherworldly UFOs, or UAPs, unexplained anomalous phenomena, and 1 in 10 Americans reported they'd actually seen one. Well, here's what Republican Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett said in opening last week's remarkable hearing into alien existence.
I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this.
Well, I've been speaking to David Grush and to his lawyer, Chuck McCulloch. First, David, why did he decide to come forward and speak at the hearing?
It boils down to a sense of duty.
in an act of, truth to power. And it seemed like me going public was the appropriate lever to pull when it comes to public accountability and emphasizing the seriousness to, different branches of U.S. government.
The most eye-catching claim that you made during your evidence, and the one that made the most headlines, was the claim that the US government has, quote, intact and partially intact alien vehicles in its possession. In other words, it has them, but it isn't telling people about them. Why did you go public with that specifically?
I found that to be very important for, the public at large to understand, their place in the cosmos, their place in the universe. And that's something, I believe the U.S. government should be, held accountable for potentially overclassifying or misclassifying basic science.
But how do you know they have these items? Because you've not seen them yourself, have you?
There's certain things that I have firsthand access to that I can't publicly discuss at this time. However, myself and other colleagues interviewed, 40 individuals, both our current and former highly distinguished intelligence and military personnel that were specifically on these programs. And those that were willing, I directed to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So the Inspector General was able to interview these people that do have direct firsthand information.
Right. So they have that information directly. Have they actually seen these vehicles?
The individuals I interviewed that I directed to the Inspector General, yes, they have the firsthand experiences, yes.
Right. Which is an extraordinary claim, as you would readily acknowledge. Why, if it's true, has the government not acknowledged it?
Yeah, that's a multifaceted question. It goes back, 80, 90 years ago when this was first created, and they, translated some of the secrecy from the Manhattan Project onto this subject because, they weren't sure how ontologically shocking it was going to be to the world populace. And then two, as you can imagine, it's a Pandora's box for, potential military and weapons development type reverse engineering activities. So they decided to keep it under wraps for many years.
But we're talking here just about the US government. If they've got these things hidden away, surely other governments around the world might have had a similar experience. So the idea that it's a solely American thing is surely fanciful.
It does cross into other countries and other allies, to include the Five Eyes Alliance, which is something I've already stated publicly. The media reporting bias and societal transparency is a little different in the U.S. So that's the crux of what most people hear, but it is certainly not an American issue.
I want to put some of the doubting voices to you in a moment, but I want to bring Chuck in first. Chuck, as a lawyer working alongside David, what are the legal implications of what he is saying and what the government is denying?
Our government relies on congressional oversight, the checks and balances of congressional oversight. David's allegation at its base is essentially that Congress does not have access to the information it needs to properly oversee things going on in the executive branch. That was his main concern. So he's briefed both of the intel committees, and he's had a 2-hour hearing, 2 hours of testimony last week.
David, can I go back to you with some of the responses that have been aired to what you said? The head of the Pentagon's office in this area, Sean Kirkpatrick, issued a statement last week, you'll be aware of it, calling your testimony insulting and saying that you were never a representative to his unit.
Dr. Kirkpatrick oversaw our activities and what we were doing and the money we were spending. I never said I was a part of the core team, so I believe it was just lost in translation or misconstrued.
David Grush and Chuck McCulloch. Now, what does the car you drive say about you?
Well, that was a bit of a waste of time. Okay. I don't even know what to say about that. That was okay. Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about.
What was that?
We just listened to the whole interview. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. It just was okay.
BBC Four, by the way, BBC Four is like the back end radio station. It's like, it's pretty low down on the pecking order of the BBC.
Yeah,
And then they gave him 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's interesting. And they only asked him these ridiculous softball questions.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's happened there.
Well, I think would it be an illogical leap to say that obviously the BBC is behind suppressing the information, specifically the information about keeping the stigma, if you will, going. The question they asked were at least seemingly so. A way to discredit for the debunkers. The debunkers say, where's the evidence? Oh, he says, oh, I know someone who knows someone. And the questions they asked were basically, his only answers were, I know someone who knows someone, essentially. I've directed them to the Pentagon. It's just it still seems like it's all second-hand information argument. And all they did was do the exact same thing that anybody would do if they wanted to perpetuate the fact that he only has second-hand information and how irrelevant that information is.
Well, I think that is a complete joke. I'm so pissed with that. That's poor.
Yeah, but don't you? But again, I think this is the kind of logical leap that I'd make. Do I think that the government went in there with Bobby and said, Bobby, you tell them to stop putting this stuff on you make sure they don't say anything about the aliens. You make sure they have the softball interview, and you make sure they keep the perpetual. I think it's more of like an unspoken rule in media, because guess what? Only these small media companies, like News Nation and this BBC 4, are actually doing any real direct conversations with David Grush. I mean, it's part of the whole. It's part of the.
You need to remember that BBC is funded publicly, and they would have to justify why they are funding an interview with a alien story like this. If they don't think it's got any credibility, there are questions that would be asked. But yeah, this is concerning. BBC Radio 4 is concerning. I don't really know what's gone on there. Even why they went after the interview in the first place, if they were just going to chuck it for 5 minutes on BBC Radio 4. It's not even an interview. It's not, like I've seen politicians that are pretty low down getting more than 5 minutes 51 seconds, like a 6-minute interview. That is piss poor. Now we don't know the full story there. Like maybe they wanted to see the questions beforehand, or for national security reasons.
I don't even think David Grush should come. I don't think David Grush should talk anymore. And this is not any disrespect to him, but there's no point in having continued conversations repeating the same thing. I think at this point, like you've said what you said, it's on the record, it's under oath. Let's wait until you can say more and then hear from you again then. Otherwise, all you're doing is it's not desensitizing people. All it's doing is it's making the issue less and less relevant and important.
No, Sasquatch, we're talking about the interview that just took place on BBC 4 with David Grush. We're not.
No.
We've moved on from temporary. We'll have to come back to the other debate another time. Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand that interview at all. Like, I don't know in whose interest that was either. Like, it's not in David's interest to have a shit 5-minute interview. His lawyer was present, so that's interesting. Like, I assume that he wanted to protect David from questions that he wasn't, able to answer. I think that the BBC have put it on a back-end radio station where no one's going to really pay any attention to its existence other than UFO people.
Yeah.
This has been smothered, and I don't really get it. 5 minutes, that's literally the shortest interview I've ever heard.
Yeah, I know. It's
sad. To be fair, they do short interviews with politicians as well when they're under high pressure, and they can only get them for a couple of minutes because they're heading into a meeting or something.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure David had as long as they wanted to talk, right?
I don't know. I have no idea. I can't. I mean, that information has not been made public, so I can only speculate. I think that when it comes to you mean during the hearing?
No, I'm talking about now.
To this BBC one? No, again, we can only speculate. I think that the hearing should. I think that the hearing should have been longer. To be honest, there were questions. The most frustrating part to me is not just that, like, where's the evidence. I think the evidence has been presented to the proper people. I enter the IG, the ICIG. I think that the proper people with firsthand information about the claim that David Grush has made, including the alleged allegations of murder and retribution through their careers. I guess he called it what did he call it? He called it executive terrorism or something like that. I don't remember the exact term he used, but essentially it's like your bosses are committing a terroristic act against you to your career, versus trying to kill you. They'll just ruin your life. And then otherwise, which we know, there's been articles posted about David Grush's properties being vandalized. These are things that we know have happened, and there are other people that have direct knowledge about the murders and about the beings and about the craft, that have firsthand knowledge. He's directed those people that have those claims, that have the information and data to those claims and firsthand knowledge to the ICIG. This is, again, these are the things that we know for sure. Why are we still asking questions, the smallest, the most entry level questions, like we just heard for that in that 5-minute blurb there? I don't know. Obviously, another thing is, like, there's a lot of arguments to be made about David Grush, and I gotta finish with this, but there's a lot of arguments to be made about David Grush, and in terms of him not having firsthand knowledge about certain things. But I can tell if you just
I don't think it's clear what he's had first-hand knowledge on or not, because he seems to be
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think he does have firsthand knowledge about certain things. The question is, what are they exact? Is it, did he see aliens? Did he see anybody get murdered? What did he witness that was so disturbing? Him and his wife, what did they witness that was so disturbing, in relation to this phenomena and the nature of that relationship with the people suppressing the. What did he witness? What is he talking about? I don't even know does he mean he saw somebody get killed? Does he mean he saw aliens? What does he mean by disturbing? What does he mean? I don't know. I can only speculate. I would speculate that I think that he's seen something in relation to the non-humans causing harm to human beings, because that was what was spoken about before he made that comment. But I don't know, because he wasn't explicit. He wasn't explicit about that. He draws there's these loose connections that I have to. Again, this is what I have to do. I have to draw loose connections, but like, I don't put weight on some of these loose connections, because I can't. I have to be honest and say I can't. Just like with this argument, I got to be honest with you. I think that you did far better than I did on this argument, because I have to make loose connections. I have to, because these loose connections are. I have corroborating information that when I hear these, when I'm looking for anything outside in the public sphere, I can see it. I'm directed to see these things, and again, I see them, and it does make sense to me, and I'm trying to convey that, but I'm not doing a very good job. I think this conversation shows me that I've got some areas of improvement to make here with my conversation and my presentation, but.
Well, I think the David Grush interviews are very concerning. That 5-minute interview.
That was concerning. Yeah, that was concerning. But I don't know.
This guy's just literally been one of the 3 disclosure people in one of the most popular subcommittee meetings in U.S. history, and the BBC puts him on radio for
5 minutes.
For 5 minutes
to ask these entry level rudimentary questions. I know. I don't understand.
They could have put him on any interview. We've got a phenomenal list of interview shows on the BBC. We've had people way, way less popular and less interesting than David Grush, and I've got no idea what's happened there. That's an absolute travesty, and I don't understand what's taken place.
I don't know. I think that again, loose connection, logical leap. That obviously that media companies are afraid to have this conversation in an actual journalistic way. I think they're afraid to do that.
Or by the English government, like, what were they told to hide the interview?
We can only speculate.
Who knows?
Yeah, we can only speculate. But I appreciate the debate.
Something's obviously wrong there, though. Something's definitely wrong there. That 5 minutes is a joke.
Yeah, this
He's
is
also
post
not a
hearing.
5-minute kind of person. Ross Coulthard had an 8-hour interview of him. It's not really a 5-minute job. You know what I mean? It's like, we've got David Grush, probably the most wanted to interview person on the planet right now. What do you want to do with him? I don't know. Ask him a couple of questions and then send him on his way. Yeah, that's it. That's what would you do? No, we don't need to give him a full interview. Are there aliens? Yes. Okay. Cheers, mate. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I also can't believe he agreed to that. I wonder if he agreed to that, and I like, did he know it was going to be that ridiculous, or did he not know and then was like, really, that's all you guys had? I don't know. If he knew, then why would he agree to an interview that kind of waters down the importance of this issue? That waters down. I mean, in my opinion, it waters down the severity of the issue. I don't.
Bryson, he's been on. I would say to Bryson that he's been on every mainstream media outlet in the UK. He's been in the Guardian.
Yeah,
he's been
yeah.
Time,
Everybody knows. Everybody knows now. No, everybody knows now.
It's been. I don't think that that's true. I don't think it's just like, oh, this is the first time people are hearing it.
No, that's not true. That's not true. No way. The world knows about David Grush.
BBC Radio 4 for 5 minutes is shocking, and the fact that BBC got the interview is shocking in its own right. Like, I'm surprised he wants to talk to anybody else. Maybe he trusted the BBC the most because they're, got a reasonable, a pretty good track record of being even-handed. Although I've seen things quite a lot to the contrary recently, I think that this has been
suppressed.
I don't know. I don't want to say.
I think it's being suppressed. I think it's being suppressed. All right, listen. Don't go anywhere, drunk face. I gotta say something to you. I gotta say something to you after the show, and then but I gotta go because I gotta call my friend. I'm gonna, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go. I appreciate everybody's time. Drunk Physics, don't go anywhere. I'm just gonna say a real quick thing to you real quick after the show, and then
Rate Jim.
He's on right now. Hold on one second.
Yeah, rate him.
Hold on. I'm gonna send you all to Jim's channel. Can I leave after I raid?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sending you to a good place. Doctor is out, y'all. I love you. Peace. Let's go. Let's go. All right.
Bye, everyone.
Hold on.